Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Hakuna motangu, hakuna kogabu.
I'm going to be president of this country, whether you like it or not, and I will preside over the affairs of this country, including presiding over you. I think you must start adjusting to that reality. The sooner you do that, the less chest pains you'll have when that reality comes.
And there it is. Pardon me, one moment. So there it is, and there I am. There I am again. So here I am again. It's as though I never quite know how to position this thing. If I do it this way, it slips off my ears, my big ears, and if I put it on my head, it squashes my face. So there it is. Nevertheless, what do you care about that? What noise do I have to make today is really what you're after. So good day, good to see you. Where's my manners? Good to see you. How are you? How are you? So good to see you. Always a delight in your company. Never taken for granted, of course, that you will turn up. So when you do turn up, it is with gratitude that you receive. So we receive you with gratitude. So with gratitude, then we invite you to click on the like button. As you know, that's the bread and butter of anybody that live streams of a YouTube space. So the like button is the bread and butter of the YouTube space. So because that signals then the interaction, and then YouTube, it's just the YouTube algorithm. You all know why we invite you to click on like. So if you have no real pained reason not to click on the like button, then you have every reason to click on it. So if it doesn't especially hurt you to if it hurts you, then don't hurt yourself. But if it doesn't especially, let me take this thing off. I don't know, it puts me off sometimes. So if it doesn't especially hurt you to click on the like button, then you have every reason to do so. So click on the like button if you will. So do that. And if you're not already subscribed, you can correct that in that same motion. So you just swivel quickly over to the subscribe and turn that gray as well. So click on like and subscribe. If you want to come join us on the screen, the hyperlink that says StreamYard, that's your open invitation. It's a first come, first serve. Everybody gets first, unless Ajale Koko is not there and he wants to come in, then somebody gets kicked off. But otherwise, everybody gets it's just you click on it and you come in. So there are no reserved seats for anybody. So click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to come join us on the screen. So do that. You are encouraged to do that, especially if you're a new voice. And your invitation to buy your host cups of coffee, of course, that's always there. I'm always canvassing for you to do that. But do that only if you will. There's no pressure to do that. It's 3 easy steps. You're encouraged to do it, but there is no pressure to do it. So if you feel inclined, then click on the link that says buy your host cups of coffee. 3 easy steps and to your heart's content. So to your heart's content, what are we contending with? Peter Obi dragged to court over alleged dual citizenship faces disqualification. So Peter Obi dragged to court over alleged dual citizenship faces disqualification. So there it is, how the circle has turned 360. Of course, it's just an honorary passport that was given to Tinubu. And I have a long essay on that, but I think everybody's tired of that topic. So I was thinking to bring it today, but I thought not, because I think maybe you are starting to tire of that as a topic. We've already labored it so often. But Peter Obi now on the spotlight, same narrative. I mean, same accusation, but will it be the same narrative? Just equally, he stands now accused. But what is behind it? You have to hang around to find out. Peter Obi dragged to court over alleged dual citizenship faces disqualification. So there it is right there, and there it is right there. So there it is right there. I am not ashamed of losing a presidential contest, Atiku replies Tinubu. So I think this is that side skirmish that is going on between Atiku and Tinubu when Atiku called him a serial loser. But is this the language of surrender then? Is this ceding and conceding then? Because I think Atiku is actually tired of it. It's just fulfilled. Of all of the petitions that are going on, nobody is really paying any attention to Atiku because he essentially is just fulfilling all righteousness, really, just to close that process to its natural conclusion. So he's not waiting in any anticipation for anybody to announce to him that he has suddenly become president, but he's resigned to his fate, and he knows that that is one ambition too far for him in life. Life has been very generous to him. He had unfettered access to the Nigerian bank checks, which he helped himself to copiously over several decades. So he has no reason to feel sorry for himself. That's why you're not really hearing that much noise from the Atiku camp. I am not ashamed of losing presidential contest, Atiku replies Tinubu. So quite what's behind that, we'll find out just in due course. So in due course, we'll find this out as well. So I was just saying then that Atiku, there's a language, there's an undertone of resignation to that headline. But the next headline now still Atiku, but this is no undertone of resignation. This is the two clenched fist of fight. The two clenched fist of fight. And actually, let me put it on the screen since I'm sharing the screen with you. So let me put it on the screen as well. And by the way, as ever, there's space on the studio if you want to come in. Not that much scramble then when the room is filled. So if you do feel that you'd like to spend time with us, then just click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard now. Atiku visits top APC chieftain Orji Kalu. Details emerge. So there is no reason why Atiku would visit Orji Kalu other than still in pursuit of his presidential ambition. So it wasn't the case that Atiku was bored at home and he said, oh, what's my paddy man Orji doing? Let me go look him up and go into the kitchen to raid his wife's pot. So it's none of that. It's entirely exclusively about politics. And what politics is in play for Atiku at this moment? Of course, the presidential petition. And of course, what's in play for Orji Kalu as well is the Senate presidency. So is there an interlink between those two spaces? We'll explore that in conversation. So hang around to hear what we think about that. Atiku visits top APC chieftain Orji Kalu. Details emerge. So to be a fly on the wall in some of these meetings. So to be a fly on the wall in some of these meetings. So this next headline now, you may wonder why I'm bringing it to you because apart from the name that is obvious to you, the other name on this headline is obscure. But this name might not be obscure to you anymore for much longer, I should say. So this name might not be obscure to you for much longer. And it permutates to the convoluted mix that is what is going to form the government of the Tinubu administration. So let me just bring you the headline, and then you see what and then I'll talk you through what I mean. President-elect Tinubu Betara hold closed-door meetings. So this guy now almost certain one of the people either vying for the Senate presidency or the House of Reps. So the Tinubu victory, the Tinubu presidency has placed the Nigerian state in somewhat of a quagmire. It's placed the Nigerian state in somewhat of a quagmire. So now you have a southwestern president, you have a northeastern vice president, both of them Muslim. So we have three major tribes. So to all intents and purposes, we have three major tribes in Nigeria. The Hausa Fulanis and Hausa Fulanis, they're actually big tribes in themselves, but let's not have that as a conversation now. But to all intents and purposes, we have three major tribes in Nigeria. The northern tribes, let's just wrap them around that one narrative, and then the southwestern tribe, and then the southeastern tribe. So those are the loosely agreed three major tribes in Nigeria. So and then we have two major religions as well, Christianity and Islam. So this is where the convolution is. So the president, Southwest Muslim, Northeast Muslim, vice president. So logic automatically places the third position, which will be the Senate, in the hands of a Christian and somebody from the Southeast. But that's not going to play out if others can have it their way. So this is what is in play here. And some of the runners and riders now are jostling for position. President-elect Tinubu Betara hold closed-door meetings. So closed-door meetings, but to be a fly on the wall on some of these meetings. So you may well think it's indicative of a failed state, but the international community thinks otherwise. So you may well think it is indicative of a failed state, but the international community thinks otherwise. What am I talking about? I'm talking about this. JAPA, World Bank says migration, good for prosperity development. So yes, the JAPA culture, everybody thinks is indicative of a failed state. Pardon me. You wonder why I drink a lot of water, but all this reading and speaking, it does dry you up. I'm sure you know that anyway, but there it is, and it's good for your system anyway. So yes, JAPA, World Bank says migration good for prosperity development. So that JAPA as a term, it connotes somewhat negatively within the Nigerian space, and it's as a consequence of the failings of the Nigerian state. That's the consequence of the JAPA culture. Because instinctually, most Nigerians would like to live within Nigeria because that is where they have antecedents, they have history, and they're not just some random black person walking foreign lands. So, so by instinct, a Nigerian would like to be in Nigeria, but as a consequence of the failings of the Nigerian state, a lot of people are escaping other country at every opportunity. But the World Bank is telling us that this is not necessarily a bad thing. JAPA, World Bank says migration, good for prosperity development. So good for prosperity development. We'll have a read through to see what that offers. But even from that headline somewhat, I think because of the high functioning, high IQ, because of the can't get words out, because of the high functioning IQ of the people that come to this platform, I think you already have some inkling as to where that goes. So you have some inkling as to where. I'm not quite sure. What did I bring you first? Let me see. What did I bring you first? Let me see. Pardon me. Yes. So you have an inkling as to where that goes. So let me bring you to the next. Let me bring you to the next headline that we're contending with. Although I'm bringing you this headline, but as a platform we're slowly evolving out of this sort of headlines as talking points, because I think it's already spent since the electoral cycle has come and gone. So these are just the remnants, the last pira, as they like to call it within the Lagos lingo, the last pira of the electioneering space. So don't expect too much of this sort of headlines for the future, because our conversations around it often end up in a divisive tonality. But here it is. May 29 committee, Tinubu inherited Igbo hatred from Buhari, Ohanaeze Ndigbo. So this is the you see this sort of language. I will call it the sort of Ekpa of Ohanaeze Ndigbo, is the sort of Ekpa of the Ohanaeze Ndigbo sort of mindset. So why did I call it the Ekpa of the Ohanaeze Ndigbo mindset? Imagine when you are back from work, back from a busy day, you are hungry, but the quick, easy meal quickly puts the kettle on the boil and whip up Ekpa within 5 minutes. So it's an easy go-to diet. So that sort of language is an easy go-to diet of the Ohanaeze space. And they're stoking the ambers of siege mentality, everybody against us, everybody out to get us. Tinubu inherited Igbo hatred from Buhari, Ohanaeze Ndigbo, going to the tried and trusted narrative that they've always fed to their adherents. So we'll have a conversation around that, but we're not going to labor that space extensively because, as I said, we're trying to escape that as a talking point. But now, this next headline now, it is not even a headline, no, it's just a piece of a sliver of information that has filtered through. So these are the birthings, I suspect, of bigger stories to come. So this is Simon Ekpa making allegations about Nnamdi Kanu's wife. So I'm not going to say more than that. I'll leave it cryptic. So this is being circulated around the social media space. And by the way, I'm only bringing you this because this came rather off the back of a similar narrative that I was informed of about 2 days ago, but I decided not to go with. So I'll read you the content of this, and then we'll see what we're making of it. It's a bit gossipy, but nothing wrong with a little bit of gossip. But this is Simon Ekpa making wild speculations to the what's it called, Nnamdi Kanu wife situation. Pardon me. All right, so I'll bring you a couple more headlines, but some of it I only really leave at the headlines. Tinubu Shettima moved to Defense House ahead of May 29th inauguration. So that's the standard fare, you know, because of course, as soon as he was given the return ticket or whatever it is that they do call it, it was instantly moved to the Defense House. So we document that only with the headline, because the headline really tells you all you need to know about that. The headline also tells you all you need to know about this. Actually, it's only one paragraph, so I could just read this to you now. It says, earlier today, President-elect Bola Ahmed Tinubu receives Alhaji Aliko Dangote, who paid a courtesy visit to the president-elect at his private residence. So, Showore used a cute little phrase to describe elements Showore used a cute little phrase to describe elements like Dangote, which immediately chimed with me. He called them Ajib, A-G-I-P. Ajib, of course, you know as a petrol station of some sort, but the Ajib that he meant was actually any government in power, as he was schmoozing and schmoozing with people like Goodluck Jonathan. As soon as Buhari came in, he was hugging and kissing him. And as Tinubu comes in now, they are best buddies. But then, of course, a long-standing relationship between those two. So now this is now going to be the last headline that we will be contending with. I might well read this one out because it's pertinent and germane. to political discourse contemporaneous. So I'm not going to be using that sort of language, but sometimes I get a rush of blood to the head. Obi accuses INEC of partiality over most to dismiss petition against Tinubu. So I'm bringing you this headline, and I will be reading this one out. I'm bringing you this headline really only off the back of the fact that oftentimes you have the sense that Obi does not have a full understanding of the landscape. And I'm saying that now, but to explain them when I'm reading it out, because I don't feel he has a full understanding of the landscape if that is his conclusion as to why INEC is pushing back against him. Obi accuses INEC of partiality over most to dismiss petition against Tinubu. So that comes up as well. So I think that's rich enough a menu, don't you? So that's rich enough of a menu. We don't actually have a human interest storyline today, but I do encourage people to send me things on Instagram, because I want to try and be infusing human interest, at least one human interest storyline with every single session, just to to deviate somewhat from the endless politics and just mix it up. Because the politics can be wearing sometimes. We don't have to fight all the time. So when we do the human interest story, at least we can all have opinions that are not suspicious on those sort of spaces. So there it is, a rich and diverse menu. When is it ever not a rich and diverse menu? So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol, just click on the like button as you're coming in. We continue to implore. And as we implore, we don't see the response on the thing. So just click on the damn like button. And then click on subscribe if you haven't done that as well. Hyperlink that says StreamYard, your open invitation to come and join us, and the invitation to join, the invitation to buy your host cups of coffee that's on the screen at your discretion. So all of that, I'll take a micro break, and then we'll come back and go straight into it. You know where we're going, of course? The K Guys. The K Guys.
Only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro keke elemu ye o. Ide shodi ya keke elemu re o. Obi master keke elemu re o. Chief Latif keke elemu re o. Eruku lele elemu de. Ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mu dòdò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Olúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosoname ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosodunke ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Iku Koniru Agweshe, may death have nothing to do with us. A powerful, potent prayer by the K Guys. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So Iku Koniru Agweshe. So Iku Koniru Agweshe, as guys, I bring you this. Obi accuses INEC of partiality over moves to dismiss petition against Tinubu. The presidential candidate of the Labour Party LP, Peter Obi, has accused the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, of being partial. The Labour Party candidate was replying to a preliminary objection filed by INEC at the tribunal, which appeared to be in support of the candidate of the All Progressive Congress APC, now the president-elect, Bola Tinubu. In the case before the Presidential Election Petition Tribunal, Obi faulted the electoral body for standing by Tinubu. He noted that both the Supreme Court and Court of Appeal had in the past cautioned INEC to place itself in a place of neutrality, remain fair and focused. The Labour Party presidential candidate also stated that it is not only an embarrassment, but a repudiation of the duty of INEC when it adorned the garb of a contestant in an election it conducted as an umpire to raise preliminary objections against an election petition. Obi added that he expected the electoral body to maintain a neutral stand in all litigations where participants in elections are challenging the outcome of the elections and not indulge in filing objections to the petition. He also described as misconceived INEC's preliminary objection against the petition he lodged against the declaration of Tinubu as winner of the presidential election. So this is it right there. I've often accused Peter Obi of not having the full functions of an understanding of exactly what is going on. And by the way, when I accuse him of not having the full functions of exactly what is going on, let me give you this. This is just a micro example, but let me give you this. I'm not just teasing at him. The guy is not the full. It's not the full ticket, Peter Obi. I've never thought it was the full ticket. And I don't really think he has a decent enough grasp of situation. But before I give you commentaries on this, let me just justify what I just said. Let me justify it if I still have what justifies it. So listen to this.
It's my sister. They said it failed.
That's the IREV. The IREV is separate from the Beavers. The Beavers accredits people and then it's supposed to take a picture and upload it to the IREV. The IREV did not work on that day.
Yes, me and you know the difference between all this. For the average Nigerian, that is all included. And I want to speak to the average Nigerian. What they've showed us, whether it's IREV, whether it's the IRA, what they told us is the Beavers is from this to this. We are promised this Sumter's meal, and we just...
All right, so that wasn't intended as a cheap shot. That's just an example. I could have given you 1,000 more examples. But really, a lot of people actually feel that Peter Obi has never really had... it doesn't really have the full grasp of just what is going on. So now, to this now, and what led me to presenting that. So he is objecting to INEC filing a preliminary objection to his petition against the declaration of Tinubu as the president-elect. And he is accusing INEC of partiality off the back of that. So that tells you he doesn't have a grasp. INEC is under pressure to defend that election that they conducted. So it is in INEC's interest, not especially because they favor Tinubu. It is in INEC's interest for the courts to find a no-fault electioneering or a decent and a gold star election. It is in INEC's interest for the elections that they conducted to pass the mark. And it is in INEC's interest for the courts to discard and disregard Peter Obi's petition and declare what INEC declared as the true and valid situation. Not especially because they favor Tinubu, but they are defending the processes they ran. So if you removed Tinubu as the winner and you substituted him for Peter Obi, and Tinubu is filing a petition to have the elections overturned, INEC will still file this preliminary objection to have that petition dismissed for all of the reasons that I just explained. It is in INEC's interest for the courts and the people to feel and understand that the elections was true and proper. So this is what is going on. But I don't think Peter Obi has a grasp of that. He thinks INEC defending their mandate, their piece of work. He thinks that is backing Tinubu. So he doesn't really understand that. And that's why I played you that clip, because he never really seemed to have a full grasp of what is going on around him. But that is Peter Obi, of course. That's how, well, that's Peter Obi, isn't it, really? So what more can I add to that? What more can I add? That's just Peter Obi as we know him. He just blunders through a lot of these things. He just, he says, Arab and his beavers are all enjoying. You know, it's just these guys. I'm not disparaging him. Oh, by the way, you think I'm not disparaging him, but that's just who he is. He doesn't have a full grasp of most of the things going on around him. No full grasp of most of the things going on around him. So 2 days, President-elect Tinubu, Betara hold closed-door meeting. So a name that you don't know, but probably one that you'll become very familiar with in the shortness of. A contender for the speakership of the 10th House of Representatives, Betara, on Tuesday, held a closed-door meeting with President-elect Bola Tinubu. Mr. Betara, a member representing Bill, Bayo, Shani, and Kwaya Kusa federal constituencies of Borno, has been canvassing support for his speakership ambition with party members, lawmakers elect, former lawmakers, and other stakeholders. This is contained in a statement by Mr. Betara's campaign media office in Abuja on Wednesday. Betara's campaign and consultation with the president-elect is one out of many consultations he had. Let me scroll that a bit. Betara's campaign and consultation with the president-elect is one out of many consultations he had embarked upon in the last 3 months ahead of the June inauguration, said the statement. Betara, who currently chairs the House of Representatives Appropriation Committee, had earlier exchanged warm pleasantries with the incoming commander-in-chief shortly after some photo sessions. The statement added, Betara's consultation visit to President-elect took place at his new official residence at the Defense House in Abuja following the latter's return from vacations and the Muslim Lesser Hajj in Saudi Arabia. So Betara, so that's the position he is jostling with. And really, this is only really a story because of where and how it permutates for the construct of the government to come. So as I said, Tinubu Yoruba man Muslim, Shetima Yoruba, and Shetima not Yoruba, Shetima Kanuri man Borno Muslim. So now that now leaves 2 slots to be filled for equibalance. So 2 slots to be filled for equibalance. So those 2 slots to be filled for equibalance, the Senate President and the Speaker of the House of Representatives. So this guy puts his foot forward for that speakership role, but then he's from Borno State. So he's hustling and jostling. I'm not sure that it will land him anywhere because for those 2 slots, you have the Northwest agitating because the Northwest does not have a position yet in the formation of the government. The 2 slots we know is occupied by the Northeast and the Southwest, and also Shetima is a Kanuri man. So you have a vast swathe, the largest according to the population census population we have in Nigeria, the Hausas. They don't have a slot yet. You have a large swathe of the Fulanis who constitute quite a reasonable mass within the Nigerian space. They don't have a position yet, and they occupy essentially that Northwest area. So you have the South as well, who don't yet have a position, and you have the Southwest as well, who don't yet have a position. So there are 2 positions left in terms of the construct, because from the top 4 positions in the country, you have the president, you have the vice president, the Senate president, and the Speaker of the House. So those are the 4 topmost positions in Nigeria. So this guy now jostling. Who fits in those slots and who can present the most justifiable arguments to fit in those slots? So the most contended one is going to be the president of the Senate, and nobody wants to yield at all for that space. The Northwest, they are adamant that it must come to them. But equity and balance and fair play and to calm the tension of the country down, that leans towards the Southwest. But the South-South, the breadbasket of the country, they are jostling too. So the jostle and bustle. So whoever gets the Senate presidency will determine where the speakership goes to. But if the speakership goes to the Southeast, I'm not sure that will be sufficient enough to satiate. But the Senate presidency unlikely to go to the Southeast. So a lot of machinations, a lot of Machiavellian maneuvering, a lot of movement in the dark shadows, and this is what is playing now. So Betara puts his name forward then as the possible next Senate president. So we see how that plays out. But this next headline now, we already know how this is playing out. So pardon me. Let me just... So now this next headline, we already know how this is playing out. So this headline is the story of at least 80% of the people listening to the sound of my voice right now. It is the narrative of 80% of the people listening to the sound of my voice right now. JAPA, World Bank says migration good for prosperity development. So I suspect that in fact, I know from the data analytics that 80% of my audience are based outside of the country. As competition for skilled workers continue to rise globally, whilst population in rich and middle-income countries age, the World Bank says migration, popularly known as JAPA in Nigeria, can be a powerful force for prosperity and development if managed properly. This is contained in a new report from the World Bank, which also states that populations across the globe are aging at an unprecedented rate, making many countries increasingly reliant on migration to realize their long-term growth potentials. The report is titled, The World Development Report 2023, Migrants, Refugees, and Societies. Wealthy countries as well as a growing number of middle-income countries, traditionally amongst the main source of migrants, face diminishing population, intensifying the global competition for workers and talent, the World Bank report says. It added, meanwhile, most low-income countries are expected to see rapid population growth, putting them under pressure to create more jobs for young people. The World Bank Senior Managing Director, Excel Trossenberg, said when migration is managed properly, it provides benefits for all in origin and destination societies. The report added that the coming decades, the share of working age adults would drop sharply in many countries. So not even in the coming decades, that seems to actually be the contemporaneous reality of most advanced countries, or the so-called advanced countries. Like if you go to places like Japan, for instance, I think their median age is about 50-something. In Spain, a population of 47 million is projected to shrink by more than a third by 2010. So 2010 then is a hop, skip, and a jump from where we are now. Actually, we're in 2023. By 20. I don't know what this means. So within the next 60 years, approximately, I think is what it's saying. It said as not 2010, no, it's 2100, not 2010. It says Spain, with a population of 47 million, is projected to shrink by more than a third by 2100, with those above age 65 increasing from 20% to 39% of the population, stressing that countries like Mexico, Thailand, Tunisia, and Turkey may soon need more foreign workers because their population is no longer growing. The report said that the forces driving migration were also are changing beyond this demographic shift, making cross-border movement more diverse and complex. Today, destination and origin countries span all income levels, with many countries such as Mexico, Nigeria, and the United Kingdom both sending and receiving migrants. It explained and mentioned the number of refugees nearly tripled over the last decade, adding that climate change threatens to fuel more migration. So far, most climate-driven movements are within countries, but about 40% of the world population, that is 3.5 billion people, live in places highly exposed to climate impact, added the report. The report said current approaches failed to maximize the potential development gains of migration and cause great suffering for people moving in distress. About 2.5% of the world's population, 184 million people, including 37 million refugees, now live outside their countries of nationality. The largest share, 43%, lives in developing country. The report underscores the urgency of managing migration better. So that speaks to that JAPA space. And by the way, that aging and falling population, you see it then in the ways that some of these countries now, a good example is Canada, that just seems to have given free and unfettered access to Nigerians now. So every average Nigerian now can just pick up a passport and end up in Canada. It's just a field day in Canada now. So the JAPA thing now, it's not necessarily a bad thing, because then most people that they JAPA ultimately to acquire more skills and acquire more wealth. And often instances, they impact those skills and wealth back to their country of origin. Nigeria being the example in this instance. So the JAPA narrative, according to the World Bank, not necessarily a bad thing. Well, is this a bad thing or not, is the question. Atiku visits top APC chieftain, Orji Kalu, details emerge. And by the way, there's still plenty of spaces on the screens. So please come in if you want to, so that anyway. Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar on Wednesday, April the 26th, visited the Senate Chief Whip, Senator Orji Kalu, over the death of his wife. So I think that explains that. So I'm not quite sure that we need to go any further with that. So our sympathies to Orji Kalu, but I thought it was a political move. And this is what I often say to you. I only ever read the headline. I never read the body of the story. So if you've ever wondered if I was not telling the truth, that tells you. If I knew it was just a felicitation over a loss, then it's not really news. Hopefully this is news. I am not ashamed of losing presidential contest, Atiku replies, Tinubu. The presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, in the last election, Atiku Abubakar, has said that he takes pride in his ability to have contested for the nation's #1 seat since 1993 without any controversy. Atiku claimed that, unlike the president-elect and candidate of the All Progressive Congress, APC, Bola Tinubu, he is unencumbered by scandals of any kind. The Atiku is unencumbered by, I hope he doesn't say that in the United States. So his file in the United States is this big. I think one of his wives is in jail for fraud. They threw the woman, that white woman that they married, threw her under the bus. I think a senator in the United States is even in jail for fraud with Atiku as well. Atiku claims that, unlike the president-elect and candidate of the All Progressive Congress, APC, Bola Tinubu, he is unencumbered by scandals of any kind. The former vice president claimed his identity, comprising age, state of origin, and educational qualification, has never been disputed like Tinubu's. So yes, Atiku actually went to Oxford or Cambridge just over the last 3-5 years ago to go and do his master's. Atiku argued that Tinubu was constitutionally disabled from contesting election for the office of president. The PDP candidate said these in his reply to Tinubu's response to the petition he jointly filed with his party before the Presidential Election Petition Court. Tinubu, in his response to Atiku's petition, accused him, amongst others, of being a serial loser of elections. So a serial loser of elections. Curiously, they've always said that Tinubu never loses. And with this victory at the presidential phase now, that's now that final cap on that term. So he never loses. Anytime he contests, he wins. So Lagos State, of course, he contested twice and won. And that was where that reputation came out, that he never loses. So first time he's contended to be the Nigerian president, he won. So now fait accompli now. So they can that phrase now, that term has taken on a life of its own. Tinubu, in his response to Atiku's petition, accused him, amongst others, of being a serial loser of elections. Also, in his reply, the candidate of the Labour Party in the election, Peter Obi, accused the Independent National Electoral Commission of bias in its handling of the election. Obi, in his reply to INEC's response to the petition he filed before the PEPC, faulted INEC for taking sides with the winner of the election and his party. He equally faulted INEC for filing a preliminary objection in support of Tinubu and the APC. Obi argued that the Supreme Court and the Court of Appeal had in the past cautioned Atiku. So I think we've read all that. So that's Peter Obi then doing his usual shuffle. So that's Peter Obi shuffling, as we know him too. Let me, which one else? Let me actually bring you this one that one of the subscribers sent in. Do I want to bring you this one? Hold on. I want to bring you one more readout, and then actually let me bring you two more readouts. I'll bring you this one first, the gossipy one from Simon Ekpa. So let me bring you the gossipy one from Simon Ekpa. Here it is. It's quite faint, but it's circulating on our social media. The criminal Ejiofor sold Nnamdi Kanu because he is sleeping with Kanu's wife. The last son of Nnamdi Kanu was fathered by Ejiofor. More exposure coming. I have all the evidence, date, time, location, and dragon fire. So this is being circulated by Simon Ekpa. So this is being circulated by Simon Ekpa. And I'm only really bringing you this because, like I invite people to send me a lot of stuff. So somebody sent me something a while ago, not a while ago, a couple of days ago, to tell us that Nnamdi Kanu's wife was pregnant. But that was only something going on within the Twitter space. So it wasn't documented in any other space apart from Twitter. So I did not go with that. But they are speculating that Nnamdi Kanu's wife is pregnant. So off the back of that, when I then got this, I just thought then maybe we'll flash this up. The criminal Ejiofor sold Nnamdi Kanu because he's sleeping with Kanu's wife. The last son of Nnamdi Kanu was fathered by Ejiofor. More exposures coming. I have all the evidence, date, time, location, and dragon fire. So this is Simon Ekpa, of course. He's ready to throw any and everybody under the bus, of course. This is what we know Simon for. Let's see. Should I bring you this one? I'll see how long a read. Okay, it's just a short read. So let me bring you this short read, and then I'll come into the room. There's a micro little the headline story from the chairman of Airpeace is actually coming in video form. So I'll play you that video clip as I then bring the actually I'll bring the panel on now. The majestic Ajay Lokoko, elegant Collins joins us this time around. Good to see you, Collins. Joel of Nashville, one of your favorites in the space. Bishop joins us as it tries to now with some regularity. Darati, because is present, and B Mode is who we have so far. So still quite a few spaces. So whoever wants to join us, please do. So let me speed read this and then play you that clip, and then we kick off the conversation. May 29 committee. Tinubu, I'll kick it off with Jewel of Nashville. No, I'll kick it off with B Mode because that's a new name to the space, and then go to Jewel. May 29 committee, Tinubu inherited Igbo hatred from Buhari, Ohanaeze Ndigbo. Following the non-inclusion of Igbo in the committee set up by the President-elect Bola Tinubu for the May 29th handover activities, Apex Igbo Socio-Cultural Organization, Ohanaeze Ndigbo, said on Tuesday that Tinubu inherited Igbo hatred from the incumbent President Muhammadu Buhari. The 14-man member committee is expected to plan the presidential inauguration, and it is made up of people from regions across the country. However, going through the list, it was discovered that there was no Igbo person, a development that had generated reactions across political party lines in Igbo land. Reacting to the development, the National Vice President of Ohanaeze Ndigbo Worldwide, Chief Damian Okeke Ogene, described the incoming president as a tribalist. That's Tinubu, by the way. Hold on. Pardon me. Now, Tinubu, that there is, if there's one person that the word tribalist list feeds, I think a lot of people will consider that it is Tinubu. But I think this is the language of the future for the next few years. Reacting on the development, that should be to the development, by the way. Reacting on the development, the National Vice President of Ohanaeze Ndigbo Worldwide, Chief Damian Okeke Ogene, described the incoming president as a tribalist, adding that it was difficult for him to change his opinion about Igbos. He said, Igbophobia is in his vein, and by not including Igbo people in the handover committee, he is only trying to reopen old wounds. He inherited the hatred Buhari has against Igbos, especially when the president-elect has said he will continue from where the incumbent president stopped. I hope this language is not, because this language, it has never really served. So I don't know why people continue with it. It never served any purpose, either with the Buhari administration and certainly not with the... Buhari did what he could for the Southeast, irrespective of the Jamjaweed or no Jamjaweed. He's built a lot of infrastructures in that place, as he has tried to in every other section. So all the abuse, they're just juvenile stuff, because that never impacted nor regressed anything that he had to do. So I'm not quite sure. I think they should, it's just petty and it's childish, somewhat. He said it will continue with Buhari's policy, and our question is, what is it continuing? Well, it will continue building like just the second Niger bridge that Buhari built for you. So maybe you want that, more of that, then you get more of that. It is to continue the marginalization of a particular ethnic group, the building of the Calabar Seaport, Honest Seaport, and concessioning it. So that's one of the things. It's just ridiculous stuff. Ohanaeze has not even accepted his election. What if you don't, though? So if Ohanaeze does not accept the elections of Tinubu, what does that impact on anything? That's just the question. What does that impact on anything? Ohanaeze has not even accepted his election, and whatever he's doing is personal to him. No, it's not personal to him. It's on behalf of the country. What we know is that those who want to divide Nigeria will surely fail. Well, there you are. So stop trying. Ohanaeze is not in a hurry to recognize Tinubu as the president-elect, because any house built on a faulty foundation is bound to collapse. We believe that the process of the 2023 presidential election is still on. The voting has been done and the court has taken over, and until the outcome of the court process is known, we cannot take a stand on the 2023 elections. The Ohanaeze leader said it is unfortunate that Tinubu is towing the path of disunity, adding that although some Igbo people may think they are on his side, there is a saying that an injury to one Igbo man is an injury to all Igbo men. So that's sort of a Jewish inflection there, because, and let me not say that. On the new leadership of Ohanaeze, Okeke Ogene, on the new leadership of Ohanaeze, Okeke Ogene said the Imobi Ohanaeze will meet on Sunday to take a far-reaching decision. He added that the issue of Chief Emmanuel Nwanyawu Imagine has not arisen because it is the Imobi that will decide. For now, people can speculate on anything, but Ohanaeze has a constitution and there are high expectations that things will work out after the Imobi meeting on Sunday, he said. So, I wonder if that outburst by Nwanyawu in Oka, I wonder if that was a calling sort of like a calling card to him sort of wanting that Ohanaeze presidency. So there we are, and there it is, and here they are. So, like I said, still spaces left on the screen for whoever wants to join us. Let me send the link as we kick off the. Hold on, let me just grab the link. Hopefully that's it. As we kick, all right, I was going to kick it off with the new chap, but he seemed to have left. So let's kick it off with you then, Joel of Nashville, if you're ready to go. Joel, are you there? Joel of Nashville.
Hello, one man.
Oh, all right, you are there. Why that echo? Yeah, hopefully you're not in the toilet. You're in the toilet.
How you guys doing, man? How you guys doing?
Adeo, how buddy?
Body days like clothes. Body days like clothes.
All right, brilliant. Let me play you this clip then, Joel, and then once it stops, you take over.
I feel personally honored to be allowed to do that. So it's not a publicity stunt because I've been doing it right from secondary school through the university, trying to do things. My own activism is centered on trying to bring Nigeria together because I believe it's something that we should all be proud of. However, it pains me that my gesture has turned and has started causing some kind of problems everywhere in the social media. People are trying to bring ethnic angle into it. For those who are supporting me, the Igbos who are rooting for me that an Igbo man is going to do this, do that, please stop. For other people from other tribes in Nigeria other than Igbo who have something or the other, or one or two things to say about it, stop. It's a Nigerian thing. It's not Igbo, it's not Yoruba, it's not Hausa. I don't want a good gesture to be turned into ethnic debacle. It pains me.
Well,
it makes me uncomfortable to the extent that I might not do this again because I want to promote unity, not to cause disunity with my gestures.
So I was speaking. So Joel, what are you then making then of Alan Oyema wanting the obedience to stop calling his name in vain? Joel of Nashville.
Yeah, one man. Good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you may be listening from. It's an unfortunate one man. And just for clarity's sake, he wasn't referring to the obedience. He was referring to Nigerians in general. Be you Igbo, be you Yoruba, and be you Hausa, be you any bigot that has looked at this gesture from a tribalistic point of view. One man, it's unfortunate what we are going through in our nation. And I must tell you, this is part of the fallout of the past election. We are so divided. We are so divided in Nigeria, no matter how we want to quote it. We are divided. And no divided country can ever make a reasonable headway. It's like we go 1 mile and we take 50 miles back. That is what is going on in Nigeria. You cannot even help your fellow Nigerian just because of what other tribes or what your tribes will think about it. One man, I was in Nigeria in December, where I normally go to drink. There is this Yoruba boy that always organize when I play pool, this and snooker, pool table. On the last day, I don't know, one day I was about to leave. He called me and told me, hey, sir, I'm going back to school. Though. I said, He said that his school is in Akure. Right? I met this guy. Probably I was in Nigeria for like 3 weeks. So I was with this guy for like 2 weeks. So anytime I go to, because I normally go to this bar almost every day, just to chill out. Then this guy, but he was the only one like at the pool table that always makes sure that I was being served and all that. But he was going, he told me, give me my number. I said, don't worry. He told me he was in second year. And I told him, no problem. Till date, Mom, I still send him money for upkeep. Tomorrow now, if I come out to talk, somebody will tell me, oh, I'm an Igbo man. That is the problem. Ali Noyema has been doing this thing for quite a while. I remember this same thing came up when he went to evacuate people from South Africa. And they say, oh, he's doing it because those people there are Igbo people. Like, even if it's Igbo people that he went to rescue there, are they not Nigerians? So, man, it is not an obedient. If you would do this to an obedient, it's like deflecting the issue. You are making mockery of the issue.
No, his outcry, I think, is to the obedient space, who are trying to leverage his good work, which we all admire. Is one of the most admired Nigerians, but the obedience are trying to ethnicize it as part of their narrative, and this is what he's lamenting about.
Obedient does not go out there looking for who to promote and all that. Obedient came from the word Obi. Ali Noyema, the last time I checked, is not Mr. Obi. So I do not know where this obedient space is coming from. I have seen where this thing is going on. It has nothing to do with obedience. But the thing there is that some people are making the argument that now he's doing all these things. He's called an honorable Nigerian. If he comes out tomorrow now to fear for election, everybody will remind him that he's an Igbo man. That was the crux of the matter. That was the crux of the matter. And it's not like it is a lie. It's the truth. It's the truth. And the last election really exposed this. Because you see, if Obi hadn't come out to veer for the presidency, we might not have seen that aspect of us. We could not have seen that aspect of us. But Obi coming out made this whole thing so, like, it made those that had it in their minds, in their hearts, to voice it out. Not only voice it out, put it into practice. So one man, this is one of the fallouts of the 2023 election. It's quite unfortunate. But I knew it's going to be like this, and it's going to be worse. If we do not manage
it'll be unfortunate. It'll be Adaneko, do you want to come in?
Jewel, why are you trying to twist this thing?
What am I twisting, sir? Good evening, sir. By the way, good evening, sir.
How are you?
Yes, I know.
Why are you not speaking to the to the matter, to the issue? You are just twisting it and trying to twist as if some people outside the obedient are the ones that are trying to tribalize this thing. One man is telling you, he read this thing to you, that this man was sending a warning to the obedient that I don't want this thing to be don't ethnicize it for Nigeria.
Adaleko, we're losing you.
Oh, okay. Can you hear me now, or you can't hear me?
Yeah, no, that's better. That's better. Carry on. Yeah,
it's better. So I'm saying that Jewel is twisting this thing instead of speaking to the real truth of the matter. Is trying to dodge away from the fact that this guy is referring to the obedient who are trying to ethnicize this thing. So just concentrate on that and
Okay.
don't
Okay,
turn
go
it
ahead.
around against other ethnic groups and bringing politics into it. That
Okay.
if this guy have to contest election,
Joel, can I jump in a little bit?
Did he mention? I just want us to have a conversation, right? Did he mention obedience in that space, in that interview? Did you listen to the interview?
He said my Igbo brothers.
Let's listen. Hold on, Simba.
Yes.
Let's listen
That's
to
what
it
he
one
said.
more. When I say hold on. Let's listen to it one more time. It's only a minute, and then let Collins come in, and then you carry on. Joel.
I feel personally honored to be allowed to do that. So it's not a publicity stunt because I've been doing it right from secondary school through the university, trying to do things. My own activism is centered on trying to bring Nigeria together because I believe it's something that we should all be proud of. However, it pains me that my gesture has turned and has started causing some kind of problems everywhere in the social media. People are trying to bring ethnic angle into it. For those who are supporting me, the Igbos who are rooting for me that an Igbo man is going to do this, do that, please stop. For other people from other tribes in Nigeria other than Igbo who have something or the other, or one or two things to say about it, stop.
Okay, so you can hear him clearly there. And when he's saying his Igbo brothers, he's not actually speaking to the generality of the Southeast, because we know that specifically it's the obedience that sees charge of his narrative to try and leverage it as part of their narrative. So he was speaking to the obedience.
One man, and that is quite unfortunate. I mean, it was clear. What he was trying to say there is that it has been a battle between the Igbos and some other people from other tribes. That is clear in the interview. So he did not mention. Hold on.
Hold on, Ajaleko.
He did not mention obedience. So Ajaleko, I was speaking to what he said. If he said obedient, then I will now respond to it head on. But the issue here is that he said, my Igbo brothers. He made it clear, right? And he also said other tribes. So, and if you go on the internet, it is clear. It is a jab between tribes. And that is the fact. So making it an obedient thing is quite unfortunate. So I wasn't trying to do it. I was just trying to give, when I was talking about, things people were saying, like, their sentiments and all that, I was just speaking to different sentiments, that brought this matter, to where it is today. So.
All right. Joe, let Collins come in, and then if Ajaleko wants to come after, or otherwise to just move on. It's not something that we want to overlabor, but Collins, exactly. Good to see you again. Where have you been, Collins?
Good to see you, woman. Good morning now, and good morning, good Ajaleko and Joel. Well, I kind of stayed off politics after the election because it took seeing everything that happened, they kind of it got me to a place that I didn't like, my train of thought and everything. So I decided to stay off it for a bit.
Collins, I cannot wait for us to get past this phase as well, so we can talk about things that we can all speak freely about. But I'm with you. I'm fed up with it as well. But carry on.
Yeah, so I stayed off it a bit, and but unfortunately, the election hasn't ended, so we are still on it, and every now and then I I've tried to listen, but to be honest, sometimes the conversation just keep getting me back to those places that you're just trying to avoid. Because what is happening now, we're talking about Alan. Let me first speak to Alan as a businessman. Everything that he said there is correct. That's what he should say. One, he's a businessman. It's not only the Igbos that are his customers. He has customers that are non-Igbos, and he cannot use his if he doesn't speak to that, that will not he will not be a very good businessman. So he has to. But I'm going to take the same position that Raju will take, and I'm going to wonder why Ajali Koko doesn't see all this as a fallout of the election. Because when we say obedient, we basically speaking to politics just parts, and we're now trying to go in the same breath, try to separate it again. So that kind of creates some kind of confusion for me that I'm trying to work out, because obedience only came as a result of politics. So we are still doing the politics, and it was that politics that brought us to where we are today. Because whenever an Igbo man says something to support an Obi, he's either tagged an IPOP or obedient or whatever. So one Igbo man who hasn't said anything about politics, that's done something that benefit people that Igbo people understand that are likely not to be Igbos. And they decided to use that to make some issues as well. I would say that all is fair, because I've listened over the past few months of people telling I've listened over the past few months people telling Igbo people in Lagos, why don't you go back to Anambra and this and that they come to Lagos and they made this and that, as if every Lagosian or every Yoruba man in Lagos are all millionaires, that there are millions being handed over to people because they moved to Lagos, because that was the narrative that was being propagated, as if those people actually didn't work for their money, regardless of where they found themselves, as if land or wherever they were talking about were being handed over to them. So this is where we are. We are a divided country. I must say that I'm not one to go with Nnamdi Kanu, obviously not Simon Ekpa, but Nigeria as it is today, for me, it's not really, and it's not because Obi lost election, because I wouldn't want to be misunderstood, because whether Obi or Tinubu or whoever, because the battle that I saw should have been the battle between the rich and the poor, but we found a way to make it ethnic, because we know that all these corrupt politicians, they are all one. And we know that we, all of us suffering Nigerians, we are one, because by the end of the day, regardless of whoever rules Nigeria, everybody suffers the same thing. It doesn't really matter which region you found yourself. If anything, I will argue that the Northerners have ruled more and their people have suffered more, and in any way that we might want to look at it. And when we talk about Igbophobia, why are we all sounding like Obasanjo, who is a president, said that as a president that a lot of people came to him and said something because he appointed some Igbo people. Yoruba people disowned Obasanjo because he used some Igbo people to work. They called him an Igbo man. So let's not keep hiding from our shadows like we don't know what is going on. It is what it is.
I think you are betting a wrong narrative now that Yoruba people rejected Obasanjo because he liked Igbo people.
Well, the Yoruba people never really accepted.
Just hold on. Don't say that. That is totally wrong. Yoruba does not like Obasanjo because of 1979 election, that he did everything to stop Awolowo.
To stop Awolowo. Yeah.
Yeah. So don't come and say.
Okay, why did they now make him an Igbo man, even though he everybody clearly knows that he's not? Why did they now start painting this narrative? Does it mean that it's only an Igbo man that will want to stop a Yoruba interest in politics? Because they could have had his dislike. They could have disliked him without making him an Igbo man. Because
what did you say now? I can't hear you. You say, why did he do what? What's your...
Why was the narrative about Obasanjo, why was the narrative of him being an Igbo man, where everybody knows that he is a Yoruba man? But there was that strong narrative because they could have disliked
that was just for jokes now. That was just for jokes.
No, but these are jokes that are coming. We all thought that all these things were jokes until people were going and telling people not to come out and vote. And we all thought that when we talked about it, there was a lot of whataboutism. What about this? What about this? It's condemnable anywhere that it happened. But there was one that was obvious, that was prominent, because there were a lot of other people in that region. So it was louder. Could it have happened in the East? I'm sure I wasn't there, that it would have happened. But because we do not have congregation of different people in that same area, maybe it's not as loud. But in Lagos, where I own a land, if somebody who is a Yoruba who doesn't own a land in Lagos should come and tell me that I shouldn't come out and vote, people should be very sensitive and sometimes put themselves in other people's shoes. Because there are things that are really hurtful.
All right. Ajane Koko, have the last word on that space, and then I want to move on. I think we go to that space too often, but have the last word on that space, and then we'll move on. Yeah.
Yes, Collins is saying too much. He's saying too much against Yoruba. The board land is as if when the board land is in Lagos, as if they didn't work hard and as if they didn't pay for the land and all this. What is the reason for all this you are saying now? Yoruba have not done anything to jeopardize the interest of Igbo in any way. Not at all. Not that never a time at any time in Nigerian political development that Yoruba have ever stopped Igbo or jeopardized Igbo interests. But we can say a lot that Igbo has done against the Yoruba political interests. But
okay.
That is not even the
all right. I don't want us to open up that space, because that space,
and not go far back. All I know is that there are very good Yoruba people and there are very good Igbo people, and we are all individuals. All these things, like there are collective good somewhere and collective bad somewhere, is something that really hurt, because by the end of the day, I might not be witness to all the ones that you're trying to say going back, but I saw what I saw. I saw what I saw, and I know what I saw, and it wasn't pleasant.
We have gone past this. Somebody have won the election. It is time for us, all of us together, in the South, to come together and support him to succeed. Because when he succeeds, we all succeed. That is what can we do for all Southerners to harmonize our political interests. That is what we should be thinking about. That is what we should be preaching, and not, propagating hate or tribal political interests against each other. So, this election, Tinubu has been declared the winner. We might not like him. That is declared because we are not supporting him. But let's wait until the court, whatever comes out of the court, we are going to take it. If the court decide, come out with a ruling in favor of Obi, what are we going to do? We have to support Obi. But if they affirm his victory, then everybody must fall in line. This kind of statement, right from the kind of statement that Ohanaeze made, is so unfortunate that they have started this tribal hate against Tinubu now. How do you want Yoruba people to respond, or Tinubu's political associates to respond to Ohanaeze? What are we doing to each other? We have to stop it. One man, you can move on.
We cannot go our separate ways. We can't keep pretending forever. You know.
No, we are unlikely to go our separate ways, so we have to find a way to make it work. But Joe, back to you. If you want to make a micro commentary on that space, you can. But we must move on. That space we usually don't debate. Joel, back to you.
Yeah, one man. The issue is the thing there is that I always tell you this.
Hold on. Don't reference Ajande Koko's comment, because then he will want the right to reply.
No. I'm not trying to.
No. All right. Okay. Let me just shut down that space, and then let me bring this instead. Let me bring you the Simon Ekpa narrative. It says the criminal Ejiofor sold Nnamdi Kanu because he is sleeping with Kanu's wife. The last son of Nnamdi Kanu was fathered by Ejiofor. More exposures coming. I have all the evidence, date, time, location, and Dragonfire. So Dragonfire. Joel, I bring this story only is in the realms of gossip, by the way, Joel, of course, it's in the realms of gossip. But there was also this thing circulating around social media just about 2-3 days ago that Nnamdi Kanu's wife is pregnant. So what are you then making then of all of these rumors and speculations circulating around Nnamdi Kanu's wife?
Yeah, one man. The issue there is this: Nnamdi Kanu and Samuel Ekpa has never been my ideal kind of people. I find it even insulting discussing them. But it's unfortunate that they have built such a followership, that people really care about what they do. The only thing I would say towards the Nnamdi Kanu space, if the wife is pregnant, whatever it is, we're all human beings. Stories like this will come out. It's left for Nnamdi Kanu to make a decision when he's out. What two grown adults do in their room is none of my business. And the only reason we are talking about it is because they say they're leader of this and that, and there seems to be a power tussle, between the both of them. But of them has never been my ideal kind of leadership. I think kind of leaders.
Hold on, Joel. Neither are they mine. I don't really have a taste for either of them. But what struck me when I got this? What struck me was that Simon Ekpa, he birthed his name of the narrative that he is Nnamdi Kanu's disciple. But he acts not like anybody's disciple, but as the principal of a space. Just about a week or so ago, we were doing a story of Simon Ekpa sending a notice to the United Nations announcing the birthing of a nation called Biafra land in diaspora. And he gave them a list of functionaries that these are all of the key positions and these are the names allocated he wrote to the United Nations to register a country. So he gave that, and at the top of that pyramid of functionaries, he announced himself as the Prime Minister of Biafra in diaspora. So he claims to be a disciple of Nnamdi Kanu, of course. Then very quickly off the back of that, he's now coming out with this narrative now, questioning the paternity of Nnamdi Kanu's last son. So what I am suggesting is that Simon Ekpa is jostling very hard and seizing advantage of the fact that Nnamdi Kanu is incarcerated to seize fully all that Nnamdi Kanu has created. By the time Nnamdi Kanu comes out of jail, he would have decimated him.
Yeah, one man, that is the issue about power. There's a reason why Buhari did not choose Tinubu in 2015. There's a reason why Atiku refused to choose Wike. If you're in power, you always look at the man behind you, because the man behind you wants your spot. So what is happening between the both of them is nothing new if you understand how power works. It's usually those behind you that will stab you. It happened with Julius Caesar. I mean, that was in the 1300s. So it has been a world thing. It has always been there. I remember when in one of those Shakespeare Julius Caesar, when they asked when they told his cousin about the coup, and he told the coup plotters that he doesn't want to do that. That's his uncle, but whatever they want to do, that they should go ahead and do it, but he's not going to stand in their way, that he's not going to say anything. So that is his cousin, because he knew that that is his nephew, because he knew that if Caesar dies, that he will be he will be the new Caesar. And when eventually the coup was carried out and Caesar was killed, he then went after those people that killed his uncle and murdered them all. So one man, it is power. Simon Ekpa grew off the wings of Nnamdi Kanu, and now all this while he's been, looking for a way to take that position. Nnamdi Kanu also did it to Wazirike. They were all in the same group at the time. So one man, I see the relation, what is happening between Simon Ekpa and Nnamdi Kanu as something that is normal, especially when you have disloyal people behind you, claiming to be, your supporter. And when you're no more there, they turn around to stab you. So one man, it is just normal.
All right. Joel, I'm going to bring you this storyline next. I don't think I read this one out, so I'll speed read it and then invite your response. And then off the back of your response, I'll invite our Collins in as well. So you go first, but let me quickly speed through it. Peter Obi dragged to court over alleged dual citizenship, faces disqualification.
Well, okay, go ahead.
No, it's if you mute yourself for a moment, we're getting a bit of feedback. Presidential candidate of the Labour Party in the 2023 general elections, Peter Obi, is facing a fresh disqualification suit at the Federal High Court in Abuja over his alleged possession of dual citizenship of two countries. Obi was dragged before the court by another political party, the National Rescue Movement, NRM, which, amongst others, alleged that the presidential candidate is no longer fit, proper, and qualified for the highest plum office in Nigeria on account of his dual citizenship. The plaintiff in the fresh suit against Obi is praying to the court to order. The plaintiff in a fresh suit against Obi is praying to the court for an order to disqualify him from the presidential race on the grounds of breach of the 1999 Constitution. In the suit marked XYZ, the Labour Party candidate was accused of acquiring citizenship of Dallas, Texas, United States of America, in breach of Section 1 and 137 of the Nigerian Constitution. The party, through its counsel, Mohammed Danjuma, asked for an order of perpetual injunction restraining the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, from recognizing, dealing, or affording Peter Obi any right or privilege to stand for the presidential election. In a 14-paragraph affidavit in support of the suit, Obi was said to have voluntarily acquired a Dallas citizenship, and the certificate of citizenship presented to him by the mayor of Dallas, Mr. Eric Johnson. The party produced the picture and video recording of the presentation of the citizenship certificate to establish his case against the defendant. When the matter came up on Monday, Justice Yang Edem Ekwo lambasted the plaintiff for the inability to serve the originating summons on the defendant. Justice Ekwo thereafter fixed February the 10th for mention of the suit and threatened to strike out the case should the plaintiff fail to serve the court process on Peter Obi before the adjourned date. Defendants in the suit are INEC, Obi, and Labour Party as first to third defendants, respectively. So there it is right there. You may argue that it's much ado about nothing, but it's a copy and paste now for the narrative then that circulates around the Tinubu space. So what says you, Joel of Nashville?
Well, I originally, like, I was laughing all the while you were reading out there. I think we have an education problem in Nigeria. We do have an education problem, but I think it has gotten so bad. People have refused to read, and to think that a lawyer, and you know, when you look at the composition of those parties, you see lawyers, engineers, doctors. To think that they all put their head together to go fight a case like this shows how dumb we are in Nigeria. It shows why, you know, when some of us go back home, they look at us as gods. You know, we have this thing in Nigeria where, you know, we have this complex against those that are coming back from abroad. So everything they say is good. Everything they say is right. One man, the issue there is that it's an honorary citizenship, you know, granted to him by the Dallas mayor.
It came with the certification. It came with the certification.
Yeah, it came with the certification, but that is not like it's not like the United States immigration, you know, giving you such status. We know how these things work here. You know,
a bit like sorry, are you saying it's a bit like the Tinubu honorary citizenship from?
No. I know that was where
that one is different, Abi. I don't want
to because I know where all these things are coming from. I don't want to say, because it will be cliche, you know, if I just say, oh, it's coming from the APC, right? So I didn't want to go that route, you know, but you see, there has been like an intention, you know, prior to this election and after the election to align P2B with everything Tinubu did. So I remember when we were talking about, there was this issue we were talking about Walmart, and everybody was like, oh, P2B did this. So it's like a tit for tat. Everybody wants to dig up, you know, it's like a counter for everything Tinubu did. You know, so it's just messy, but we all know these things are lies. That of Tinubu, though.
It's not a lie, though, because it was, in fact, we monitored it on this platform, but it wasn't big enough of a news for anything. It was conferred citizenship of Dallas.
Oh, yeah, means, I know.
Which means nothing. But really, this story it resurfaces only to highlight the hypocrisy of that obedience phase.
No. That of Tinubu wasn't honorary. They gave him a passport. They didn't give P2B a passport of that, right?
They gave him a certificate.
That's what I'm saying. The American government will give you a passport. That is to tell you, hey, dude, you can use this passport and go to over 163 countries without visa. So one man,
please, can I just make one point?
No. We don't want to get to that stage just yet. Sorry,
no. I don't want to say that a paper is a passport. In Germany here, people are using, Turkish people that are born here are not given passport. They are given a piece of paper to identify them as citizens of Germany. So passport or paper is also very valuable. Okay, thank you.
I am not. If you understand what I'm saying, I'm not saying that paper are not available, are not viable, or they are not acceptable. All I'm saying is that whatever paper or whatever passport that is being given to you must be approved by their own federal government, not just a local government in a country. Come on now, let's be serious about this.
In a true federal system, the local government will issue you a citizenship paper. You know, so that is
my brother,
ID card.
My brother.
So let us just call both of them the same case.
Anything that has to do with citizenship is being managed by the federal government of any country.
It's not true. It's not true, Joel. Nigeria, even in Nigeria, our citizenship is actually issued by the local government. So having a passport is not a certificate of indigenship. In Nigeria, our indigenship are issued by local government. So don't just say something that's not true.
What are you talking about? Hold on, my brother. What are you talking about? that our citizenship in Nigeria is being granted by local government. You might say that some no, please.
Exactly,
That is
it.
Look, you will need, hold on, my brother. You will need some confirmation, right?
How many Nigerians? Don't, it's not about citizenship is not by passports. How many Nigerians even have Nigerian passports?
I understand where you're coming from.
There's no two way about it. Don't just spin this.
I am not spinning it. All I'm just telling you is this. If you're coming from another country, right, to pick up a citizenship of another country, it is being managed wholly. If immigration is managed by the federal government, then the federal government, that is how they accept you at the airport. Then if they now ask you, where are you going to? If you now tell them where you're going to, then the local government, they will now process it. But it is not the local government telling this person, telling the federal government, unless you were born there. If you were born there, it's a different matter. But if you're coming from another country, the people that will process you is the federal government. So Tinubu was not born in Guinea. So if you're going to give Tinubu a Guinean passport, it was processed from the federal government. That is the point. So you might want to twist it any way you want to twist it, but that is the issue. That's the fact.
All right, Joel. Let's take a moment to hear from Alexander Gomez, who joins us. Alexander, your once in a while cameo appearance.
Yeah. I had to pop in for this particular conversation because it is the dumbest lawsuit that I've ever read or heard about. Like Jewel rightly said it correctly. Only the Home Office is Britain, the Homeland Security, former Immigration and Naturalization Services of the United States, those are the only two entities that can grant you citizenship in America. And you have to go through a process. The citizenship was honorary based on his track record and based on whatever investment he's got in America. I don't know. But that was honorary awarded to him by the mayor of Dallas. My wife was next to him when that award, I have the picture here with me. So I don't know where this kind of stupid lawsuit is coming from. And this is the reason why I weep for my country, because I think the quality of education these days is so bad that you have all kinds of nincompoops calling themselves lawyers and doctors that can't defend their certification. This doesn't make any sense. This lawsuit is embarrassing. It shouldn't even be discussed about because it's laughable. I mean, Ajale Kuko and I think we talked about it a long time ago. It's like going to a major center in the world and being awarded the key to the city. That's all it is. It's ceremonial. It doesn't mean nothing. It comes to the United States, it still has to go through the regular, it still has to get his I-94, it still has to go through the regular immigration. It doesn't mean nothing. So I don't know. I don't think you even should talk about it, one man, because it can actually.
Alexander, the lawsuit is actually designed to poke. It's not a serious lawsuit, as I'm hopeful that you've concluded. It's not a serious lawsuit. What they are actually doing is to poke fun at the Tinubu being a Guinean narrative. That equally, maybe of a lesser degree, but Peter Obi conferred some honorary citizenship of Dallas, which has no meaning or affects anything, as equally Tinubu's narrative. So it was essentially to poke fun at that narrative rather than it being an actual serious lawsuit.
But like we say in America, that's comparing apples to oranges. There's no relevance in the two. There's no correlation rather in the two. Tinubu has a diplomatic passport, has a special envoy. I'm surprised that people, even Zita came here yesterday and talked about the significance and implication of having those kind of diplomatic immunity in terms of an honorary diplomat and all that. A very popular guy that was known to have about 5 of them was the revered negotiator, Mr. Fernandez. He had 5 honorary diplomatic passports. 5. So, I think it all depends on status. It all depends on how the kind of business you've done with the country in the past and the kind of reverence they have or respect they have for you. You can't compare them, quite frankly, with just a simple ceremonial event where you're handed a piece of paper just to say you've been awarded citizenship, honorary citizenship of dollars. They're not quite the same. So I get embarrassed when I hear things like this. I think Joe was absolutely totally spot on in his analysis. It's a stupid lawsuit. It shouldn't have been it shouldn't have been brought upon. And I think I'm embarrassed about it. I understand what they're trying to do, but there's no relationship between the two at all. That's why I came to just talk about it. I know about that thing very well. Like I said, in the final, while I leave, I have to say this. My wife was next to him when that thing was being awarded to him. I have pictures to prove that. So it doesn't mean anything. It was just ceremonial, woman. Okay?
All right, brilliant. But nevertheless, still a useful tool to poke fun at an equally ludicrous lawsuit. Not even lawsuit or narrative, but that space that Tinubu is now from Guinea and all this nonsense that we hear from, the yam heads.
Thank you, Oma, for having me.
Yeah. All right, brilliant. Back to you, Joel. So I'm not really quick to be as dismissive as Alexander was of that storyline. Only really for reason what is good for the goose is good for the gander.
No, it's your stock in trade. It's like it's what you like doing. So, and I get it. I mean, you like pushing this kind of agenda, But I mean, like I said, like I laughed at it, but at the same time, when I saw that on the Guardian for crying out loud. I mean, these are news you see on maybe PM News, Papa Jasco. These are the kind of news you see there. You just paste it and you just be like, oh, somebody just not on Guardian for crying out loud. We are making mockery, of our nation when things like this happen. It's like we don't know even the difference. Somebody did not even take out time to go read what it was. And you have to take it to the courts. These are part of the reasons, when they are talking about, we have about.
But can I ask you a question, Joel? Can I ask you a question? Mm-hmm. Do you believe that Tinubu's own is how do you call it, honorary citizenship as well as that of Sophie? Do you believe in that Tinubu's own is
anything you do in a country that they give you a passport is serious? That's the way I'm going to answer that question, Adele Koko. Anything you do in a country that will make them give you their own passport. I mean, I hope you understand the importance of your passport. Because sometimes we have these things and probably depending on which countries and passport you're holding, we take it for granted. Getting a passport of a country is quite different from just a ceremonial location. And that's how I will put it to Angelico.
Yeah, but what if in Guinea, for the kind of honorary citizenship they give Tinubu, maybe they have different grades of honorary citizenship in that country. Maybe for the kind they give him, which I believe is the toppest grade. Maybe it is attached with, passport privilege. Carrying.
Even ambassadors in your country use their own passports, right? As diplomatic passports, right?
No,
they have diplomatic passport. Hold on.
Yeah,
hold on. I'm saying something. I'm driving somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So even as important as an ambassador is, right? He still uses his own country's passports, right? Even though now it's a diplomatic one. Now, if you give Tinubu a passport, and you're from what you're saying, it is one of the highest honor, being given someone in their own country. That is giving him a citizenship. It means that he has the same right as every other person in that country. That's the implication. So, I wouldn't want to write on this matter. You know the difference.
Let's forget about the passport. If it is honor, like Zita was telling us that yesterday, he was asking for where is the cover page of that passport.
All right, gentlemen, hold on. I didn't really want to revisit this because we spent so much time with it yesterday. But let me give you this readout. I wasn't going to give you this readout, but let me give you this readout that addresses that space frontally. So I'll speed through it. Tinubu's Guinean connection by Ambassador Ousmane Yara. So Tinubu's Guinean connection by Ambassador Ousmane Yara. Few days after a viral video showing President-elect Asiwaju Bola Tinubu and Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu in a helicopter belonging to the Guinean government surfaced, the man at the center of it all, Ambassador Ousmane Yara, has exclusively revealed to Daily Sun what transpired. In a chance meeting with Daily Sun in a highbrow Abuja hotel, pardon me, these journalists are praised too much. What is a journalist doing in a highbrow hotel? In a chance meeting with Daily Sun in a highbrow Abuja hotel on Sunday, Yara opened up on the relationship Tinubu, former Guinean President Alpha Conde, and him had. He also shed light on Tinubu's special recognition by the Guinean government under Conde. Yara, a Guinean, who is Ambassador African Union AU Agenda 2063, told Daily Sun that the viral video was shot sometime in 2016 when Tinubu visited Guinea as a guest of the then President Conde during the country's independent anniversary celebration. He said that Tinubu, him, Yara, and Sanwo-Olu, who was not a governor then, were traveling in the helicopter from the Guinean capital to Mamu in the Fula region of the country to attend the independent anniversary celebration, as, according to him, then President Conde used to move state function related to the anniversary from region to region every year when he was in power. Yari revealed that Tinubu first visited Guinea in 2015 after he hosted former President Conde in Lagos. According to him, the president-elect's attendance of Guinea's independence anniversary celebration in 2016 was his second as guest of former President Conde. He said, through one of Tinubu's aides at that time, who is now a minister in the government of Nigeria, I facilitated a meeting between President Conde and Tinubu. President Conde was going for re-election for the second term in office then in 2015. He came to Nigeria to see Tinubu, who organized a dinner in his honor. At the dinner, Tinubu invited many Nigerian businessmen and others. President Conde then invited Tinubu to Guinea about 1 month to the election for his second term. Tinubu honored the invitation and came with a team of economic experts and businessmen who took time to discuss with Guinean government officials how the country could better harness its resources for the economic prosperity and development. Tinubu spent only 1 day and then traveled to London from there, but left the team he came with to continue engagement with Guinean officials on how to transform Guinea. The team and Guinean government officials worked for 3 days and came up with an economic roadmap. Ambassador Yara said that thrilled by Tinubu's support for his re-election, and for bringing the team that worked with Guinean officials to chart an economic and development agenda, President Conde invited Tinubu to the independent anniversary in 2016. President Conde invited Tinubu to the independent anniversary in 2016. since the official function at every independence anniversary was done in different regions, Tinubu was required to fly from the country's capital in a helicopter to Mamu, where the year's event held. That was the video being circulated. At the independent anniversary celebration, President Conde gave Tinubu the honor and privilege of a president in appreciation of what he did for him during his re-election bid and towards economic development of Guinea. Yara said it was in order to show appreciation to Tinubu that former President Conde gave him a special envoy status. Conde recognized Tinubu as a Pan-Africanist and saw him as a special envoy, Yara said. The AU ambassador said that governments extend honorary citizenship to important people who may not be their citizen as a mark of recognition of their contribution to socio-economic and political development in the countries, which does not make such a person citizens of the countries. Daily Star findings from Wikipedia is that honorary citizenship is a status bestowed by a city or other government on foreign or native individuals whom it considered to be especially admirable or otherwise worthy of distinction. The honor usually is symbolic and does not confer any change to citizenship or nationality. Yari said Tinubu, being a friend of Conde, is not strange, as individuals and politicians all over the world have presidents as friends. He revealed that many Nigerian politicians and businessmen were friends with Conde when he was in power, including Vice President Atiku Abubakar and President Muhammadu Buhari, who hosted the former president in Abuja. Ambassador Yara, in a bid to authenticate what he said, put a video call through to former President Conde, who has been living in Turkey since he was ousted from power in 2021. Conde, answering a question on his relationship with Tinubu, said, Tinubu is the biggest Pan-Africanist I have seen. Before I met Tinubu, I had noted his accomplishments right from when he was governor. I see him as a lion of Africa because of his contributions towards the stability and development of Africa. He always supported African presidents who were Pan-African in disposition and others. Conde confirmed he recognized Tinubu as an ambassador extraordinaire, special envoy of Guinea, whilst promising to speak in details about the president-elect in due course. The former president expressed confidence in the ability of Tinubu to do well as president. He noted, I am convinced that Tinubu's leadership will be good for Nigeria. Nigeria is a country other West African nations look up to. I am happy for Tinubu. Anything he may require of me to make his government successful in my personal capacity, I am willing to do. He helped us in Guinea, and I will never forget that. Nigeria should pray for the success of Tinubu's government because his leadership will be impactful. So there it is right there. By the wordings of the people who conferred, they are telling you it was just a ceremonial conferment of equal measure then to the conferment Peter Obi Dallas citizen.
Yeah, so one man, the issue there is this, like, I did not make a big deal out of the citizenship issue. I think the only thing there was the perjury, him not announcing it or putting it up there, as part of it.
There's a lot of banging there, Joe. But if it was, there was nothing to declare. It was an honorary ceremonial thing, according to the ambassador at the heart of it.
It's okay. Whatever it is, right? Whatever it is, it ought to have been, because the form is clear, on what it meant. It said whether it is honorary or whatever, just put it out there. And the reason for it is just simple. It is not that they're going to go after you for it. The reason is that they want to make sure that you are not compromised in those countries, that you have affiliations with.
Yeah, but Peter Obi did not declare his honorary citizenship of Dallas. Why didn't they do that?
because that was clearly, like we said earlier, and that was clearly a ceremonial. I am what was
but the ambassador is telling us this is ceremonial too.
It's okay. And one man, this is the thing. I listened to Anduaka, right? And Anduaka was clear. It does not really matter whether he has the citizenship or not, as long as he is born in Nigeria. So I think that matter is clear. We already have an issue that we have in court, and the issue of perjury or dual citizenship was not part of the petition that was sent to the court. So I just think it's a little bit of distraction. The real matters are in the court, and I think I would like to pitch my things.
All right.
With what the court has to say, rather than what is coming now.
All right, brilliant. Brilliant. Stay with us, Joel. So stay with us. Stay with us then, as we bring Collins on board to take the floor. So Collins, to you, and I'd like you to kick it off from this space, because anytime you listen to Peter Obi, sometimes you wonder if he has a full comprehension of exactly what is going on. I'm only really saying that off the back of this, Collins. Obi accuses INEC of partiality over move to dismiss a petition against Tinubu. Let me speak through it for reasons of reminder. Obi, hold on, I think I scrolled it. Yeah. It says, the presidential candidate of the Labour Party LP, Peter Obi, has accused the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, of being partial. The LP candidate was replying to a preliminary objection filed by INEC at the tribunal, which appeared to be in support of the candidate of the All Progressive Congress APC, now President-elect Bola Tinubu. In the case before the Presidential Election Petition Tribunal, Obi faulted the electoral body of standing by Tinubu. He noted that both the Supreme Court and Court of Appeal had in the past cautioned INEC to place itself in a place of neutrality, remain fair and focused. The Labour Party presidential candidate also stated that it is not only an embarrassment, but a repudiation of the duty of INEC. I wonder if he said repudiation. I'm not quite sure that repudiation is in Obi's lexicon, but well, maybe I'm mistaken. The Labour Party presidential candidate also stated that it is not only an embarrassment, but a repudiation of the duty of INEC when it adorned the garb of a contestant in an election it conducted as an umpire to raise preliminary objection against an election petition. Obi added that he expected the electoral body to remain neutral. Obi added that he expected the electoral body to maintain a neutral stand in all litigations where participants in elections are challenging the outcome of the election and not indulge in filing objections to the petition. He also described as misconceived INEC's preliminary objection against the petition he lodged against the declaration of Tinubu as winner of the presidential election. So that's Peter Obi then. But really what I'm highlighting here, Collins, is that there doesn't appear to be a real comprehension of what is going on, because as I was saying in my opening monologue, Collins, INEC, irrespective of whoever was declared as president, if there was a petition filed against that declaration, they're obliged to defend the process that they carried out by looking to end that petition in the quickest, cleanest way possible, because that gives validity to their piece of work. So do you think Obi has a full comprehension then of what is going on, Collins?
All right, my answer will take two parts again. First to Obi. If there's anything that really annoys me about Obi, is his inability to convey messages. I think he lacks that. He's not an articulate man. And I shudder whenever I see people on Twitter talking about how nicely he speaks or something like that. I mean, there's been few occasions where he presented himself very well, but I think he kind of panics whenever he's in interview and everything. So his case doesn't usually come out right. It doesn't usually come out very articulated. I think that's one thing that I would say about him. Now, to the INEC thing, I get I listened to you, and I completely agree with you on your position. However, I think there's a way that INEC can still position themselves or itself so it doesn't look, I mean, the election that happened in Nigeria is not just Obi that thinks it's not credible or anything, you know. So making their petition and objection looking exactly like what Tinubu camp is presenting. It's almost like they're comparing notes. You know, I've seen a few things online and stuff like that. It almost looks like they're copying each other. You know, so I don't know if their lawyers are working together or something like that. I understand that they have to defend what they've done, but they could have done it in a way that they're defending the system that produced him and not make it for or against Peter Obi and Tinubu. You know, I think there's a way that they could have structured their case and be like, you know, maybe start speaking to the issues that people are still confused about, because people are still talking about the upload, and that maybe they would have this would have been a time for them to maybe start addressing those issues and stuff like that, the process, because Obi is also challenging the process. But when they go,
for me to just say what?
Yeah, a quick interjection because Collins has not been here for a while, so his fans have missed him. But yeah, go on.
I just want to remind Collins that INEC is also a defendant in Obi's suit. Do you understand me?
Yeah, I know that. And that when Obi is talking to them, I think it was more of the process that he approached them on. So they could have been defending based on process, you know, not making it look like, because from what I'm seeing, because I cannot claim that I've seen everything that is going on. But if anything that I'm seeing online is anything to go by, it looks to me like those two camps are comparing notes. I understand where you're coming from. INEC has to defend itself and everything they've done, but let them start defending themselves, seemingly looking neutral, not like, you know, they're comparing notes with Tinubu's camp or whatever, because by the end of the day, there is still a possibility that INEC might have done their best, but the court could have been like, okay, your best was not, you know, it's not acceptable, and every other thing. So they should be defending the process squarely, not trying to object to everything that Obi said. Obi has the right. You know, INEC was a referee on the in the election that produced Tinubu. So Obi has the right to now question everything and also attack Tinubu by extension, being the one who was declared and everything. INEC should focus on defending the system that produced Tinubu and not making it for against, because that's what I think is looking like. And I think that's what the point Obi is trying to make. But his lack of articulation and everything. One my place. You always have to find those very funny videos of Peter Obi. I don't know.
You know, it doesn't take an effort, you know, as you well know. I say, my goodness me. But not that Tinubu is any better. Actually, the most articulate of the bunch is probably Kwakwanso. But and Atiku too, very articulate.
Yeah. It would be that's just I think he usually have that. I think when he goes to people and he's talking to them, maybe when he's better prepared, I think he tends to know what. I think whenever he's with those in that interviewing setting or something, I don't know why he does that. I don't know if he maybe he doesn't listen very well, or maybe
But Collins,
he
can you see it this way? Maybe because he lies a lot. That's why he's not articulate.
I don't know what you mean by that. I will not join issues with that, because I honestly do not understand what you mean.
You know, just to be fair to Obi Collins, you know, Obi, I see him as a very conflicted sort of a person. I think he's instinctually a very shy man. And with shy people, when they are at the center of attention, all of their senses rush. I think that's really what, of course, he can articulate when he's amongst our friends and people he's comfortable with. But under pressure, he just wants to rush it all out. So I think it's instinctually shy.
Yeah, I just think that's that. I think sometimes he goes ahead of the question and he just trying to get out the answers and it just comes out, like everywhere. Nothing is really, not. I mean, if Obi is lies, if Obi, well, apparently going by the gentleman that just asked me the question, Obi is clearly. I don't think Obi is a liar, by the way. And if he is, he's a very bad one because a very good liar will tell a lie with a bold face. I can tell a lie and I can tell it well, So, Obi is clearly not a good liar, because a good liar you have to have the words to lie with to start with. Obi doesn't have that, so I really don't consider Obi a liar.
Yeah, but to the wider point that INEC were perfectly within right and rightly so invite that his petition and that of Atiku should be dismissed because, of course, they are trying to defend the election they conducted, and for Tinubu to sustain as president-elect, it serves them more than the court to say that what they did was rubbish.
I mean, INEC is also a little bit and says they could succeed, and that might as well be the case because the case hasn't even started, and Tinubu is likely going to be president when the case is going on. So the case is already looking a mess, if you ask me. So, but what INEC is failing to realize is that beyond P2B and Atiku, there are a lot of Nigerians who do not believe. I don't care what anybody thinks. I mean, we all tend to go with our biases, confirmation of, whatever suits our bias, we go with it. A lot of Nigerians genuinely do think that election was not credible. And this is not so much about Tinubu. And that's what I keep saying. And I repeat, I'm going to repeat myself again. If INEC had done everything that they were supposed to do, I genuinely do not think that Obi would meet 25% spread of the whole nation. I genuinely don't think that. I mean, if I think that, I don't know, but I genuinely don't think that. I genuinely don't believe that. So there were things that INEC did that does not, or people that didn't sit well with a lot of people. So INEC should also go beyond trying to throw out these cases and everything, to try to appeal to Nigerians to be like, okay, we did everything right, and because by the next election, if this stays on and everything, they would like people to come out and vote. They would not like whatever abysmal number that the people that came out now to even be lower, because where are we going with that? So I think INEC should be a little bit more sensitive.
Do you genuinely believe that Obi did not win the election?
25% of 24 states. I don't believe it. I do not believe it.
No, the overall result. You genuinely believe it did not win the election, right?
The numbers, the highest number of votes, that's where I'm conflicted. But the 25% spread, I do not believe it.
So if he cannot meet 25% in 24 states, how would he have won the election in the first place?
This is me. I'm not the court, Angelica, but I'm giving you my personal opinion. I mean, if INEC did drop the ball. I don't care what anybody says. Anybody might as well say that this was better election or whatever, but they dropped the ball. They did a lot of promising. A lot of people traveled, those who could, to cast their vote. I think if INEC had done everything that they said that they were going to do, the way they did it, there is possibility that the result that we have might not be too dissimilar.
What did they promise that they are going to do that they didn't do?
I can start with very popular one. Real-time upload of the results from the polling unit.
All right. INEC came out like 3 days or 4 days before the election that they won't do that. They make the announcement. Hold on. Yeah, they make the announcement. No party, none of those parties kick against it. So what are we talking about? Silence means
this is actually news to me, because they made a lot of other announcements that they were going to do that, and a lot of those videos were circulated.
INEC came out with the announcement. It's the chairman that made that announcement. We treated it on this platform. 3 days to the election, he made a public announcement that the result will not be presidential election result will not be electronically transmitted.
Can I come in one man, little bit?
So, and no party went against him.
But assuming that what you're saying, because I'm not accepting it, because
it's said because of maybe due to some hackers that have been hacking their servers, and in order not to compromise the result of the election. So this is what they are going to do so that they can have free, fair election or something like that. So he made the announcement 3 days to the election.
One man, sir, can I interject a bit? One man.
I don't think that was true, Ajelekoko. I don't think.
Let me interject. I'm a neutral guy here. Ajelekoko, my oga, a good job, I never hear a voice for a long time. So the first remained that 3 days notice was was a Kanu man and Wayo man. So if they had done this thing, at least Tinubu was leading in the opinion poll across the country. You know what I'm saying? Because we already know that this northern vote will be divided between Atiku, Kwakwaso, etc. So, but why did they upload this thing electronically? And then secondly, on the day of election, you see people, those electoral officials, those so-called officials, they were telling the voters that are coming, hey, we are not going to upload this, if you like, go home. Is that a way to conduct election when we are speaking from Germany, from USA? Let's just call it a fraud. So they should have just cancelled this election and then they do it again. Thank you, Woman.
All right, thank you. But Collins, does the uploading on IRES, does it significantly impact on the elections as it was conducted?
Well, we see a lot of we all know how Nigerian election plays out. There is usually in the collation center that everything happens, the mutilations and everything. And it's not like we were not seeing all that in real time. We were seeing a lot of results that were being uploaded. We were even seeing there were a lot of things that's been put up, even by people that are that have names, that you can point out. They go line by line, even pictures that are not supposed. So there were a lot of things that INEC did wrong. So let them be defending that, because their integrity to continue for the next election is at stake. It goes beyond Tinubu being president. There's every chance that we are going to have Tinubu.
But Collins,
as a
please.
president.
Collins, good evening. How are you?
All right, go on, Thomas. But I wanted to move from there. But
that's all right. Move on. That's all right. That's right.
All right. Thank you, Collins. Collins. So now, from the politics of now to the politics of the future. So now, these are almost certainly what we'll be talking about in the weeks to come. President-elect Tinubu, Betara hold closed door meetings. So it's a short read. So let me just for the purposes of reminder. A contender for the speakership of the 10th House of Representatives, Mukhtar Betara, on Tuesday, held closed-door meetings with President-elect Bola Tinubu. Mr. Betara, a member of, let's do that again. A contender for the speakership of the 10th House of Representatives, Mukhtar Betara, on Tuesday, held a closed-door meeting with President-elect Bola Tinubu. Mr. Betara, a member representing Bill, Bayo, Shani, and Kwaya Kusa Federal Constituency of Borno has been canvassing for support for his speakership ambition with party members, lawmakers-elect, former lawmakers, and other stakeholders. So let me leave it there. Collins, this is the language of what is to come, because now the jostlings now of who occupies which office in the incoming government is now what is taking shape now. So we know who occupies two offices, but that is all we know for the moment. But then who occupies the two topmost offices puts difficulties as to the choice, or puts restriction, a better term, as to the choice of who occupies the subsequent two leading offices of the top four. So Tinubu from the Southwest Muslim president, Kasim Shettima from the Northeast Muslim vice. So now the Senate and the House of Representative leadership now, that is where the contention is. But we have we have 3 to 4 large ethnic groupings within the Nigerian paradigm, all wanting to fit into that slot. So 4 doesn't fit into 2 because it has to hemorrhage 2. So which 2 will be hemorrhaged? So now you have this Betara character from Borno jostling to be the Speaker of the House of Representatives. So what do you think his chances are, and what are your permutations to now those 2 succeeding slots, the Senate President and the House of Rep?
Actually, I have none, and to be honest with you, I genuinely do not care, because the people contesting from the Southeast, if he goes to any of, if he goes to somebody like Orji or Kanu or wherever, I mean, that would be, if I want anything that would be good for Nigeria, I wouldn't wish Orji or Kanu to be Senate President for Nigeria. I think the man is massively corrupt and incompetent as well. So he's not going to be able to do anything that will move that country forward. But it's the politics that we play in Nigeria anyway. So regardless of who gets there, they are all corrupt in equal measure. So it doesn't really.
Setting the personalities involved to one side, Collins, is there an argument on a regional basis as to who occupies Senate and House of Reps? Because that's where the argument really is. The personality set aside, but which region gets it first, and then that region then gets to decide who they want to slot in there.
You know what, yeah, I'm biased, and I'm always quick to accept my bias because it makes it easy for me to defend myself. And because I'm biased, I genuinely don't want to speak to this, because I genuinely don't care about the regions. It can go to any place, because already I think that people from my region already feel the way we feel. And I think it would take more than Senate President to assuage a lot of us now to feel any different about it. So it doesn't really, they might as well exclude Igbos in everything that they do, and stop this 3 major tribes nonsense, because we can now as well accept the minority. Maybe South should take it. I think they haven't had it. Maybe they should take it for the because that is how the politics of Nigeria is right now. I mean, it was really not in the play. So maybe
Collins.
Yeah.
Is that not political? Is it not politically naive to say
suicide? Political suicide.
Yeah, is it not political?
Suicide.
Hold on.
Okay.
Hold on. What is, position that is rightful to you people to say, because this guy from our side, we don't like him, he's corrupt, he's incompetent, we don't like him because he doesn't play the kind of politics that you guys play. It doesn't align with the politics that you play. So let them take it to another region. Do you know what you people are going to be losing? Do you know that the president of the Senate sees every nook and cranny of that country in terms of, activity of government than even the president? Do you know that? He supervises the president's activity, president and his cabinet. He supervises Nigeria as the Senate president. He's in charge. His power, the only power that he does not have, is commander-in-chief of armed forces. He oversees everything in that country. He can knock on the door of any minister and say, I want to check you today. That minister will surrender to him. And you're saying, oh, because this guy, I mean, this is
okay.
And then if they give it to another region, which will amount to marginalization of your region, you guys will come later in the future and come and cry to high heaven that Nigeria have marginalized you.
Ajale Koko, let me answer your question. Igbos are marginalized, and Senate President.
Hold on.
Listen.
Hold on, Ajale Koko. Let him respond. Yeah, go on now, Colin.
You said something.
Yeah.
Igbos are marginalized. A Senate President is not going to make anybody change their mind. Maybe not giving them anything will actually get some of us that were sitting on the fence or were not very clear to probably.
Is that what you're after for the people to obviously and visually say marginalized so that will radicalize them? Are you trying to radicalize the Southeast?
I will not radicalize them. I think the Nigerians pay. I think Nigeria would do that quite well themselves. Because I'm not going to, but because if any of these thoughts were put in place, some.
Have we lost you? Or have you lost me?
I think we lost him.
That's unfortunate. Come back, Collins, to continue your thoughts. So as we wait for Collins to come back, let's take the conversation then to Bishop. No, let's take it to Simba. So Simba, are you ready? Hold on, I think we may have Collins back. Yeah, we have Collins back. Collins, you dropped somewhat. Carry on from where you were, Collins. Collins on mute.
Okay, sorry, I don't know what happened there. Okay,
yeah, your system dropped. Yeah, carry on.
Okay, yeah. So what I'm saying is this: it's really difficult for me to say, to be honest with you, because at this point, we have had the Senate president, haven't we? We've had it during the time of Obasanjo and stuff like that. So I think if there was ever anything that was going to make some, maybe most of Igbo people feel like they're actually part of that country, it was going to be Igbo person to be president as well. So not being president, or I think we've gone past all this tokenism. I mean, it doesn't really matter. Igbo, they will not die in the next 8 years. We will survive. About the marginalization, forget it. Even with the Senate president, it's not going to change anything. That cry will be there, and they will get only louder. So it doesn't really matter.
This marginalization that you are talking about, I don't know what you are referring to as marginalization. Igbos have been part of national politics since 1999 to 2015. 16 years. Straight 16 years. All right? Yoruba was out of the show. They were opposition. They were crying behind the bar.
How was Yoruba out of the show when Obasanjo was president?
Let Ajale Koko just make that statement, because I feel somewhat we've had this conversation quite often, but land that point, Ajale Koko, and move Collins on.
Yeah, marginalization that you're talking about, I don't see you being part of national politics. We all have our governors all over the country. Igbos control their land in terms of governorship, the council, and everything. So, same as Yorubas and other places. So, but when we're talking about marginalization of Igbo, the number one position that Igbo have not gotten does not mean that Igbos have been entirely marginalized, because this is what some of you, paint all the time, that we've been marginalized. This one, Senate President, you guys want to marginalize yourself, and in the future you want to come and blame other parts of Nigeria, instead of everybody from the east to put their weight behind this guy, whoever that forgive and forget each other, whoever that, whatever is going on among you guys, come together as a united front so that you can have your own state as far as the Nigerian national cake is concerned. So this is an opportunity again. You see?
Angelica,
so
let me be brief.
Let us just say it the way it is. It's a corrupt person. When you are saying that Orji Kalu is corrupt, is Tinubu not corrupt? Who among them that is not corrupt?
No,
I don't know better.
Let me be brief so that we can move to other issue. But if you go to Abia states and see Orji Kalu 8 years, I haven't been. Have I? I think I probably went to Abia State maybe once or twice in my life. But for people that lives in Abia State and everything, if you go there and ask them the legacy that that man left, I genuinely don't think that is good for Nigeria. It has nothing to do with the kind of politics we play or do not play. But about marginalization, I never really, genuinely, I live in England. I'm good here. If I should say that, I really never really cared who rules Nigeria as long as Nigeria is progressing. But if I have to answer your question based on, if I have to narrow it down, that if somebody from the Southeast doesn't become the Senate president, that we will talk about marginalization, then I will tell you that the marginalization is already there. And when you ask me are they being marginalized, I will tell you, go to Southeast, there's no federal present aside from military barracks. So the train lines that Buhari, carefully uses everywhere, it didn't come there. And the one that they were talking about narrow gauge. So all these are the things that people see. The seaport for the region that does businesses that people keep talking about is not happening. So if Tinubu goes in there, it's not about Orji Kalu or whoever becoming Senate president. If Tinubu goes in there and do what he promised that he would do with all the regions, if Tinubu do what I believe that a lot of Yorubas who want, which is more autonomy for the regions or for the state or stuff like that, I think by the end of the day, give it 2 years or thereabout, nobody will be talking about who is president or Senate president, because I think by the end of the day, we all want the same thing. But if you now ask me for the politicians, because the only person it benefits are the politicians, it doesn't really benefit me. If an Igbo man is president tomorrow, it doesn't really benefit me because I don't know these people. The only benefit I get is the same one that the Northerners, that their people have been president all this while, are getting. And if I look at them, it's not much. So I'm really not that narrow-minded like that. But if I have to narrow it down in that concept, this is what I'm saying. I don't know if I'm making sense. I don't really want to contradict myself. So
yes, you are making sense.
Yeah, so if we want to narrow it down to that, I'm telling you that if we go there, that thing will not solve anything. But if Tinubu goes in there tomorrow now, and every region there's more autonomy, there's this thing, and the people from the state also learn to hold their governors accountable if they have that more power and stuff like that. it would be a different, it wouldn't really matter who is president or who is vice president. All that thing will become academic, you know. We are all talking about it now because of the power that is sitting in the presidency. And if Tinubu goes there and he fails to do it, he will have Yoruba people to answer to, because I know that Yorubas want that more than just as much as Igbo people want it as well.
Do you think he will? Do you think he will attempt at that space? This devolution that people have been anchoring for, and he was a devolutionist, by the way, quite a couple of decades ago. That was his storyline. Do you think he will address that devolution of power space, restructuring?
Like I said, we all know that presidency in Nigeria is like a monarch. So when they get in there, they become different people because they wield so much power, so they don't want to lose it, you know. But at the same time, this Tinubu is not Obasanjo, because Obasanjo was a military man and stuff like that. Tinubu is now a Yoruba politician. So if he fails to bring that, because after Tinubu, if APC remains in power, the power is going back to North. After Tinubu, and we don't know whoever that is going to take over from him in the North, what kind of person that will be and how they will keep using that power if he's still residing in the presidency the way it is today. So if Tinubu fails to do what I believe that the Southwest won, and that by extension will favor regions like mine and the South most especially, because when Igbo talks about marginalization, yes, I get it, but I think that maybe because we are more vocal, the people of South, they have been marginalized.
What sort of response do you imagine Tinubu will get if he attempts at devolution or at least a decentralization of the concentration of power? Because the decentralization of power in Nigeria, it favors a particular sort of narrative. I'm not saying it favors a particular region, but it favors the elite, because you know that the Nigerian president is actually the most powerful president on the planet, not in terms that he can go and conquer other countries, but the sort of powers that the constitution vests in his hands is almost like a deity that sits in that office. He decides on his instinct virtually everything that happens in that country. So a lot of people, they will want to recoil from that, but for that country to progress, power does have to be decentralized from the center. If Tinubu even has the instinct to decentralize power, do you think the powers that be will stop him?
Yeah, I think if anyone has and if there was any part of me that would have supported Tinubu, it would have been that. You know, I think if any politician today can do that, it will be Tinubu. Because Obi also ran on that, but I didn't believe that Obi would have been able to pull that off without the North calling for his head. Pardon me if there's any Northerner listening to me. I don't mean that in a bad way. You know, I feel like Tinubu will be politician of today that has that capacity to be able to pull that off. Because by the end of the day, Tinubu is old. Tinubu has done everything. He has achieved everything that he probably has achieved, more than anything that he set out for himself in life. You know, so there's really nothing that Tinubu should be fighting for now other than legacy. But I don't know if Nigerian politicians understand the importance of legacy. And, you know, if you want to be the most successful Nigerian president, at least in the South, that's the only way to go. At least let him be seen pushing for it, and let people see the forces that were fighting against him not getting it. You know, I think that would just be enough for a lot of us. You know, so it doesn't, politicians that become, Orji Kalu becomes Senator. Orji Kalu will only enrich himself. It doesn't benefit. He would not do anything.
Collins, do you think the only real way to decentralize power in Nigeria, do you think it has to be by stealth? so that he does it subject matter by subject matter, piece by piece, so that he goes after the decentralization of policing, which is a big ticket item. You know, the biggest ticket item in decentralizing is resource control. I don't think anybody objects to a lot of, I don't think you get that aggressive a pushback to a lot of decentralization of administrative stuff within the Nigerian space. But when it comes to resource control, that's where the difficulty will come. And we're talking about all of these people that have been gifted all blocks and have become richer than Mansa Musa in the course of, and they become accustomed to a particular way of living. So do you think the best way is for him to do the low-hanging fruits first in terms of decentralization of power, and then maybe in a second term, take the resource control head on?
Well, if Tinubu wants to do anything, let him be doing it in this first time. Tinubu is way too fraud to be thinking of second time, but I digress. Yeah.
That was the mistake that Goodluck Jonathan made, by the way. You remember his he wanted to do resource control, he wanted to do devolution of power in the second term, but he never got that.
Yeah, Tinubu would be stupid to be thinking of second time in his in the way the man is way too fraud, and this is not me wishing him bad. So if he wants to do anything at this point in his life with everything that he has achieved, I really don't think that there is anything that he wants to take on that he cannot take on. Only Tinubu will say Milokon and go and run for president and still win. Any other person, the North would bury him with that. You know, so he's a powerful man, you know, whether he has come to understand the kind of power he commands or not, that's a different thing. But if there's any one politician that the North respect today, it would be him, you know. And the North are not disadvantaged the way they like to think they are. It's just that the leaders in Nigeria, all the governors, they are all lazy, you know, including my local government chairman that collect money and shares it among themselves. They are all lazy. They lack the capacity to think, you know, to think of what to do to create money. And that money sharing has to stop in order for these people to think of what to do.
You know, the money sharing can only stop if resource control is decentralized.
Exactly.
80% of the money goes to the federal coffers.
Exactly. Exactly. And if there is any person who has Tinubu ran Lagos State for a period of how many years without getting that money, so he had to go out of his way to figure out how to finance that state and stuff like that. So he knows that is possible. So all he needs to do, if he still has all that brain or something to be able to articulate that, is to let those governors know what he was able to do without getting that money, and let them, you know that they could get so much more money if only they would do the work, you know, get the right people. They don't even have, all they have to do is get the right people, all the state governors and whatever, get the right people to get their people working, you know, and this money will start coming. The money that they're going to get is change. It's only enough for them, which is why the wealth and the poverty is increasing, because the wealth is not circulating, because the money they're getting is just enough for them as individuals. It's not enough to look after.
They're only getting looting money, is what you're saying.
It's not enough to look after the citizens. It's not enough for hospitals, for schools, and everything. So when they look at it, they're like, oh, I might as well pocket this one or bank this one or use that, you know. So that's why the poverty and everything. So if we want to keep breeding poverty and everything, then we can keep doing what we're doing. So if Tinubu goes there tomorrow and get this thing done, trust me, he might not get if he's strong enough to run for second time, he might not get enough, but then he will have all the southern votes. at least I know a lot of people will look at it and be like, and with all the southern vote and the middle belt, you will be president any day, so you really don't. The North, with the proper registration and everything, we are getting to a place where we will get to know that all these numbers are cooked up. They are not real numbers. So it's not, these things are not rocket science. It's doable, and he can do it. If there's any one politician today that can do it, it will be him. I think it will be harder. Atiku could do it, Obi will be harder.
Atiku could do it, but he would not do it because Atiku is all about even Tinubu, you may argue, but Atiku also is all about privilege, oligarchy, and money. That's who he is. But let me take you to a space that hopefully you can speak a bit more on encumbered. So on encumbered thoughts from Collins, Japa, World Bank says migration good for prosperity development. So the Japa culture, as you well know, Collins, is an escape from a country that has been brutalized and a population muscle that has been brutalized and traumatized, and finding a pathway then to escape that brutalization and trauma. So desperate they are, they walk all the way to Libya to swim across into Europe. But what the World Bank is saying is that these are not the pathway that they use, but the actual culture of migration to more developed spaces, that culture is not necessarily a bad thing. And the argument then is the skills acquisition and the remittances of money, and subsequently the transfer of those skills back to their home growing country. So what are you then making then of World Bank's assertion that Japa migration good for prosperity and development?
Well, World Bank is speaking for themselves, because who are the ones benefiting from it? Yes, the remittances are good and everything, but out of assuming that we have 100,000 Nigerians in the UK, how many are able to send anything back? You and I live in the UK. We know how hard it is here. We know how the cost of living and everything. So
have you noticed that everything has gone up 40% in the shops?
40%, bro.
I was even
these days I go and pick things, and I get to the checking now, and I stop dropping things that I thought I needed.
I've seen an item that I buy regularly go from £1.20 to £1.50, and when I was at the shops earlier on, it was £2.20, all within 3 months.
Yeah. So go to get to check out, and you start dropping things. So you're looking at £150. You carry it in those Tesco bag, one of the small ones. £150. You're carrying it in that Tesco bag.
Not too distant past, 3, 4, 6 months ago, you could shop for a week for £30. You can't now.
Yeah. So going back to the issue, it depends on the quality of the people that are jackpying, and and the reason why they're leaving, because the reason our people are leaving is the worst of reason, but there are some other people that are leaving because they get better opportunities. All these high-tech people, doctors like Angelica and the rest of them. Now, those kind of people, they can go make good money, and they will be able to send some back after they've spent some and everything. But there are people that are going through Libya and they land here. They don't even have the right paper to work. They can't even do anything. So do we also class those ones as jackpot people as well? Because a lot of them can't even feed themselves. I don't know who that benefits, aside from the people that they're doing a many job for, hiding, doing jobs that they normally would pay good price for. They probably get them to do it. So it depends on really the quality. But I get the argument, but who does it really, really benefit? Because all that young people in Africa that are moving now, imagine if the environment is conducive for them to sit back and build Africa. Africa would be the most powerful place for anyone to live in. but we're losing all of that for change, because that's all we get or that's all we are able to send back after you pay your mortgage or pay your rent or wherever you're paying. What you have left is change, so I don't know. What bank is speaking now? Because the money.
Well, what about the skills and transfer, the skills acquisition and transfer thereof? I still feel that the JAPA thing is a net benefit of some sort.
It is because our countries are not working. It is because you see some people that you left home, except those that have gone into business and are doing well. But you see people that you've left home that are into corporate and every other thing. You see the things that the money that they're making and everything. They are not even surviving. But if those people were to leave, they will acquire more knowledge, obviously, like you said, and they will have a better life, and they will at least empower their families and stuff like that. But it just boils down to country knowledge. I don't think that we will ever stop traveling or people moving out from one country. America, I see a lot of Americans here. My boss is American. You get what I mean? So people move around, but they're moving not because they are desperate. When Africans move, it's because they are desperate. I think that is where it's different, because there are those that would like to stay back, maybe not make so much, but like to stay back and still be able to have a decent life. So those ones that are desperate, that are moving, that's where the problem is. Now they are stuck. They can't even go back, even if they wanted to go back.
Well, would you live in Nigeria still? Could you live in Nigeria still, colleagues?
But I've said it a million times. My heart belongs to Nigeria. I don't belong here. As a matter of fact, even when I came here, I was coming just on a normal holiday that I usually come. It's just that in that occasion, you look back, you're like, okay, maybe it's time to just figure out yourself and stay back this time around or stuff like. I'm Nigerian. My heart is there. That's where I grew up. That's everything that I know. I don't belong here. I really don't belong here. I will move back. I will not be.
I couldn't see myself. I couldn't see myself living in Nigeria. I can see myself. Maybe your 4 months, etc. But even Zita was telling us a narrative about herself some time ago about her how she lost the texture of her voice. She had, I think, tonsillitis or something, and they couldn't even accommodate for something as basic as that. She had to go to some random malam who then impacted on her. She lost her voice for about 2. Those sort of things. The things you take for granted. You barely sneeze, and then you're calling your GP, and it's saying come straight away. How come you are used to a decent life? Can you still do the rough and tumble of Nigeria?
I don't know what part of England you live in, because I live in London. Calling GP,
I live in Kent.
Okay, because I just from work the other day, I saw the NHS thing checking BP. I went in to check my BP and it was high. They told me that I have to see my GP within 7 days. I tell you now, I'm still not able to even get an appointment. So if I were to be in Nigeria, I would walk into a hospital with 20,000 naira and I would see a doctor. And I'll probably be on blood pressure medication or whatever. So all that, maybe because my heart is fully no longer there, I'm beginning to see all the faults, so all that is really debatable. I'm not really buying all this packaging anymore. I call it packaging, Western packaging. That's what I call it now. Give me security and give me lights. I will take Nigeria any day. I'm driving.
Yes,
my way through things.
Yes. Those two things would if those two things that you've just mentioned now, if they can guarantee it in Nigeria, the England and America and Canada, they will experience just a sudden surge of population reduction, because every Nigerian will be at the airport on the way back home. If you can guarantee security and electricity, everything else it should be it should be, it's just the policeman that was 1,000 naira. So give him 1,000 naira and be on your way. That's
just bribe your way through things, and even the electricity thing is becoming a thing of the past. Maybe someone here could even help me out. I'm currently trying to negotiate on solar stuff, so maybe the electricity thing could even become a thing of the past. Once you can sort out your own electricity, you dig your borehole, you dig your thing. You pay the tax you want to pay based on what you do. Listen,
Collins, let me support you on this one. Because the way one man is talking about this, he knows I'm present in Saudi Arabia, but in my house, because I stay in Lorry, and that is where my children and my family are still living presently. My children, they don't even know what is up NEPA. Since 2006, I've been using solar in my house. My borehole is solar powered. Everything in my house is solar powered. There is no 24/7 I have lights in my house. So if you can get all those things, to me, as you are talking, colleagues, I even here, I'm working in Saudi Arabia just for a while. I'm not enjoying my life here, and because the kind of life that I enjoy in Nigeria, I don't think I can enjoy it anywhere in the world. I have my freedom. I can get anything that I want, and I still cherish that. So I think we cannot generalize. Everybody see life in different perspectives. So I can't blame one man for talking the way he's talking, and for you to believe also in what you believe and what I believe. I can't blame anybody for that. So thank you.
Yeah, thanks for that. Thanks for that support, because one man is so whitewashed anyway. But that's a story for another day.
Don't worry. Yeah, you leave all that. You'll be on the first plane back after 6 months in Nigeria. You, Collins. You are Jebota. You are Jebota.
No, listen. When I go to Nigeria, I complain a lot. Don't get me wrong. I complain about everything. I will complain, but deep in that complaining lies my happiness somehow, because whenever I come back, I miss it. I don't know what it is. It's like
no place like home. No place like home.
Nigeria for me is almost like Lagos for me. If I'm in Lagos, I'm constantly complaining. Why is there so much traffic? Why do I just have to do this journey and this all I do for a day? And I leave Lagos and go to another city, and I want to come back to Lagos. So it's basically, it's what I don't even know how to put it, but let me not digress and move us away from what we're talking about. But yes, to answer your question, I would gladly move back, and it's a plan that I'm working on. Once I'm able to guarantee that I can have some decent kind of life, I will move back. I'm Nigerian. I'm Nigerian through and through. This system is not for me at all.
All right. Thank you, Colin. So thank you, Colin. So that's the elegant Collins, of course. You know him, the deep baritone and the English lilt. So that's Collins, who imagines that he's still Nigerian. We are not going to disabuse his mind. Let him dream on. But Collins, that's your house in London. You are going from there to convolute that old people's home. There's nothing for you in Nigeria anymore. But there's Collins, the dreamer. So from Collins, the dreamer who dreams of Nigeria, to Simba, the man of reality who wants to escape Saudi. So, Simba, you're up next. Collins, I was only joking, by the way. I'm sure you'll make your way to Nigeria soon enough. But so, Simba, let me kick you off then with this narrative. I wasn't especially satisfied with how Collins tackled it. So I feel it's like for like what is being highlighted there. Peter Obi dragged to court over alleged dual citizenship faces disqualification. So this is Peter Obi, who was conferred the citizenship of Dallas by the mayor of that space, and to back it up and give it authenticity, he was given a certificate to that effect. So the question was that they were not querying especially that Tinubu has some sort of Guinean status, that he didn't declare it on his INEC form. Equally, Peter Obi did not declare this honorary position that he was given by Dallas, Texas. So measure for measure, like for like, so Peter Obi then gets dragged through the coal in the manner that Tinubu is being. Simba.
Thank you, Woman. Good morning, everybody. You know, the first time we discussed, in fact, when I saw this thing yesterday, I wanted to send it to you, but after some thoughts, I just, you know, I said something to you the other time I deleted it. You're asking me why I deleted it. Sometimes when I see some things, I don't, because that, as Colin said, there are so many things that we label ourselves on about all these an election, fake news, some things that are not even worth discussing that we'll be discussing. So when I saw it, I just look at it. I said, okay, look at this one now. But because initially when the Tinubu one came out, we discussed it, and we know that it does, even whether he has dual citizenship, it doesn't disqualify him. So I don't know why we discuss all this. So when this one came out, I said, okay, you can see now. And probably he did not also declare this honorary citizenship that they gave him Dallas. So what can we take out of? So it's all the same, whether somebody has a passport, somebody. So what they are claiming that, okay, he did not disclose it. This one also he did not. So it's the same thing everywhere. So I don't think it's something that we have to just label. I think it's the same narrative. So one is not worse than the other. That's the way I see it.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Simba, let me bring you this one that one of the subscribers sent in. I thought maybe not to even make it part of but let me make it part of and then making it part of let me now have you address it. So this is a fact check of the Nigerian space, as seen by Fani Kayode. Tinubu's inauguration, Fani Kayode collates facts of 2023 presidential election. So he has tabularized the list. So let me just go to the table and go to it straight. Actually, let me just give you the preamble. I'll speed through it, and then you see if you concur with what this former drug addict has to say. Ahead of the inauguration of the president-elect Bola Tinubu, a chieftain of the All Progressive Congress, Femi Fani Kayode, has released a list of 20 facts about the 2023 presidential election. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, declared Tinubu the winner of the presidential election after he polled the highest number of votes. He defeated XYZ. Despite the losers of the elections challenging his victory in court, Tinubu is scheduled to be sworn into office as president on May the 29th. However, Fani Kayode in his Twitter account, that should be on, by the way. However, Fani Kayode in his Twitter account released details he claimed are facts of the presidential election. He said in the tweet, "Permit me to share the following historical facts that will be established after the swearing in of President-elect Bola Ahmed Tinubu on the 29th of May 2023. Number one, President Muhammadu Buhari will be the longest-serving civilian and democratically elected northerner that has ever sat on the throne in Nigeria." So I'm glad that he added northerner, because the longest-serving president that Nigeria has ever had is Obasanjo, and that record never likely to be broken again, because he served 2 terms democratic, and he served a few years. He served more years as a military than Buhari. That's really what tips him.
No, 3 years. 3 years as a military man. Then so that would be 11 years.
Yes, and Buhari served about 2 years and a bit as military. So number 2, President Muhammadu Buhari will be the only core northerner, meaning somebody from the northwest or northeast, military or civilian, that did not pass on or was not removed in a military coup whilst on the throne. President-elect Bola Tinubu will be the first Southern Muslim to be sworn in as President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So this is something that Ishaq Akitola had been advocating for, that he wanted. Actually, out of the politicians, the person that has gotten his wish the most is Ishaq Akitola, because this was exactly what he was agitating for. Number 4, Vice President-elect Kashim Shettima will be the first Kanuri to be sworn in as Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So I think this will be the highest achievement of a Kanuri man in the Nigerian political journey. Number 5, this will be the first time in the history of Nigeria that a Muslim president and a Muslim vice president have been sworn in as a democratically elected president and vice president, respectively. So that is something that we should have some trepidation about. Because if they have succeeded in this one, which they have, that breaks through that ceiling. That becomes a thing. So in the future now, the arguments for not having, we are never likely to have a Christian presidency, but the possibility of a Muslim presidency repeating very much so, because they've now gotten away with it in this instance. This is the first time that an Igbo presidential candidate, Peter Obi, has won a presidential election in Lagos Plateau, Nasarawa, and the FCT, and that the Southeast states have given 94% of their votes to an Igbo. So that's a record of some sort. That 94%, in fact, the person, it's just that a victor cannot then agitate against the loser, because really the lawsuit in this electoral cycle is that 99% voting for Peter Obi in the Southeast. Those are sort of Idi Amin Dada sort of results, very questionable. And if that is interrogated, it will crumble very quickly. This is the first time in the history of our country that a Fulani presidential candidate has scored the lowest number of votes in the North Central and could not win one state in that entire state. So I wonder how, I'm not sure. I think Shehu Shagari was a Fulani man, and Atiku Abubakar a Fulani man. Yadua also a Fulani man. So I think we've had 3, unless there's Babangida, of course, a Nupe man, and I think
it's a Gwari man, not Nupe.
What about Abacha? Is Abacha not Kanuri? Abacha is Kanuri.
Abacha is from Kanu State. It's not Kanuri.
But it's not Fulani though.
It's Fulani. A Hausa man has never ruled Nigeria.
Abacha is Kanuri, even though he's claimed Kanu. But Abacha is Kanuri.
Yes, that's what I thought.
They claim Arab.
No, leave all that, please, Tony. We're not doing all that, please, man. Abacha, as far as I'm aware, is Kanuri. We have to double check that. This is the first time. Right, this is the first time in the history of our country that the majority of people and leaders in the North insisted on power shift to the South. So, yes, that is something that quite struck, actually. And I won't say the majority, of course, but because, of course, the voting patterns did not show that. But if the North had not pushed for that power shift led by El Rufai, we would not have gotten it. It's just as simple as that. Number 9. So can people still hear me, by the way?
One man, I think he got it wrong there. If you say majority of the leaders in the North, he should have made it specifically that in their party party alone does not constitute the whole northern political interest. So I think he got it wrong there.
The Northern Elders Forum backed Atiku, didn't they? And they were trying to pressure Kwakwanso even to step down for Atiku.
Yes.
Kulata is telling us that Abacha is a Kanuri man. Yes, I did suspect that Abacha was a Kanuri man. This is the first time in the history of our politics that the church played such an active and pivotal role in a presidential election by openly endorsing and supporting one candidate, Peter Obi, And despite that, the candidate lost. So that despite that, the candidate lost, it means nothing if this is the first time. So it's a debutant. But the one space within the Nigerian political journey that has never really been fully activated has been the church. The mosque had always been active in Nigerian politics, but the church had always been a bit standoffish to it and it was really the Muslim ticket that ignited them. So number 10, this is the first time that a presidential candidate and latter President-elect Bola Tinubu has been so conspired against, opposed, denigrated, vilified, humiliated, misrepresented, and insulted by members of the opposition and even a few elements within his own party, and yet he managed to win the primaries, win the election, overcome all odds, and come out victorious and be sworn in as President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So he has not yet been sworn in, but all of those things, it was quite a spectacular thing to watch. Just the opposition against Tinubu, it was though Tinubu was an act of evil about to be vested on the Nigerian state. Because I think it was a lot of sympathy around how he was being attacked. Constituted a lot of his support. Like Gideon, for instance, she just decided to back him because she could not bear just the level of insults going in the direction of that man. Number 11, this is the first time in the history of Nigeria that there has been such a strong and formidable collaboration and unassailable political alliance between the leaders and people of the North and the Southwest. So, it's quite curious, actually, because the natural bedfellows in terms of political alliances, geopolitical alliances within Nigeria, is the North and the Southwest, because they share so much familiar in terms of culture, religion, worldview, etc. There's a strong presence of that Islamic sort of life view in the Southwest. And that is the dominant view within the North as well. And there's an alliance in terms of it's just a historical backdrop between those two regions, and you wonder why it took them that long to synergize. Number 12, this is the first time in the history of Nigeria that a vice presidential candidate, Dati Baba Ahmed, has threatened the president, the Chief Justice of the Federation, and the chairman of INEC with unspecified consequences, claiming that no one would be safe, calling for military intervention and making treasonable statements on national television in the event that a president-elect has been sworn in. So that's somewhat a meaningless. Number 13, this is the first time in the history of Nigeria that a vice presidential candidate, Dati Baba Ahmed, burst into tears and openly wept on national television because of the attacks he received from his opponents and what was written about him in an essay. So that was quite something to see. We had a jolly laugh about that, but really it was a moment in time, actually, because you wonder sometimes, because we speak about a lot of these people in abstraction and forgetting the fact that they actually are human beings too. And a lot of this was penetrated because, of course, they are widely circulated. This guy was given a flogging, and at the end of it all, he got nothing out of it. Number 14, this is the first time in the history of Nigeria that a presidential candidate, Peter Obi, has described a presidential election as a religious war and asked the bishop to use his church and influence members of Christian community to deliver a state for him. Number 15, this is the first time in the history of Nigeria that a man held up a plane and stopped it from taking off for over 1 hour and eventually had to be dragged off in an attempt to protest and stop President-elect from being sworn in. So that guy has been consigned to psychiatric assessment at Kuje prison. So he's cooling his heels in prison now, and I think that rascality would have fallen off his things now. It's now just his whole force now. It's not Tinubu being sworn in but really how we will. I think that is one of the amnesties that Tinubu will grant when he's sworn in. As this is the first time in the history of Nigeria that a winning presidential ticket had no Fulani and no Christian on it, and yet won. So that's quite striking, actually, because I wondered because you know, the one thing about the Fulanis is that they panic if they're not on the levers of power. And as Nigeria is constituted now, it's going to be a Fulani-free zone. This is what is going to happen. It's going to be a Fulani-free zone because the vice president, a Kanuri man, the president, a Yoruba man, the Senate almost starting to go to a Christian. And you don't really have, yes, you have Fulani Christians, of course, but you don't have them in the top echelons of their structure. So it's not likely to go to that space. You can't have Muslim, and then Muslim as the top three in the country. I think even the country will buckle at that. So, and then the House Speakership, maybe they'll get that, but what does that even mean? Number 17, this is the first time in the history of Nigeria that a PDP presidential candidate, Atiku Abubakar, lost in Rivers State and could not make 25% of the valid vote. So Atiku then, a serial loser, as Tinubu said, and the last loss are the most spectacular. Number 18, this is the first time in the history of Nigeria that the First Lady, Remi Tinubu, has been a pastor, a First Lady of a state for 8 years, a Senator for 8 years, and now First Lady of the nation. So a stellar political career of our own and on our own outside of our husband. As people forget sometimes, of course, being the First Lady is nothing to do with that, but she was actually a senator for several years, Remi Tinubu. Number 19, this is the first time in the history of Nigeria that a Muslim president and a Muslim president-elect enjoyed and celebrated Salah at the same time. And number 20, this is the first time that a democratically elected Muslim president will hand over power to a democratically elected Muslim president-elect. So what are you then making then of that list of 20 by Fani Kayode, Simba?
Woman, it made me remember when we are watching, like you are watching a Premier League match and you see all those commentators churning out statistics, remembering all those things. Some of them are value statistics, value analogy, but some of them sounds more controversial. If you look at it, all these Christian, Muslim, that to me, I don't think is something that we worth celebrating. And then when he was talking about that this is the first time the Northerners are generally accepting power, shifting power to the South. No, because even in 1999, there was no, because if you are saying this now, Atiku contested, Kwakwaso contested, but in 1999, it was only between the two major parties, it was only Obasanjo and Falai that actually contest. So it was the 1999 we take that statistics away, this one. So then when he was talking about the being the church and the Christian take back your country, no, I think what the performance of Buhari actually was one that has agitated the religious bias in that country because of these Fulani headsmen that are attacking churches and everything. So that one has actually motivated the church against the APC leadership. So then for Tinubu now to now have Muslim ticket actually agitated that space further. So to me, it's not something that is supposed to be talking about. It's not actually something that is supposed to be celebrating. So there are so many things that I talk about. Some of them are good things that we're supposed to remember, but majority are just fallacies that are not good statistics that we're supposed to be talking about. I can't remember, it turned out so many things. So I don't think there are some that are good.
Okay, what struck you as first and unusual in this electoral cycle? What struck you the most in this electoral cycle?
Well, what to me, because at least I've been monitoring the election in Nigeria since 1979. 1993, from 1999 to date. To me, what struck me most is actually, I would say maybe it's in 1993 election, I can judge it to be a little bit better than this one. But if you are talking about generally, this 2023 election is one of the best that we've had in Nigeria. So that is what struck me. Then this is also the first time we are having like 3 horse race in Nigeria, and so it's one of those things that we also can also talk about, because never in the history that we have 3 major political party and then winning the same number of states. And then, so the only thing that separated them is actually the majority vote and the 25% spread. So it's something that we also need to. Then the other thing, they are not good things. These ethnicities and the religious things that actually prevailed on this election. So I think that is what I think we can talk about this.
So this 3 horse race that you said struck you, and I think really, if you were to narrow everybody to just one item, I think that's what people will talk about the most. That this really a real and welcome development, that we now have a 3-way split in the political conversations in Nigeria. But do you think it's something that will hold for the future? Or do you think that third space will coalesce and converge under one umbrella, and we'll have a 2-way fight as well? Because traditionally, in most democracies, if not all, it's usually 2 main parties and then subsidiary auxiliary spaces.
No, it's not something to be. No, it's not something sustainable. I think it will still coalesce to 2 major horse race in the next, maybe in future, because what actually led to the third major party they are not something that is sustainable. So to me, it's not something that we can say it will continue in the future the election. So it's not sustainable. Because majorly because we have mentioned it before, we talk about the answers, we talk about ethnicity, and it's also, to me, it's not going to be good for our democracy, because if you are looking at the way we are saying we are rotating power, and then if you are saying we are rotating power and you are now having 3, and that is what actually caused problem, this one. So now if you look at it now, we have 1 northerner, 1 southwesterner, and 1 southeasterner. So if that is going to be what is going to continue, it's not going to be good for our democracy, because the kind of thing that we're experiencing now will continue, and we don't pray for this kind of agitations and the religious and ethnic agitation that we're having now to continue in our country.
So, are you, if I may interject real quick, is the speaker saying that 2-party system is the best for Nigeria as it is? Are you insisting that 2-party system is the
because
best?
that is the only thing that can bring unity.
Yeah, but we've had this kind of scenario before where there were multi parties and candidates.
No, we are not saying that we should have 2-party system. We are talking, even in US, it's not only 2 parties that they have. So we are talking about dominance. We are talking about dominance. We are not talking about having 2-party system. Every other country, even in Kenya, they have more than 2 parties, but you still hear about 2 predominant parties. That's what we are talking about.
Don't you think that having multiple parties will strengthen the kind of democracy that we are practicing in Nigeria, where each party would not just be a regional parties, but
multiple party will even encourage regional party and encourage ethnic parties more.
Yeah, but if you look at
it's only if you have 2 that you now have alliance. But if you have multiple, people will tend to go on the ethnic lines.
Yeah, but with the current situation now, APC and PDP had national widespread, unlike Labour Party. So that question of regional party or a region is known for a particular political party does not exist.
It exists. That is why we are talking about alliance. If it doesn't exist, then Peter Obi will have won the election.
Yeah, but Labour Party itself does not have widespread until Obi joined that party. It's like more like a movement, right? But look at the
And that
two
is
big
why I say
parties.
it's not sustainable. That's why I say it's not sustainable.
So when you have two parties and you have candidates, credible candidates that can compete with anywhere in the world, that rejected by the two parties, where would you want them to go?
But hold on, Simba. You know, Dewale, what you're talking about is really it's the sort of politics that we are practicing, and the sort of politics that we want to practice. So you're talking about a viable candidate. So you're talking about a personality politics.
Independent candidate.
Yes, so
not necessarily woman.
Hold on, let me land the point. I think your narrative wraps towards personality politics. But for you to have a three-way party, it has to be ideologically led, not personality led.
No, woman. I'm not thinking that towards that line. You know, sometimes people do have ambition and they have dreams and they want to realize it, just like what happens to Obi, right? So he left PDP because PDP could not accommodate and fill them as their sole candidate, right? Or at least give them the support. Now, when you have credible candidates like that who are being rejected by their parties, and yet they have this burning desire, so they will have no choice than to put up with that party instead of just realizing their ambition in another platform. So having two-party system, number one, with the kind of democracy we are practicing in Nigeria, it's kind of more or less like it will limit, you know, the extent that we can explore this democracy. Other than because I see that as form of oppression, you know, brewing, having just two political parties. You remember when we had just PDP and multiple parties, and then APC joined.
Let me ask you a question, because you're talking about Peter Obi and you're talking about personality, but do you know what the ideological divide is? The ideological divide.
Of course, its definition speak for itself. That, you know, but what I'm trying to portray, woman, I'm not discounting what you say completely, or probably, you know, put it aside, but you still can't say that there's some people that will want to contest, but because they have limited space for them to realize their ambition, now they are constrained because they have no other place to go.
No. What Simba was saying to you was that of course, we have 18 political parties that vied in this particular contest. So there's plenty of options for everybody. But traditionally, you have two dominant parties. But in this cycle, we had three strong parties. But what we were talking about was that can the third space, can it sustain going forward, so that we have three strong spaces within the Nigerian political journey? And what Simba was suggesting, and correct me, Simba, if I'm wrong, is that because there is no ideological underpinning for the third first and it's personality led, it cannot stand the test of time, and ultimately it will coalesce under one form or the other, and then we go back to two dominant political narratives.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, I think I understand that logic, you know, behind his submission that, you know, we need, you know, probably two parties will be best suited for, but what if the ideological identity politics that we're practicing, what if in the future or in the nearest future we have somebody that is not in the class of Obi, but then come up in the likes of Tinubu and decided to form, you know, a party or strengthen a party and grow a party to the form that will be able to contest at the national level, you know, and then have a very broad spread, you know. And to me, I just believe that we shouldn't limit, you know, the platform, because democracy thrives when you have, you know, multiple voices, you know, than just one narrow tunnel that people just, that's the reason why I'm kind of like challenging that discussion.
I don't think, because don't look at what is actually happening maybe in a place like US, where maybe ethnic identity does not play a major role. No, it plays some roles, but doesn't play a major role in politics. But because let me give you an example. When Babangida was trying to hand over to civilian government in 1990, when he started that one, 1991 to 1993 transition, we have multiple parties, and there were a lot of problems that time. And immediately when he saw that he was not making any headway, he disbanded all the parties. And that was when he now created two parties, SDP and NRC. To me, in Nigeria,
So it's more or less like forcing people to,
it's not possible.
Simba, you didn't get, you
Yes?
didn't know why Babangida did so. Babangida did so in an attempt to achieve his own political ambition.
Objective.
So he was trying to minimize and manage that political space so that it can be easier for him to transition to civilian president. That is why he proscribed all political parties that are, all political parties or political association rather, that wanted to get registered as a political party then and form two parties for them. Have you ever seen where the military administration will form party for people to come and participate in? It was an agenda.
Hold on, Sarah. Ajande Koko, there's actually logic that underpins what Babangida did. Is what I was trying to invite Adewale to. It's called there's what they call the ideological divide. So at the center of politics is liberalism. At the center of politics, as is known everywhere, is liberalism. But so to the right of liberalism is conservatism, and then to the left of liberalism is sort of socialism. But politics is played at the center of that. So you can be a socialist, but you can't be an extreme socialist. Otherwise, you will never win anything, as we saw with the Labour Party, the Labour in Nigeria, and even the Labour Party in this country when they had an extreme left-wing person. So, however, because that socialist, of course, everything for the masses sort of mindset and equitable distribution of everything. So you cannot be an extreme leftist and win in politics. And you cannot be an extreme right, because that goes then further to oligarchic privilege and sort of extremist views like KKK and whatnot. So you cannot be that. So politics gravitates towards the center, and it is at the center, so they say you are either left of center, which is you are by instinct socialist, but you take on board free marketism and capitalism, and you wrap that around your socialist narrative, or you are from the right coming towards the center. So you're a right-wing thinking sort of a person, but you come to the center and take elements of liberalism, social welfare, and all of that, and wrap that into your narrative. And that is the ideological divide. So that is the global divide of politics, and that is why you only ever really have two dominant political spaces in any real democracy. So you never really have a viable third first. And I think that...
Yeah, one man. But we've seen in some other clime where multiple parties are allowed, and some parties or two parties have similar ideology. I understand that the identity politics you're talking about, but in a multinational or multi-tribal country like ours, we would do our democracy a disservice by trying to constrain or restrain people to just two dominant parties. That means people will have no choice
Nobody's saying that. Now we have 18 parties, so anybody.
No, I'm just saying. When the speaker said
viable, what is viable?
But the thing is this: it may not look viable now, but in the nearest future, there's a possibility that a little parties could also grow to the level of having a widespread across the country. Now, remember the kind of politics we used to in the 70s, in the 80s, even in the 90s. It's no longer what it used to be now. Now we are beginning to learn more. We are beginning to, apply more modern and mainstream ways. So in the course of that, we continue to grow. And what used to be, allowed in the past, no longer tenable now. So there's a room for that growth. And to have just two main dominant parties, I don't think it will help us in the long run. But when you hold
on now. You see, even more a country like Nigeria than any other space, it is necessary that it will only really have two dominant parties because of our diversity in ethnicity, religion, and all of these things. So for a party to have any real chance, it has to sweep up all of those pecuniary interests to form one. And for a party not to, then it has to be, it'll be regionalized. And if that little party that you say grows and becomes big, it will only really go to become big to replace one of the dominant parties. But ultimately, we will only ever have two dominant parties, especially because of the pecuniary political landscape.
So that means we're going to be going against the Constitution then?
How do you mean?
Because it's allowed.
Are you not listening?
You are missing the point. You are missing the point. We are not restricting to only two. What we are saying, two dominant. You can have other parties, but they are not going to be dominant. That's what we are saying.
Exactly.
Anybody?
I don't know. I'm really confused by Adewale's submission. Not too long ago, we had close to about 70 or 80 political parties. Nobody asked them not to flourish. In a matter of time, some of them survive, some of them will merge with others, they will coalesce and go. So there is no restriction on political parties that we're going to have two parties. But what Simba is saying that naturally it's going to be a contest between two. So what we had in this immediate past election was just an exception because of certain peculiarities. That made it a three-party, like a three-horse race. So we had 18 political parties now. Yeah, maybe some of them will merge and will coalesce eventually. But ultimately, at the end of the day, it will always almost likely end up to a race between the top two. So nobody is, decreeing that, it has to be two political parties. And that's why I'm confused with your submission.
In fact, let me even take what Adewale back a little. If you look at what happened pre-independence and just immediately post-independence, we have three dominant parties: the Zik party, the Northern Party, and the AG in Southwest. Look at how it's ended. And even this one now, look at it now. Now that we also have these three dominant now, look at the trajectory that we are going. If this one is not properly managed, it can also end up the way we ended up in 1964 to 1967. So what we are saying is that the only thing that can bring unity and taking us from our ethnic diversity in that country, if we have two dominant parties, the major tribes, we join these two political parties so that we will not be thinking along the ethnic line and because before 2015, from 1999 to 2015, we are not talking about ethnicity in our politics. But look at it now. The only time we have two dominant parties and the three major contenders spread across the three major ethnic lines. Look at what we are having. So that is why I'm saying this.
Silva, I think I understand what you're saying. And that's why that we have multiple parties, but we still need two dominant parties that will
exactly.
Gotcha.
So you know that
can I come in a bit, please, sir? One man, sir.
Yeah, go on, but you have to stay within the topic. That's just it. But yeah, let's hear from you.
I'm staying within the topic because, you know, as it is right now, you know, you guys have been discussing for the past 2 hours or whatever, 3 hours. You have not been factoring in the interest of the common people there. So what I just say is that, you know, the last commenter made mention of UPN, NPP, and then the Northern People's Party. So what we need to do is to have this regional politics or politicking, like the West, Southwest, and those and other South. They can have a political party that will be representing their interests, while the Northerners and will be having their own, and the Igbo will be having their own. So they can be able to negotiate power sharing. You know what I say? Otherwise,
that is parliamentary system. We are not practicing parliamentary system.
Hold on. I know. But anyway, the way I just see it, on my final analysis, with due respect to everybody, is that the country can never be one. So you know what I'm saying? So I think the best thing is for us to separate peacefully. You know, thank you, sir.
One man, you know before you say you should stay with it.
No, I know him now. Every single time he comes there, he only ever says one thing. So it's unbelievable. Yeah, so this is it. But it's free speech, you know, it's free speech. But now let me take you to this final space, and then I'll go on to Fatai. President-elect Tinubu Betara hold closed door meeting. So this Betara character now, a new name to conjure with within there. You know, we'll be conjuring with a lot of new names in the months to come. So certainly he wants to be one of those names, but he is jostling for the Speakership of the House of Representatives, Simba. But then it now, you know, it's going to be a delicate balance, and it will be interesting to see how they balance it out in terms of what Tony was just referencing, that the ethnic mix that is Nigeria and the regional interest and who occupies which position. So now the two slots left in the top 4 positions within Nigeria are the President of the Senate and the Speaker of the House of Representatives. So now this character, Betara from Borno, he feels that he is entitled to the speakership position. So how do you see the mix going to have equibalance? The Senate President and the House of Reps, how do you see that playing out, Simba?
Well, I think thank God that we have somebody like Tinubu, because this is what actually played out in 2015 when Buhari left a lot of things uncoordinated and Saraki came and hijacked the National Assembly. This Betara, whatever you are talking about, is actually, you know, it's just exercising his freedom of speech. He's not going to get anything because I think because Tinubu just came back. If Tinubu has been around, they will have settled this. They're having meeting as I'm talking to you now. They're having meeting with the National Working Committee of the party. They are also having meetings with even the leaders of the House now. So they want to have a consensus. And from the fillers, I think they wanted to actually give it to South because one of the problems that they're having
the Senate presidency. The Senate presidency.
Yes. So because in the Southeast, the two major and the two candidates that actually qualify, the returnees, the Osina or something like that, and Orji Kalu, they feel that they are not even well accepted, they are not marketable, even in their own domain. So they see them as not a better candidate for the party. So I think it's the South that they wanted to give it to. The only one that they are still thinking about who to give is the speakership. The North Central, they are thinking that is their turn because they've never had that position. And the Northwest are also clamoring for that same position. So that one is the one that they are actually having a meeting on now. So I don't think they cannot give it to Northeast. It is the vice president from the Northeast. This guy is also from the same state with Shetima. He just exercising his freedom of speech. It's not a joker. Maybe he wanted to use it to get. Maybe he wanted to use it to get maybe a chairmanship of one juicy this thing in the house
portfolio. But from the picture you're painting, Simba, it looks as though the and that was the concern being raised by Collins in his submission. It looks as though the Southeast might well be schemed out of political relevance in because if you look at it, who carries more weight is really how the balance has to be struck. So in terms of political expediency, in terms of numbers, in terms of relevancy in politics, then you look at the Northwest that has no position in power at the moment. You look at the South-South that has no position in power at the moment. And then you look at the Southeast that has no position in power at the moment. So how do you strike that balance to have what we call federal character and to satiate the idea of marginalization, to remove that? So if the Southeast are schemed out of power, which is what you're describing, how would that impact on Tinubu's ability to govern?
Well, you are talking about, we have 6 major regions in Nigeria, and we are talking about 4 positions. We are talking about the presidency, the vice president, the Senate president, and the speaker. So there's no way you can have all the region being represented in these 4 positions. So, and when you look at it now, okay, what can you, apart from, because they are shouting agitation from the Southeast, the northeastern part of Nigeria, if this is the first time they're actually in the scheme of things and they have a vice president, the North Central, the only person that I can remember in recent time that has something relevant is Saraki as a Senate president for 4 years. And then
Mark. Can I have a minute, Simba?
Okay, yeah. I remember. Okay, yeah, it's true. David Mark was Senate president also. Yes. So, but when you look at it now, even look at the way Collins was talking, the party did not get anything from the Southeast, and they knew, because that is what Collins was just being truthful. You cannot use this Senate presidency to appease the Southeasterners. It's not going to work. And if you look at the political expediency, as we are talking about, what is the party, what is Tinubu, APC as a party going to get by giving them the Senate president, when you have the South who voted for them, you have other regions that voted for them. So if you are just looking at, okay, because they are agitating, they are shouting, that's why you want to give them, I don't think it's actually an enough reason for them to give the Senate presidency to the Southeast.
All right. So then what do you think then the biggest problem Tinubu will contend with is? Because if the Southeast is schemed out of power, because if the Southeast is schemed out of power and Peter Obi loses at the tribunal, then what disincentivizes them from them all launching into the IPOB narrative? So is this now the narrative of what's to come? When the Southeast is schemed out of power, then the Boko Haram of Tinubu administration will be the IPOB narrative.
Well, anyhow you look at it, you think that if they give them the Senate presidency, there will not be a IPOB. I don't think that one will stop IPOB. Because as he said, what the Southeasterners wanted is actually the presidency, not any other position. Not any other position will appease them. So I don't think so. Whether you give it or not, we have to contend with the agitation from that part of the country, and you have to deal with it.
How would you recommend that he does deal with it? Is it the Python dance Buhari style, or should he have a more velvet tone to try and negotiate some sort of appeasement? How can he and should he contend with the inevitable agitations from the Southeast?
One man. One man, I don't, all this agitation for even I want my tribe to become the president, to become this, to become that, is because we don't have good governance. If you look at it, as in what way has it benefited any region? When Obasanjo was there for 8 years, I can't remember one thing that he did for the Southwesterners. I can't remember. When Goodluck Jonathan was there for the South, what can you remember as his legacy to the people in the South? So to me, it's good governance. If Tinubu can actually provide a lot of infrastructure for them, give them some federal presence in the Southeast, I think he will have done well. But by giving them, they have the Senate presidency from 1999 to 2007. What did they do with it? And the Collins was right. Nothing came out of it. About 6 or 7 of them was, five Senate presidents within that space of 8 years. So to me, if Tinubu can bring good governance and it can actually, that is another problem, is that if they don't prevent him from carrying out those things, because putting a lot of infrastructure in the Southeast and South is actually very difficult because of all these. You have to bring this, you have to provide this. It's very difficult to actually carry out, and because of all this agitation, militancy, and everything. If they made the place peaceful and Tinubu actually provide a lot of infrastructure for them, I think that one should be able to appease them. And then, but giving them Senate presidency and no federal presence, I think that they will keep quiet. I don't think it will solve the problem. And the other thing is that the Northwestern, the Senate presidency cannot go to the North, because if you are looking at the North, in the Northwest, where Tinubu had a lot of votes, is impossible for him to have a senator from that place that will be a Christian. So definitely the Senate presidency has to be in the South. And it's majorly between the South and the Southeast. And to me, it looks more to the South than the Southeastern, because there are no credible, as he said, no credible candidate even from that side. So the only person I would have loved if they can give it to the Ebonyi State, the Ebonyi State governor. I bet he's not a statelight, he's just coming for the first time.
Who's that? Dave Umahi?
Yes, the man is a good man, and I think the Southeastern people will actually accept him better than Uzo Kalu. Because giving Uzo Kalu, they won't see him as part of them. That is the fact. And you can see what Colin said. So,
all right. It has to be to a ranking member, which is to say that it cannot go to somebody that's just new to the.
No, that one, but it's not in the Constitution. It's just there for convenience. It's not in the Constitution.
Yeah, it's the rule now. It's the rule. How you have to follow it. It's the rule. So it's the rule that guide the House. The Assembly, the management of
we've lost your
leadership hierarchy there. So
I think it's just a way
for the
people. I think it's just a way for the people who have been going there to have an upper hand on the newcomers. To me, what advantage does it confer?
It's the rule. It's the rule. It's a standing rule. It's universal.
Because if you are saying the standing rule, what happened in 1999? All of them were new in 1999, and they elected somebody.
That's a different scenario. Since we have been having democracy for 20 years,
I think it's just for convenience. It's not something that we're supposed to be.
No, it's their own rule in that chamber for them to, the leadership hierarchy in that assembly, and it has to be respected so that they can really manage their chamber well and the leadership position well. So it's okay, but it's just that You know, don't follow Collins. Collins doesn't know anything about politics. A lot of them that you see talking doesn't know anything. They
Well, Collins is
know
still
only
here.
one
Oh, he
man.
will come after you.
They just know only one man. Obi, only one man. No, everything have to go to Obi. If it's but let them give him president, Senate president, and the speaker. Obi must have everything. So they don't know the importance of the position. That's why they are kicking one of their men. Oh, he's corrupt. Oh, we don't believe in him. I don't know who is not corrupt in Nigerian political space. Is Tinubu not a corrupt person? Who is that person that is not corrupt among them? But
So worry.
you're right. You're right on that. No, you're right on that, Zimbi. So, I mean, Simba. So, it doesn't know what they are going to lose. They are trying to marginalize themselves, just like I told him earlier. They will marginalize themselves now, and they will come to blame Nigeria in the future. So, don't make reference to what Collins is saying. He doesn't know anything about the way political power is played in kind of political arrangement like our own, which is so corrupt, which is, I mean, what do you want to talk about? All of them, but the benefit that we bring for them, you know, he doesn't know. They don't know. They will deny themselves, and they will come to blame Nigeria in the future that, oh, Nigeria marginalize us, and they will make
we've lost you, Ajahn Lekoko. No, we've lost you. Are you back? All right. I think Bishop wanted to have an interjection. So, Bishop, have your interjection.
Okay.
Oh yeah, hold on. Bishop, have your interjection, and then come in after him, Ekene, and then round out that space, Simba, and then we go on to Fatai. So, Bishop.
Yeah, I was just going to make a quick input into what Simba was saying, but somebody corrected him earlier on that. Yeah, we had David Mark from the North Central. I was going to add also that there are actually 6 positions. The Deputy Senate President and the Deputy Speaker are also factored into the consideration because they are principal officers too. Actually, there are there are more principal officers in the National Assembly. But when we take the President, the Vice President, the Senate President, the Speaker, we also take the Deputy Senate President and the Deputy Speaker also. The way it's looking now, I think I would say the Senate President should go to the South because of what they brought to the table. And I agree with Simba, even if you give Senate President to the Southeast, it's not really going to change anything. And the Speaker will most likely go to the Northwest. We cannot say that the Northeast should not contest for the speakership because they had the Vice President. In the current dispensation, the Vice President is from the Southwest, and so also is the Speaker of the House of Rep. So whatever is good for the goose is good for the gander. But just for the contribution of the Northwest, I think it is very important that they give them the speakership. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Let's hear from
one man.
Yeah.
One man. Sorry. But all of that is knee-jerk model. The Senate President should go to the Southeast. Babajale Koko, I support totally Babajale Koko. You know, because Babajale Koko's point is very whatever. Tomorrow, so we should go to the South. All of these should go the South.
So sorry. What's the argument for that? For the Senate presidency to go to the Southeast? What's the argument for it?
National balance. National
balance.
Yeah.
What does that mean? National balance.
That is the as it is now, as Babajale Koko is laying the point, right? So in this space that we are in now, if you don't give it, look, there's like, okay, let me start from where Simba was landing. Like, they should give them good governance, they should give them infrastructure. Okay, this is natural job of government. It's not a privilege. The government should give Southeast good governance, give them infrastructure. No, they should naturally give them. I mean, it's not a give and a give, right? It's a, if you are a country, every region should have good governance, good whatever. So that is for granted in an ideal situation. No, that's not like anything special. But where as the conflict that is in the country right now, if the Senate president goes to the southeast, I mean, it's not going to solve all problem of marginalization or what. I mean, the concept is in the air, irrespective of your take on it, but the concept is out there. So that is the only place now you can placate that region right now. It's not totally going to placate it, but it will go a long way. If they don't do that, they have to live with the consequences that in the future, the marginalization drum will reoccur. Now, you can choose to do any kind of model you want. You can say, no, I don't want any model. I want competence. Okay, but then you live also with the consequences. Because federal
what about the consequences of alienating the Northwest? Where does the Northwest fit into the national balance?
Consequences of alienating the Northwest. Even in the North, actually, the people that I've really admired a lot is the North, right? Because they have cried less. How many presidents have come out of Northwest? How many? Of all the presidents that have
all the presidents, all the presidents.
Yeah, except like maybe Abacha.
No, all of them have been from. It's only Babangida that is from North Central.
All of them, even
Babangida and Abdul Salam, they are from Niger State, so consider them as North Central.
Salami, we're losing you.
So
all right, carry on, Fatai.
There is no marginalization to the Northwest. As a matter of fact, people want to enough. So, of course, the number of votes they bring to the table is appreciated, right? But the Northwest is the only region that is very difficult to see.
All right. So then, what encourages? You say the number of votes that they bring to the table is appreciated, but what encourages those votes for the next cycle?
Yeah,
well, we are not. They are not even. Hold
on. Okay.
No, I want just because to just straighten his discussion. Fatai, nobody is even talking about giving Senate presidency to Northwest. They are not being considered for it now.
They are. No, Senator Barrow.
No, they know some of them are just talking. It's not being. They are not being considered. Anybody can just say anything. It's not part of what the party is discussing. Anybody can say, I want to become anything.
I know.
Speaker is guarantee for them. Speaker is guarantee for Northwest. Speakership.
The reason I even interjected is because Bishop said the Northeast, right, should not, or something like that. They can't be in the context for either, I think it's the speaker or something like that. I don't remember what that comment he made, but I felt it just I didn't like. It's almost like the Northwest is going to feel somehow. No, the Northwest cannot. My point is the Northwest. There is no possibility of the North, even if Northwest is not in any of these 6 positions, it can never feel somehow. The Northwest has occupied everything, and they are the most.
I agree with you. The outgoing president is from Northwest, so they cannot talk of marginalization.
Has always gone
the only thing is that you talk about election. Remember election. They cannot say, they might not talk of marginalization, but when the election comes, what would they bring to the table for you?
Yeah, I know. I don't disagree with that. I'm just saying there's no bad feeling if the Northwest doesn't occupy a particular position. Right? That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying they won't. I'm not advocating for them not to be in there. I'm just saying, like, the expression whether there will be some bad feeling. No, there is not going to be any bad feeling. The Northwest has never been marginalized.
No bad feeling for that. Yes, they are not there.
This question on the table is about the Southeast, right? The only visible thing you can do to reclaim, to have a I don't know how to say it in English. That ejo, the only thing you can do that is visible is if you have a Southeastern Senate president. What do you do infrastructure? You do this, okay? Especially if you don't have a good media campaign about the infrastructure you did, it's not an argument.
Fatah, if it's between,
yes,
is that Fatah?
Yeah, brother.
Okay, if it's between South and Southeast, where will you say it should go to, considering the performance and everything?
South. I'm saying this model. I am saying that I think. I mean, of course, it's just my opinion. I have nothing. Don't mean anything, right? I think the Southeast.
Let me tell you the this last election. I think Southeast gave about 120,000 or something. Is it up to 120,000? To the
is it up to 50, is what they brought? Is it up to 50,000?
But South gave almost 800,000. That's one. Now in the next circle, let's get this. If we give, if they give the speaker, the Senate presidency to the South, to the Southeast, and the same scenario plays itself out in the next election, they will still not vote for APC. So technically, it's like APC is already shooting itself in the foot.
It's a political suicide. It's a political suicide.
Well, my point is this: life sometimes is never always one directional. It doesn't. Yeah, okay, we know. The probability is high that whatever you do, APC or whatever it is not going to win the Southeast. But one day is a long time in politics. You can. It's not 100%. That statement is not 100%. The probability is high, but it's not 100%. And also, in politics also you have to try as much as possible to expand your friendship, right? To reach out. So you can never tell. But the bigger point that I'm trying to make is that life is not always one direction. How many votes we got in the last election is not the only factor.
Let's say in the next 4 years, the same Obi is contesting against Tinubu, and Tinubu has already given them the Senate presidency. Where do you think Tinubu will get his vote from? And the South they feel marginalized, and they decided to vote for Obi. And so what?
Twist that question the other side. Twist it the opposite. Let's say Obi is contesting the next election, and South.
And that's what I'm saying.
No, I know. Yeah, I know. But twist it and say, okay, Obi is contesting against Tinubu in the next election, and there is nobody from Southeast in the big position. Don't you think Obi will have even a bigger microphone to sing marginalization?
He can only sing marginalization. Where he will not watch him vote. It will not let him vote.
How do you know? My point is this: however you look
who are the people that will be the sympathizer?
It's people.
Who are the people from where?
Brother, look, there's no need to I don't want to elongate the argument. My point is this: the scenario you painted works both ways. It works for both ways. If Obi is contesting the next election and Southeast is the Senate presidency, APC at least will have something to say. Maybe it's not something big, but imagine if they don't have at all. They don't have anything to say.
So you mean that it will fetch them some votes from the Southeast?
Everything is not one directional about vote.
No, what you're saying is that hold on, Fatai. What Fatai is saying, which I think you understand, is that it will present them an argument for the election that look, we ran an inclusive government that included your space. But if they don't have a Southeastern at all in the mix at the top echelons of power, they might as well not go to the Southeast as well to campaign, because they will just be stoned out of the space. They have no presentation in 2027 if there's no Southeastern. I think
to me, they can be do away with.
ẹjọ́ aláròká Fatai ẹjọ́ aláròká ó máa gbilẹ̀ gidi.
All
of them like Collins and others that are saying, oh, you don't want me, all of them will turn around to campaign against
South.
They turn around. All of them will say, oh, look at them. They didn't even give us nothing. They didn't do it. They will not say they are the one that rejected it. Oh. They will say, oh, Nigeria didn't give them. So, but let me say this. It is not only by election figure or vote that a party got from one place or the other that determines appointment, political appointment that are shared among the governmental appointment that is shared among them. No, it's not election result from different zones that determines the appointment that is given to them. No. Number one factor that have to be considered, fairness, balancing of power. And that is well enshrined in the Constitution of Nigeria too, that stated clearly that ministerial appointments have to be shared among all 36 states. So that alone tells us that we have to share the political power among all the geopolitical zones in such a way that we look fair, and there be element of fairness and justice, fairness and justice. So if you are saying that don't let us give it to them now, that will amount to everlasting marginalization of the Southeast. Because number one, for the next 8 years, they won't be in the number 1 to number 6 position, the most powerful position in Nigeria. And they are one of the majority ethnic group in that country. 3 ethnic group, major ethnic group in that country. They are one of them. 3 major groups. So you go to Nnamdi for 8 years. Then for the position of presidency, they'll be marginalized for the next 16 years. So between 8 years and 16 years, a lot of things, they will suffer a serious setback politically in that country. And that is not fair.
All right, let Ekene have the last word on that space, and then we'll move on. So Ekene, let's hear from you. Sorry, Bishop, I just wanted to wrap up that space. That's why I muted you. Ekene, let's hear from you.
Yeah, thank you, Waman. Thank you, everyone. So, I wanted to interject Ajali Koko before, but the issue of giving the Southeast a Senate president as a Southeasterner, I know, and I can tell you the fact that it's not going to change anything. That's the truth. So, giving the Southeast Senate president, and I have said it before, who is going to represent them? Is it David Umahi would have been better, but he cannot get it. So the only person that have the chance to take it from APC is Orji Kalu, which I know Southeast will not regard it. So when you're talking about giving Senate president to the Southeast, you talk about people you know that they would love, somebody that they would love, not just somebody you know that they will not appreciate. Southeast will not appreciate us being a Senate president. And the people that we know that the Southeast will appreciate, they cannot get it. And they will never get it, except if they are in APC. So, for that, the Senate president is no good.
Yeah. What do you say the political? What do you say the political narrative of the Southeast to be? Because if they don't get the Senate presidency, they don't get the speakership, then they are locked in for the next 16 years in political wilderness. So they are still going to be part of Nigeria, by the way, but they will not have political cachet. So how do you think that would be, and how would that be as a lived experience? They cannot bury their head in the sand and say they don't care, because whatever government does impacts on their life, almost in fact to their household. So how do you see that space? How do you see it working out, not having political relevance, at least for 4 years, maybe 8 years, maybe longer?
No, Southeast will have political relevance depending on the president, that is the Tinubu. Everything is in his hand. It's not just a Senate president. All the major federal roles and nobody has touched it except the second Niger bridge, which I know is not 100% complete. So all those things he must put into consideration. The development in that area or the federal
No, you're talking about infrastructure now. I'm talking about influence at the topmost level of decision making in the country.
Those things I'm telling you will give influence to the Southeast. I'm telling you that for fact. So when you travel down those federal roads, you will see what I'm telling you. It's no gay area. It's no gay area, and that is why the Southeast needs sincere person that can at least we touch that areas. So when you're talking about marginalization, those are the main marginalization. It's not even the senior president. This is I'm telling you now is the real marginalization, because we cannot come into a country in terms of development, federal development. Some part of the country are just being overlooked for several years. That is why I'm not happy with PDP, because they're in the position to do all those things for Southeast, given the kind of support the Southeast are giving to them. But they choose to overlook it and think it's a joke. And I'm not seeing PDP coming back easily. I'm not see that they are paying a very great price now. I'm not see them coming back easily. So it's left for Tinubu. That's why I said I'll be watching his government. If I can travel, most of those trucks going to Southeast, many of them fell on the way. The road is so bad. So all those things these are the main marginalization.
But not only Southeast that is suffering from bad road in Nigeria. There are a lot of bad roads.
but at least there are major roads
all over the federation, not only Southeast.
All over but at least you cannot compare the north, those are federal roads.
Look, Ajani Koko, please, sir. The southern Nigeria roads are very bad. Because you see the road from, hold on. No, even the outside drivers, they confirming that from Okene or from Lokoja downward, it's very bad for them to travel to Port Harcourt through Bini, through Ekpoma, through Iwo Road, all those relations from Kwara downward. Nothing is happening. But if you look at Northern Road, they're just like
nothing is happening there, and they're not even looking at it. Nothing is happening there.
The northern Nigeria is just like it's better than Germany. Hold on. And then they do farm with mechanized system. Mechanized. Look at our point in the south. No road from Onitsha to Bini. No road from Port Harcourt to Calabar. No road from anywhere. But if you look at the north, even where Boko Haram are fighting in the bush, you will
see five roads. All their major roads. You will see their five roads. Nobody is even traveling there.
No, the time of currency crunch, they will drive luxury buses to all the villages and distribute money for them. Okay, we're not carry on. Southern Nigeria are conquered people.
Bad road in the north. There are a lot of even there are some. Hold on, there are some parts.
There's no single road in the north that is bad. Ajani Koko, please, here.
Don't let us do this thing, man. Not true. Not totally true. Even there are some parts of the north that they don't even have government presence. Just as we have in the south here, there are some parts. Many parts of our country, particularly in rural area, are abandoned places. You can't see, it doesn't matter whether east, north, west, everywhere. They are totally abandoned. There is no government presence there. So don't let us be saying, oh, only one part of Nigeria doesn't have bad road. There are a lot of across federal government, federal roads.
No, nobody is saying that there are no other part of the country. At least you see some presence of government there.
Obasanjo farm is not motorable. Ota road to Obasanjo farm is not motorable. So what are we talking about?
That is what we are saying. It's part of the southern Nigeria.
Look, it's all over the federation. It's federal government roll out a directive that
my brother Ajanikuko, I love you too much. I love you too much. The road in fact is very bad. Elisha, Ibadan,
under Buhari, roll out directive to all state government not to touch any federal road. That federal road does not concern them. That whoever that built it, they will not get paid.
Why is Wike using that his state power to build it and take the money back from the north? And then we are calling Wike a bad guy. Go and look at those states. Sapele road to Bini, you see people are protesting them yesterday. No road, Mr. Oga with one man. There's no road in South Nigeria. Look at Kanu now. Kanu is looking like Dubai. Look at Kaduna. Everywhere is beautiful. Please, I want to see my Ibadan beautiful also. I want to see my Bini.
Then commit to your governors to do their work. When your governors are putting money and they don't do their job well, they don't build infrastructure, you want to blame federal government for everything. Go and hold your governors responsible for their failure to build road for you. It is not federal government alone that own road.
No. It's not.
Hold on, Kenneth. I want when Ajale Koko lands, let Patrick come in.
The local government road are more than both the state and that of federal government road. But you see local government in Nigeria has been abandoned. They are not functioning. And that is why you have bad road all over the federation. So federal roads are smaller in terms of kilometer or how do you describe them compared to that of the state and local government. So don't let us put blame on federal government that if federal government fail in everything, state doesn't build road, local government doesn't build road, and that is the problem with the bad road we have all over the federation. Let me leave it there.
All right, Patrick, come in. But Patrick, is what Kulata is saying, is it a factor as well? Because I think it's a factor. I think a lot of the bad roads in the south is some of what Tony is saying, and a lot of it are the topography as well, and the quality of the roads being built there by the contractor. So Kulata was saying that the weather up north is not as harsh on the road as in the south. So let's hear from you, Patrick.
Yeah, absolutely. In short, I didn't hear Kulata said that before, and that was what I wanted to say. That was why I said I want to interject. You see, the cost of constructing a road in the north is almost like maybe 30% of what it would take to construct the same length of road in a place like Delta or Riverine area. Why? Because the level of work you need to do, the paving, the concrete and everything. But in the north, because of the topography, I don't know if you have been to the north. I said there, if in the north, you could be standing here and you see like maybe 5-6 kilometers ahead, just plain like that. No, not so many mountains to dodge, not so many houses to demolish and to
and it's not water dense like the south, which is what really
it's not water dense. So when you build the road, it lasts, and then there are not too many vehicles plying the road. When I was serving in the north, we used to sleep on the road, though. I'm telling you, Yola, we used to sleep on the road because in the next car, copper young boys were just doing funny things. You could just be on that road for the next 1 hour, no cars pass the road. So the road, the wear and tear on the road is not as terrible as north. But the argument that I even want to say, just like I want to back Ajale Koko, the state government in the southeast, the state governors in the southeast have to learn to be responsible, and they are not responsible because there are people are used to blaming others apart from themselves. That's the point. They are used to blaming others apart from themselves. The only governor in the southeast that we can see an example that is sellable to any part of the country is just Obi. Can you imagine the entire region? In the southwest, I can give you governors that are sellable. In the north, there are so many governors that are sellable because of their past and the records that they have. There are a lot of corrupt people among them, but that's how difficult it is. It's because their people are not holding them accountable. When they talk of federal presence, there's no federal presence that is in Oyo State that is not in the southeast. In Oyo State, for example, okay, let's say Ogun State. Which federal presence is there? You have Federal University of Agric. Don't you have Federal University of Agric in Futu? You have Federal Poly Laro. Don't you have Federal Poly Nekede? You have FMC. Don't you have FMC in those places? We have, which federal presence are we talking about? We have an INEC office. Don't you have an INEC office in the southeast? Which other federal presence?
They have international airport. They have international airport now.
I'm comparing Ogun State.
They have international airport. They have what are we? They have seaport and all that.
Seaports are natural. The seaports in Lagos is
the south. Why wouldn't they make those things available in the south?
Don't you have a port in One? Don't you have port, Calabar port? That you are not routing your goods through that place. Is it federal government?
Patrick, take it easy. Take it easy.
No,
I'll be your brother here. I'll be your brother. I'll be your brother from Edo State. Hold on.
You are my brother, but Tony, we must ask, which federal presence do you have in a place like Ogun State that is not in Imo State? That you are saying federal presence. Which federal presence? We don't have airports in Ogun State. The governor built the airport.
Now we're talking about international airport. It's not just building an airport. For you to have international airport, you need the government to approve that. You need the federal government to approve that.
Do you have an international airport in Southeast or not? Now,
where do you have it now?
What of Kanu Ibiam? What of Kanu Ibiam?
You know the airport. It's not.
We're talking about the airport is there, but the airport is there. But why is it not? We have the one in Enugu State. Why is it not? Why is it not?
How many international airports?
Come on, man. Hold on. Please, not 3-4 voices at the same time. Ekene, you said you have an international airport, but why is it what?
We have the airport, but why is it not functioning? You see a place like No,
don't go too far. What is it the responsibility of the government if it's not functioning?
Why? Yes, now if the federal government doesn't approve that, why it will not function? All you have is just local airports.
Sorry, my brother. Let me just close. If you want to fly to London from Lagos, first of all, go to Enugu, then fly from there. You hear? You are in Lagos now. You live in Lagos. You left you came to Lagos.
Talk about road. Talk about road for the common man.
You cannot fly from Enugu to any place outside the country. You can only fly from Abuja. You can only fly from Abuja or from Lagos. Why would those things be in the southeast?
Can I just say something real quick?
Yeah, they will come in. Yeah.
International airport. It's not just international or named international airport. The viability of that business in that airport is what makes airlines to trunk those airports. Even if government designate airport as international airport, how many of a local carrier do we have flying international? Majority of the aircraft, airline we have are international. They are from another country, and these people are not just putting their money in a or flying a route that is not going to be profitable for them. So if you like, have 10,000 of international airport. If it's not economically viable for them, they won't fly that route. So they decided, you know what, they will stick with Abuja and Lagos because they know these are the two major airports that they know that at least they can make some little profit. So having all those international airports across the country won't make any difference as long as there's path to make money. That's where you can have question that. If not, government can name it airport international. It won't make any difference.
No, you cannot tell me that. Even the one in Onitsha now, you cannot tell me that it cannot be an international airport.
How many people fly
even
there?
The one in Onitsha. That one is even more profitable to the southeast. That one in Onitsha. is more international because you have a lot of businessmen in Onitsha. You have a lot of them that don't need to go to either Abuja or Lagos to fly. You just go to Onitsha, board a plane, anything, both their cargo and everything will just come down to Onitsha. So why those things? Why are they not available?
What are you keep?
So
Why do you keep saying they are? But they are available. Look, Dewale was just explaining now. Once the airports have been built, and I think there are about 2 or at least airports in the southeast that has international facilities. But if the airlines, if they don't find it viable for them to visit there, then that is not the function or responsibility of the federal government.
No. It's the federal government that will give the license to fly to make it international.
What do you mean? They have Abiam Airport is an international airport. So why are the planes not flying in there?
Those are the questions you need to ask the federal government. So when those things, come
on, man,
So
you are bigger
are you
than
saying
this.
you are going to compel KLM to fly to
They will go and hold a gun to KLM and say you must fly to
KLM or Air Force to force them to fly that route, even though when they know they're not going to make money? Are you going to force them? Is the government going to force them? No,
a lot of airline will fly in Onitsha.
So why are they not? Why are they not? If the international,
they are not international. They are just local. They are just local airports.
All right. What about Port Harcourt has an international airport?
All these things I'm telling you, you just go and make a research why they are not flying. Then you will come back and tell me why they are not flying, why they are not international. All the focus is just in Abuja and Lagos.
International airport is not something that every region will be agitating for. Look at the developed country. How many of their airports are designated that people can fly in and out? In Britain, I can only remember maybe Manchester, Heathrow, Gatwick, maybe like 4 or 5. So
these are the three main regions.
But let me tell you this situation report from Germany here. Every city in Germany, they have 16 states. They have 16 international airports.
All right, thank you. Nigeria is not Germany, but hold on. I want to share a screen with you. So let me share this screen with you. So this is from the Federal Airport Authorities of Nigeria. So these are the international airports in Nigeria. So you have the Murtala Mohammed International Airport, of course, international and cargo. You have the Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport. I think that is the one in Abuja. You have the Malam Aminu Kano International Airport. You have the Port Harcourt International Airport. And you have the Akano Abiam International Airport, which is in Enugu. Enugu is the capital of Enugu State. It is located in southeastern Nigeria. Akano Abiam International Airport is known as Enugu Airport. It's an airport serving Enugu, the capital city of Enugu State, and nearby states such as Abakaliki, etc., etc. The airport is named after Akano Abiam, a medical doctor and statesman who hails from Ebonyi State. The airport was closed on February the 10th, 2010 by the federal government for the phase 1 of major renovations and expansion work. The airport was reopened on December the 10th, 2010, but the second and third phase of construction work is still ongoing. The airport is being prepared as a new status for its new status as an international airport. So you have the one in Port Harcourt, and then you have the one in Enugu. And that's from the Federal Airport Authorities.
Yeah, the one in Enugu is being renovated, but it's not being used. So those things are what we are talking about. So maybe when this next government come in now, we see the effort he will put there. Then we'll see how he has tried for the Southeast. That's all I'm saying. So we know the Southeast know what they want. It's not necessarily the Senate president or when you open up the region, for business and everything, anybody can hold any position in this country. So when you go to Nnewi, Nnewi when you go there, you see their business, how they do it there. You know that those places are business area. When you talk about this international airport and all this seaport, they need it more. From here, they drive their container from Lagos to Nnewi to offload. You think that is easy? And none of their business is located outside in Nnewi. Nnewi people, all these billionaires you see in Nnewi, none of their business is located outside in Nnewi. They drive their container from Lagos to Nnewi to offload. It's not an easy task. It's not 1 naira. Something you know that if you make available, it will be very easy for them to thrive. Maybe either Port Harcourt, anywhere around the south or even the southeast. When there is a good functional,
worry.
So all those things are. So you go there and see how they do their business. They offload there. Their business is not outside in Nnewi. They only operate between Nnewi and Enugu, and they are billionaires. They don't even come to this Lagos. So when you go to Nnewi, you will see what I'm telling you. Travel to Nnewi, see what I'm telling you.
All right. Zita joins us. I think only really to come. I think she was excited. She was triggered by what we're talking about. But before I come to you, Zita, let me acknowledge what purports to be super tax. I think everybody left their wallet at home today. I'm not quite seeing anything happening in the super charts. But Akulata is strong. Bravely holds on to that space. There is no upside to tokenism. Develop the region. So he's saying then that let them eat cake as far as the Senate presidency is concerned. And this question pointing to you, Kene, but hold your thoughts on it. You come in after we hear from Zita. It says, Kene, what is the local traffic to the Southeast Airport? So I'm not quite sure what that means, but that should make sense to you. But let's hear from Zita first. And people can show some love to the platform with super chats. That's not quite happening today, so let's see that happen a bit more. But Zita, you were triggered, were you?
Yeah, good morning, everybody.
Good day to you.
You see, when we talk on this platform, I would like us to... Ekene, you were not listening to what the guy was saying. He's talking about the traffic flow in the airport. If you open Akanibian Airport now, you get Ethiopian Airlines. I think I flew from there before. They fly international. But you see, even Port Harcourt International Airport, most times with the number of oil companies, businesses in Port Harcourt, they still have low traffic. They put you in that plane from Enugu. They will land you in Lagos. Add more passengers. For that Ethiopia, sometimes they go to Kanu. They land in Kanu. Add more passengers. Then flew to Ethiopia. Then from there, they start taking you to London. You see the stress? But in Lagos, they just fill up and they move. So by the time you are flying from Enugu, you find out you are supposed to fly for maybe 9 hours. It turned out to be 12 hours. Just because of the drop. They have to fill their plane. So coming to this platform to say that in the Southeast, there is no international airport, I don't think it's something somebody should be saying in a global platform. More so when you don't have your fast. There is Akanibian. And the other ones are not international, was not built for international. They were just cargo airports. The one in Onitsha, the one in, what's it called? The one in Ebonyi. I don't know whether the man is going to convert it to international. And the one in Imo State, even those ones fly local. You can fly from Lagos to Imo now. So when we are saying this thing, we should, in as much as we want to push a point, we should get our facts right. That's why I came in, because I was about to start my day and I heard you people, you screaming that Nobody gave them license for. And I mean, when you say this type of things, the younger ones hear it, they get agitated. But that's not the truth. They have airport, they have international airport. But there is no traffic. Everybody is in Lagos doing business. Everybody is in Abuja doing business. The Northerners are in Kanu doing business. So what do you want them to do? Come and park their planes there? Because it's called international. And somebody was trying to explain that. And anyway, one man, thank you very much.
Sister Zita, so you are saying that there is no traffic in Onitsha?
No, there is no traffic.
No traffic, because I know that the one that was built in Onitsha was built to be international cargo airport. But
There is no what is cargo now? What is cargo? When they say cargo, is it a passenger plane? It's not a
passenger plane.
Yes,
but at least that one, that cargo, the reason for that Onitsha own is for the businessmen that is there. That is why it was made cargo. Yeah. But it's not happening now.
You have Enugu, you have Port Harcourt. And they're flying 247.
I don't think the Enugu is flying.
Open it now. Open it. You have your internet with you. That's why you're on the platform. Open it. You will see the flights going to where they're going. International. At least I know I flew from Enugu with Ethiopia Airlines. Check it.
Okay, what happened to the seaport we are talking about?
Madam Vita, I just read it now. They say they have a hub for United Airlines, United Nigeria Airlines in Kanu.
And man, can I go now?
All right, thank you, Zeta.
You cannot go. Come and respond to it now before you go.
Respond to the Port Wahala. Why is Port not open? Why is
if all these things, my take is if this seaport is functioning and most of these business are made available in the southeast, you see those traffic we are looking for. You see it in the southeast.
Which ports are made available? Which one are you talking about?
Worry
is not functioning. Where did you get that one from?
Yeah, why not? No, why not make it function so to reduce the pressure on our roads?
Who told you because it's not functioning?
You reduce the traffic in Lagos and in
hold on.
You reduce the traffic in Lagos and in Abuja.
Yes.
The one in Port Harcourt is not functioning. The one in Calabar is not functioning.
It's too far. Let all function. Let the one in Wari and Sapele, and then the service to Onitsha, the service to Enugu, the service to Benin. Yes, madam.
On earth, can you tell me where on earth where every town and every city has a seaport?
Every town, every village in Germany, they have ports, international port for containers, and the fishing ports.
Really?
Yes.
Village.
You know also.
Tony, man, this is getting tedious somewhat.
Okay, woman. Thank you.
Woman.
Yeah. No, Karen Zeta, yeah.
You see, I was happy today that Tony is in the platform. Woman, can you give me a minute, please?
Yeah, go on.
Tony, you see, it is actually wrong in life for you to abuse, insult, or call people names. You've been doing that to me. Thank God I met you on the platform today. Because
anyway,
hold on.
Sorry.
Because
you want to understand the pain we are going through. That is why to drive from Lagos to Benin, then to Onitsha with container.
I'm not talking about
everybody is going through pain. Everybody is going through pain.
You have your own opinion about life. And I have my own opinion. The important thing is that they are different. You have your own fact, I have mine. The important thing is that they are different. You might not like my own. Definitely, I don't like your own. I have never insulted you, called you names. Even when your opinion is repulsive and irritating, I allow you to be. But it will be very wrong for you to call people, call me devil, call me all manner of names, just because I am talking on a different narrative that doesn't suit your narrative. That is wrong. You don't do that in life. You keep your
Okay,
own
I'm
opinion.
sorry,
Hold
because
on, let me finish.
I'm sorry, madam, because the
Hold on,
people,
let me
the
finish.
man, okay, the
You
people are
send,
suffering in Nigeria.
hold on. I will call you by your native name if you don't keep quiet. You don't know what I do for a living. I've tracked you. Don't. You see all those rubbish you send to me, calling me devil, calling me all manner of names, just because I am not pushing a narrative you want to hear. And you have your own narrative that you push. I really don't want to hear it. But I let you be.
Sorry. Forget it now, okay? Sorry.
One man. Thank you. Bye-bye. Since I'm
Madam, now they call you. Your own
All,
better.
one man, can I answer the Kulata, what you said? Kulata asked me to answer.
Yeah, go on. Go on.
So what the point I'm trying to make, I understand what Zita is saying, but the point I'm trying to make here, the traffic we are looking for is concentrated in the Lagos and the Abuja and all that because of the availability of the seaports you have in those areas. You understand? So when you make those things available in the south and the southeast, you see those traffic
Do we
you are
have
looking for.
seaport in Abuja?
Where I'm coming. So when you make those things available in the southeast, in the south, you see those traffic. I'll just give you an example of Nnewi now. Those people are business people. You cannot take it away from them. You just need to go there. So when a businessman from Enugu will drive his container all the way from Lagos State to Nnewi, do you know the stress? You know what it takes? And you think that if he has a seaport, whether in the south or in the southeast, that he cannot make use of it.
All right.
So
Let me play.
those things are what brings those business availability are what makes the traffic to be available.
All right. Let me. Yes. Okay. Give me your take on this. Let me play you just a minute or two of this. Watch this.
An area of around 2,538 hectares is occupied by the port. It is one of West Africa's largest logistical centers for oil and gas. Federal Ocean Terminal Short-Termed (FOT) and Federal Lighter Terminal Short-Termed (FLT) are two main facilities. According to reports, more than 65% of Nigeria's export goods pass via the Onne port.
Did you say that?
Yeah.
So what are you talking about?
Well,
that looks like a functioning port to me.
Functioning where now?
On there. It's on your screen now.
Do you know that Aba has the capacity to export many things, but the port is not there.
Aba doesn't border the ocean. What are you talking about?
It's like a parallel universe.
The infrastructure is not there.
Do you border the Atlantic Ocean? We are not making too much sense, man.
One man, can I interject?
Hold on. Let's say from Mike. I think let's say from Mike. So because it's an argument that Kulata has presented severally on this platform. Anyway, tell him. He won't accept, but tell him anyway, Mike.
I mean, I think these people they know the truth. What they want to do is just come and irritate people with that victimhood thing. Oh, we are victim. Sometimes some of the things they will say is just like they will make up propaganda. Just want to push that we are victim, just to agitate and push. That's all it is. That's what it's all about. He's talk about traffic. It's common sense. Even Lagos, you hardly find direct flight that goes from the United States to Lagos. You have to connect to Europe or somewhere else because it's just that the geographical location of Nigeria to the distance from Nigeria to Europe, America, all those things. Those airline companies just can't get enough passenger, enough traffic to be flying to Nigeria on a regular basis like that. So, and most travelers that comes, even airline, sometimes some airline we decide they want to do direct flight from maybe Houston to Lagos. They've done it several times, and within a year they will cancel it. They will cancel that direct flight because they complain about not getting enough passengers. Now you want to say Enugu? Imagine if Lagos cannot even satisfy these airline companies. Imagine a place like Enugu or Aba, where
from January to date, the command was able to make a total of 18 seizures. This seizures comprises of rapid delivery. No, it is.
Sorry, did we lose a voice or have you lost me?
No, I thought you were playing video. That's why.
No, sorry, I wasn't intending to play it. I was looking, I was seeing if it's relevant or not. Let me remove it from the screen. Carry on.
Yeah, and they this constant complaint about seaports in South, all the South area. We are not hearing it from their governors or their traditional lead or whoever the leaders there that somebody in Yoruba land or outside or somewhere is stopping them from having ports there, or maybe they are trying to do ports. Even Lagos government, they are building their own seaport, the Lagos state government. And we haven't heard from the mouth of the governors or their leaders in that side that, hey, we are trying to build a seaport here or something, we're trying to make seaport function here, and one Hausa man and one Yoruba man is stopping us. But you only hear from all these agitators. The Yorubas, there's one guy named CM. The guy just made one lie. He said they were trying to make one seaport function in Southside. It was supposed to that They will just make up propaganda just to push that division, just to push hatred towards other people. That's all this is all about. They know the truth. This is not just to push division. The goal, I know these guys, these agitators, the goal is to unite Southeast and South against Southwest and North, and then so they can get Biafra. That's all this propaganda is all about.
That's your own understanding. No,
that's what this is all propaganda is all about. They know the facts. If you feel like something is going on, get your leaders, your governors, your elected officials to come out and speak about it, so we can all join behind them. If it's the fact that federal government will control by so-called, you guys claim that it's controlled by so-called Fulani or Yoruba and things like that. If that's true, then get your elected leaders to come out and speak it out. And then the rest of us, we can jump behind them and say, okay, this is really happening to these people. Let's fight for it together and they can have what's due to them. But we don't see any of your elected officials coming out to complain about one Fulani man or Yoruba man or anyone stopping them from anything they need to have. And why is it that it's only coming from propagandists, irrelevant people that just don't hold any?
Nobody is propagandist, and nobody is. I've thought about the bad leaders in the Southeast, and I talked about them so much. So it's not irrelevant. I talked about
no. What you claim you don't have? Why are you not going to them to tell them to?
All of them are still the same. Like this topic started from the Senate president and all that. And I made it clear that nobody is qualified there to be the Senate president.
I'm not talking about Senate president. You have Ohanaeze Ndigbo. You have governors. Why you have IPOP? You have leadership. They are not coming out to show us that they are trying to build something or have something. And one Yoruba man or Fulani man is stopping them.
The one that is in the leading party cannot bring anything to the Southeast.
Then go and fix that problem before it comes to us and come and tell us.
I've told you that. So there is nothing like we're not blaming our leaders or we blame our governors, we blame everybody that is involved. They are all political class. They know what they are doing. So
that's where your battle should be.
The people that needs to have the Senate president in the Southeast, which we trust, that can naturally maybe argue these things we are talking about in the Senate, or they will not have the opportunity.
You don't need a Senate president to even argue these things. You don't even need Ohanaeze Ndigbo is enough to argue it, or whoever the leaders of
or even all this they're arguing it. You can go.
They are not presenting us. If you're presenting it.
They are presenting
it's a lie. It's a lie. They are not telling us that. No, they are not showing us. They just lament. Some of them will just come and lament like you.
Like your own.
But they are not showing us. They are not showing us facts that they are trying to build something for themselves. And one Yoruba man or one Fulani man is stopping them. Is doing something, stopping them.
All these things.
They are not showing us that.
All these things we are talking about leaders. Me as a common citizen, I cannot do anything about it. We are talking about
Well,
our
you got
leaders.
what I'm saying is you guys should stop trying to point finger at ethnic group like Fulani, Yorubas are the ones stopping you
Nobody.
from
I didn't say
having
Fulani do
anything.
this. I didn't say Fulani do this.
That's the end goal.
I didn't
That's the
say. I
game you
did.
guys are trying to play.
What I said here was that I'm looking up to Tinubu to what
Yes.
he will do in those areas. Maybe if those things are presented to him, how he will tackle it.
You.
That is what I'm
Very
saying.
good.
I did not say that is a Fulani that do this or is this one that do this. When they're talking about Senate president, I told you that the main thing we need is not Senate president. It's when this narrative, how Tinubu will handle all these things. I begin to mention the roles. I begin to mention all these things. So nobody is saying I thought that somebody like Ekpa, he has been in the Senate for many years. He didn't build any single hospital. You think I'm happy with that? No single hospital in Enugu State. In nothing.
Well, you guys complain more.
You don't paint it
You
as
guys
if
talk more about.
I don't know what I'm saying. We know the leader. What I'm saying is that we know the leaders. We know the leaders in the southeast that can bring those things down to us, but they cannot get. They will not get into that. We are talking about Senate president now. We know the people that can represent us well in that Senate, but unfortunately, they will not get it. That is my point. They will not get the position. So it's just the status quo still remain. Whoever gets it still remain.
All
So
right,
that is my point.
All right, thank you, Kenneth. But we continue with that because really the conversations going forward is really going to be about these offices and who, because it's now vested interest and who can get the most out of the system as it's going to evolve over the next few months and then subsequently over the next few years. So what has already been locked in is the presidency and the vice presidency. So that's already locked in. So now what is now being jostled for? Somebody was saying, I think it was Bishop, that there's also the deputy Senate president and the deputy house. I don't think anybody is interested in that. Those ones are a bit like minister of state. Who cares about who the minister of state is for anything apart from petroleum? So what is really up for contention now? The two primary positions within the Nigerian narrative, the two ones still up for contention are the Senate presidency and the speakership. But the priced one, and I'm coming to you, Fatai, and the priced one is the Senate presidency, because that's going to be because it's a tripod, isn't it? Really, the space. You know, the Senate, they are so empowered that they have the capacity to unseat a presidency. So it's a very powerful position. But where does it go to is the thing. So now, Fatai, there are two options. There's political expediency, or there is national balance and assuaging aggrieved nerves and frayed nerves. So if you are talking about political expediency, then you are talking about what your political lot has been and will be for the future. And if you are looking to that space, and as you know, Fatai, politics is entirely about one thing. It's a game of numbers. So you look at the numbers and you make an easy decision. But if you want to say you are looking to some sort of form of national unity, then you have to expand your cranial thinking more to expand to extraneous thought. So now, this guy now, Betara, he's from Borno, already jostling. He's actually gone and captured Tinubu within his home and locked him in the room to present his case to be the Speaker of the House. So these positions, where do they go to? And where are they likely to go to? So you can present the narrative from a sentimental angle or from political expediency. Fatai.
One man. One man.
of Cyprus. The Igwe one of Cyprus.
One man. One man. The Valen Moa.
Yeah, drone bed. Make say the carry
on. One I've been training myself like to mean like not even to be interjecting. Like it's really
a task, even when you are hearing somebody saying nonsense and you are trying to bite your tongue. Carry on.
And it's really hard work not to interject. But I've been training myself in the past few days to be trying not to be interjecting. You know, I hope I develop in that direction. Anyway, the conversation has been so expanded, right? So all these things, they are all different models, right? At different times, each of them can fit for different purposes. There is no good or bad or whatever it is. It's just an argument is as good as the context. So in the context we are in now, right? You can talk anything, anybody can talk anything they want. Competence, development, all those things. What does competence mean, right? Who is not competent? Who is competent? Who is not competent? If you say, oh, we should select only by competence, who is not competent now? Who is more competent than the other? Pick up two names. Even if you say Akpabio, what is the guarantee that Akpabio is more competent than Orji Kalu? And what is the guarantee that Orji Kalu is more competent until they do their work? We see it. I'm not saying either one is not more competent. They could be more until I don't know. Maybe I can take a look at their CV to decide competence. Anybody can get there and be a failure, right? So it's very nice argument, it's a model, but whichever way you choose, it's up to you. It's just a realization that you will choose what you choose and you will live with the consequences, right? But the one that I found, the one that I don't even get the part, like all this argument has been about development. They are not mutually exclusive, right? Development is the natural job of the government, right? It's different spaces, right? It doesn't to put somebody as a Senate president does not preclude development. The government should develop every region. It doesn't matter whether they make somebody president.
Hold on. Don't try and diminish it, Fatai. It carries a heavy. You know that the Senate president has unfettered access to the president. That's one, and the president has to work hand in hand with the Senate president in order to have a smooth administration. That's two. And the leverage that the Senate president has is something that the president has to keep on the good side of. We saw it with Saraki and Buhari. So it's a very powerful position that can be leveraged to advantage. So yes, development is development. They can go and build however many things in the Southeast or wherever, but having somebody at the discussion seat of administration is quite different. And which region should it go to? Because there's an argument for that position, Fatai.
One man, I'm not diminishing it. Actually, one man, you are making my point. It's a very powerful position. It's not an administrative position, right? It's not the administration. The administration is the development, right? The Senate presidency is a different space, right? It's a very powerful space, right? And that is why it is even in this instance, it's almost like a low-hanging fruit, right? You can just easily plug to score a point of national balance, or however you want to put it. It's a low-hanging fruit you can easily pluck. Or you can decide to throw it away and be going for some complicated way to reflect that you are balancing. I will build you 50 roads, I will build you seaports, I will build you everything. Okay. And those ones they can easily even be drowned, right? Especially now. Okay, let's say a Southeastern Senate president, right? It's a very strong argument, right? It's even a very strong argument to say that, look, we are not marginalizing you. In fact, you've been Senate president 10 times, and we still even made you Senate president. We still allowed you to be Senate president. So come down with the marginalization. It's a low-hanging fruit. Okay, but you can decide to throw it away and deal with the consequences. Every of the models are okay. They are very good. You can go with the vote numbers. Okay, not bad. Not like it's a bad argument, but it's up to you. But it's a realization that also you will deal with the consequences of it, either good, positive, or negative. That's just really the point, right? Building airports and build. Yeah,
should
brother.
I ask you a question? Please remember that Nigeria is not made up of 3 regions. Nigeria is no longer a regional structure. Nigeria has 6 geopolitical zones, and each zones are of equal importance. You understand? So, if you give it to Southeast, you are excluding South. So South start agitation. Oh, we are the one producing all the oil. We are the one producing all the money. You give it to Southeast start agitation. You cannot be using that kind of arrangement to balance. No, Nigeria is not sitting on tripod. No, we are a multicultural society, and that's why we are using democracy Let majority carry the day. That's the point.
No, I understand. No, I understand your point. No, let majority. Look, I say the context is very important. In the context we are in today, right? Of course, it's good to if you put we can easily cut out a few people. The southwest president, south president, north vice president. So it doesn't sit well to put also a northerner as senate president. So we can easily, as a low hanging fruit, is going to the south. But since southwest is the president, okay, so it now leaves southwest or southeast. So now, okay, then you can easily rub the wound a little bit by saying, hey, good luck, Jonathan was just president. Okay, let's have a Southeast Senate president. And because we have this agitation in the air, to have an argument. But if you totally close out that place because you say, oh, very cute argument, or well, let it be competent all through. Okay, it's nice to be competent all through. Although that competence, I don't know how you define who is more competent, right? It's also what they were saying when Tinubu chose Shetima, and he started with the argument, oh, it's for competence. Oh, are you saying the Christians are not competent? So competence goes to many.
Stay where you are. No, hold on. Stay where you are. So I think you've locked yourself in with what you just mentioned then. Why did Tinubu choose Shetima?
Why Tinubu choose Shetima?
Yeah.
Tinubu chose Shetima because it's how do I put it?
It's for political expediency. It was the most expedient option available to him.
Oh,
because
really?
Really? No, yes, no.
If I go by your argument, it's not the most expedient.
Hold on. Let me make this point, and then you can disagree with the totality of it or agree.
Okay.
If Tinubu wants because I'm drawing the parallels now between Tinubu's decision to go with Shetima and if the Senate presidency should go to the Southeast or not. So that's where I am going with what I'm saying. So if Tinubu wanted an easier life, he could have found a northern Christian. And by the way, that's one of the arguments that Babachir Lawan and Dogara have with him, because they were already ordering suits for their campaign. So he could have gone with a northern Christian and ran his campaign that way. But it would have been a tidy little thing, but then he would have lost because it wasn't politically expedient. Because Tinubu, even though he's Muslim, he's a southerner and is not as devout as the the hardened northern Muslim adherent would have. So they don't really see him. So he needed to pad his ticket out with a strong northern Muslim face that would really echo with that space. And that was the expediency of it. So it was a difficult choice, which he had to gamble for the expediency of it, because the easier route of picking a Christian did not avail. So now the easier route of picking a Southeastern Senate president for an easy life is available, but then it's not expedient because he got a lot of votes from the Northwest. He got a lot of votes from the North Central. He got a lot of votes for those places, and those votes are not given as a charity thing. They are expecting some form of political payback, and a lot of them are agitating for the Senate presidency. So he can go for the Southeasterner to have a quiet presidency, which he will not get anyway, or he could just say, let them eat cake. Go for a Northwesterner and ride it out, just like he did with the Muslim ticket. So that's what I'm presenting, Fatai.
One man. The only thing that I agree with you with the presentation is that it was a difficult decision. When Tinubu made the argument of competence, it was an own goal, because then he invited a lot of agitation against him. That so you are looking exactly. The argument then was exactly what you're saying. So what you're saying now is that the Christians are not competent, right? So it's only the Muslims that are competent. It's not. I don't understand how it is an easy decision for Tinubu to go in the north and pick a Christian. How is it an easy decision? You're going to have voter party with the Muslims in the north. So it's not an easy decision to pick a Christian. So that argument around that Tinubu picking Shetima, it's interwoven. There's no one straight argument that explains it. The fact that Tinubu picked a Muslim does not even explain it. Yeah, right? It doesn't explain it. There's not. The only thing that best explains it is that is the person is most comfortable and that he can work with.
But Fatai, he had explained that during his visit to Akure now when he went to meet Fashion. He explained that in Yoruba, the reason why he chose
Which is that?
He said if he had chosen somebody...
we're hearing ourselves back from you. So mute whatever you're listening to and carry on that, Dewale. Sorry, carry on.
Yes, he said that in Yoruba that if he had chosen someone different or a Christian, that he would have lost the election, and that was the reason why he chose.
So you are making my point. That it's not like it's so easy.
He didn't choose him. He didn't choose Fatima because he was a Muslim. Like one man said, he chose him for.
So you are making my point.
Yeah, but you said there's no one way to explain the reason why he chose Kasim. And I'm trying to say that he chose him because of he needed the vote, not really for religious basis, but for political expedience.
You need to vote and you go and pick a minority.
You have to have someone. You have to have someone that you know that I can drive vote for you, regardless of the religion affiliation of that individual.
Yeah, but they are minorities. How many votes will a Kanuri man drive for you?
As you could see,
that's not the way the North work. The North is not like
Northeast.
They don't see minority tribe, or they just see more a person with figure. Like it's not. Babangida is from minority tribe. Yeah, but I mean, like they don't see tribe in the North like that. They are more united. They are more united under Islam than tribe. So the figure is not based on
Islam, not the Christianity.
They don't vote on tribal line in the North. That's the point I'm trying to make.
Oh, they don't vote. Are you sure?
Is Buhari not Fulani? Fulani not minority in the North? I mean, come on.
Fulani is minority.
They don't vote on tribal within themselves. They don't vote on tribal line. They vote more on.
Here's my point. My point is, you can be right, you can be wrong. These are not categorical statements, right? And it was not like an easy choice. Either way you look at it, it was not an easy choice. The political expediency argument for that ticket does not work. That's my point.
Fatai.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah. It will be very difficult for a Southern Muslim to contest for Nigerian presidency and choose a Christian Northerner.
So you are making my point.
So if you look at it, even because if you look at even Abiola, when Abiola picked King Gibe, Abiola could not even go for a Christian North. So it's only if you have a Christian, Christian North. So if you have a Christian Southerner, but if it is a Christian, Muslim Southerner, it will be very difficult to say you want to go with it will be a suicidal. It will be suicidal.
Thank you.
So it's very difficult.
Thank you, brother, for making my point. Thank you. And that's my point. It's very complicated. All these arguments about competence, political expediency, whatever, they sound very nice, right? But they don't really explain these things easily. They are not categorical statements, right? So all I'm saying is it's a low-hanging fruit. They can decide to jettison it and go for something else. You go through with whichever model you want, right? And then whatever comes out of it, comes out of it.
All right. What purpose would okay, so I'm going to ask it from two fronts. So what purpose would the Southeastern Senate president serve in terms of politics of 2027, one? And then what purpose will it serve in terms of national unity too? So tackle it first from the politics of 2027 when Tinubu is seeking re-election.
Yeah, in terms of politics 2027, it will be one of your greatest win against opposition. If, let's assume, I think somebody presented the proposition that let's assume Peter Obi is contest the next election, right? If you have a flag, essentially the position is like a flag. Hey, I have And by the way, it's not tokenism. I have a flag, come down with all this marginalization. But if you don't have at all something to flag off as, no, I didn't marginalize you, you're going to have.
That flag will only work in the South among these people. No one really knows to buy that flag stuff.
Have we lost you, Fatai? Fatai. You see, these are Cyprus people. Have we lost you, Fatai? Can anyone still hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right.
Can you hear me? I can hear you.
You know, you're back now. Carry on.
Okay, thank you. So all I'm saying, of course, I'm not saying the marginalization. I'm not saying Yorubas will be crying marginalization because there is no South Eastern Senate presidency. No, it's that particular space, right? If you are talking about the national unity and balance and all of this, if they are important, if they are not important, they're not important. If they are important, right, you have to at least, dance a little bit towards that region. And I think the low hanging fruit that you can have to dance towards that region is that position, because you can easily flag it off. But it doesn't matter. You put some under the table appointment somewhere. Nobody sees that. So as regards politics, I think it's a low hanging fruit, easy win for politics.
My friend, bros, there's no dancing Tinubu can do in his lifetime that will make him earn any kind of political ground in that Southeast. Forget it, man.
This we know. Okay, because there is nothing you can do does not mean you should stop trying. If there is nothing you can do,
I think the man should focus on himself, man. You should spend energy trying some.
What does it mean himself?
He should focus on doing what he came to do. This pandering, he can't do anything. Forget it. That place, there's nothing he can do to cure that hatred they have for him in outside.
How is it pandering to pick people from different regions?
He should focus on who he think will work better with him. He shouldn't focus on trying to please the Southeast. The Southeast can never ever like that man.
You have to please everybody. It's not about Tinubu. You have to please everybody.
No, you can't please. Please, didn't
you have to try to please everybody? No. The job of the government is to please everybody.
Okay, after Buhari built second Niger bridge, they say, "Oh, he pleased us." Even increased.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't stop.
You shouldn't be trying to please people, man. You focus on what he came to do and do it and do his best.
One man, can I interject?
No, hold on. I think Patrick wants to put a position to Fatai. Patrick, let's hear from you.
Yes, I was trying to ask. You know, this is not just a Tinubu decision. You can't say Tinubu.
I know, brother.
Yeah, it's not. It's a party decision. And if the Southeast people have not made themselves very present in the party, then they can't blame anybody for not getting something from them.
Patoski, brother, I totally agree with you. I was making this argument yesterday that there are not too many big shots, Southeasterner in the APC.
Exactly.
So that's also, it's also what I'm saying, that it's not just Tinubu.
Fata, let me ask you, can you imagine if Northwest? Can you imagine if Northwest is the one that is due for Senate president? Can anybody ever try to play them out?
No.
I mean in APC.
Now, can I come in? Can I come in, woman?
No, you can't come in. Let me finish. I mean in APC. Can they play them out?
No, I agree with you. I go along.
Yeah, so if the Southeast have put all their egg in one basket, they should go and get their Senate presidency from PDP. That's all.
Okay. Now, woman, can I interject?
Okay.
Yeah, but you have to stay consistent with the topic. It's just Tony, we already know that that is why the country has to divide. So don't say that.
No.
Just go to where the conversation is. All right, let's hear from you.
So that is why my head is like look. I nearly say my cough because my head is my cough in Germany. Why can't the senators elect their leader? We see amongst themselves. Once they got it. So that's why it's a big problem. When we're talking about,
they're going to do it.
No, hold on. Fatai, hold on.
Okay.
Fatai, Omokwara, Bawoni. So in a usual or in a sane society, people will elect their people from a different regions or local government, whatever. They go to the National Assembly. Then then they will now look around and look for the best competent men amongst them, and then elect them. Then
hold on. In which society does that happen?
It happened in a white people's society, not be black animals, So they have to.
Guy, you just have to come up to there are different platforms with different sort of inflection. So when you're here, come to where we are. Don't do that, Niger watchers.
Okay. So I was saying that they should elect the people, forget about their regions, wherever they came from. Then they look for Then once they get there, they have to look, see within themselves, and they pick one of their leaders. That's how I mean.
Okay. I was asking you where that happens. Let me tell you how it happened here, and I suspect everywhere else. When you have like a Senate, that Senate is of course made up of different political parties, but often instances one political party they constitute the majority within that parliament. So that and of course, it's a voting thing. So let's say, for instance, Party A has 65, and Party B has 35. So then, almost with certainty, Party A is going to produce the Senate president because they have the numbers and they hold that space. So now, within that Party A is a political structure. So it's not left to the parliamentarian to make the decision. It's a party decision as to who will be the president of that Senate, them holding the majority. And that is what plays out in Nigeria, I suspect the United States and every other democracy. So it's a party decision, and ultimately the president will influence that. So that's just how it happens.
Let me just say something. That the oppositions have to be carried along, sir. You know what I'm saying? Because the opposition have to be carried along. Because even some of the opposition party members will even vote for their opposite figures. You know what I'm saying? So that's what we are saying, that unity is the problem, because otherwise, I mean, why should the Senate president be coming from a region because I want to experience development when the major purpose of a government is to develop the country? So why should there be? I mean, it's to, and the Nigeria case is even a rubber stamp. It's even a rubber stamp anyway. So.
Mama, can I say something?
Coming after Dewale Kene, and then we make our way back to Fatai.
I always salute Ogatoni. Yes, sir. You can't leave legislation just for the legislative to handle their business. This is a modern democracy. If you do that, you are committing political suicide. You have to have, as a president, you have to have somebody, the leader of the legislative, that will buy into your idea. But when you carry opposition along, guess what will happen? In choosing the leader of the legislative, they will choose somebody who will be your antagonist and will be against every of your program. So the best you could do is, after electing the leader that will also be on your side, that will buy into your ideology, you can now carry the opposition along by trying to strike a deal with them in legislative, not in selecting the leader. Because if you decide to...
I get you. One man already made it clear earlier on that he was trying to, say that there's far right, middle left, and far left, So in that case, do not forget that in the opposite directions, there are some people who share the same ideology. For example, people in the Republican Party, some of them share the ideology of the Democratic Party. You know what I'm saying? So vice versa. So what we're saying is that we should be doing things like other people do things. Like let us just take that business of a legislator or legislative serious. Control the president, whoever is the president, make sure that the budgets are well implemented, etc. Not in the case of, look, Nigeria is a place. Do you know that Governor Orton, That good man, they have been saying, good man, good man, good man. Don't you see the allocation that is allocated to himself right now as he's leaving the office? So things are just too crazy. That's why I was even suggesting that there should be no election. Let us use those money to start to repair our road. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Let's hear from McKenna and make our way back to Fatai.
So, one man, I want to say something. This issue of Senate President, I don't think it's an issue because somebody like me, it doesn't bother me much. Senate President, like I told you before, what are the works of all the Senate President? You bring up somebody. The reason why you make somebody a senator or Senate President is to represent your region, to voice out for you in the government what are the needs of this my region. You bring those things up in the house, then they discuss it, then the president will look at it, then maybe implement it or decide not to implement it. These are the major issues. So, and that is why when we are talking about this, I once told you that having a Senate president is not an issue. That even if it's an Hausa man that can represent my interest, what I'm talking about here is my interest, and they still remain my interest. And those things I mentioned are my interest. I want to travel to Southeast and see all the federal roads being looking very nice, looking very good. You understand? So when I don't have somebody that can represent those interests for me, then what are we talking about? We're talking about
brother. These are continuous debates, and they are not mutually exclusive. Whether there is a Senate president or there is no Senate president does not preclude that the government must develop every region. So it's not mutually exclusive. If you don't have good representation, that's why everybody needs to go and get their PVC.
That is what we are talking about. The politics in Nigeria,
that you can have both. That's what I mean by it's not mutually exclusive. You can have Senate president and still have good roads, so it doesn't matter. That's what he's saying.
Let me give you just something that, let's say some international organization, they're looking to cite something big and monumental in Africa, and they've decided that they want to cite that thing in Nigeria. So now where in Nigeria they cite it is left to the Nigerian state. So now that is where your senator comes in. So the lobbying then comes in to say that my region can facilitate for this. I have the backing of my governor and all of that argument. So within that argument, you have the powerful Senate president that can move and influence where that thing is cited. So that's just, they're just, it's just such a powerful position. So it's
that
beyond.
Is still what I'm saying.
It's beyond.
That is what I'm saying. The person that will stand for the Southeast is not there. That is what I'm saying. You people are. I know. We know. When you come to Southeast, we know what we have. So if that is still the same thing. That when you maybe somebody like Orji Kalu now, you say that you are bringing a project to the Southeast. So for what, we know who he is. You cannot. So we know the people that can stand for that, but unfortunately, they are not in the major party, and the major party must produce the Senate president. That is my point. So the argument the Senate president using it to appease the Southeast, I don't think it will work this time around because we don't have the representative in the major party, and that is my point. So we are still saying the same thing. So if there is I think what we are talking about is good governance. If an Hausa man,
wait, are you saying Dave Umahi? Are you saying Dave Umahi is not a good representative?
Dave Umahi cannot get it.
The man performed well in the states.
Not that he didn't perform well. The system they're using there, maybe you will have experience. It's just it's a first timer now. He cannot get it. And the oldest senator we have there is somebody like Abalibe. He's qualified, but he's not in the major party. He's an Apoga.
Brother, you know where there is no way. Brother, you know what is the point? you are transposing internal debates onto the external, onto the national. Whether the Southeast produce reputable people or not, that is left to the Southeast. Here is the point. Should this thing go to the Southeast? Is the point. Whoever is here, we are where we are. We have who we have. We don't have. Those people that you are talking about, that you wish for, they are not right now at the table. So it doesn't matter how much.
But that is what I'm saying. That is what I said now. I said those people will want to be there. Unfortunately, they are not in the table. That is what I'm saying. The only qualified person maybe according to their constitution and is Orji Kalu. He's one of the oldest senator. But he knows that he's not accepted in the region.
Okay, that is for the region to deal with. That is not
so we are still saying the same thing. It doesn't mean where the Senate president comes from. The Senate president will represent everybody interest, wherever the Senate president comes from. That is my point. So whoever becomes so it's not relevant. It must not be from the Southeast. What happens if you want to govern well? Put up your mind that you want
let
to
me
govern.
ask you this: do you think someone like Abaribe will be qualified?
If Abaribe is not,
no, I'm just saying, like this character of him, you know, like, I mean,
you know that you can stand up now.
Hold on, Ekene. You answer that question now, Mike. In terms of serving the Southeastern president, do you think Abaribe is qualified?
Presidency.
The reason why I say that is because I just noticed that they believe that the only kind of people that have the best interest of their group, their region at heart, is someone that usually anti-others. I just always sense that. That's why I ask him that question. Do you automatically think Abaribe will be the better guy? And typically,
no, you speak your mind now. What he speaks is your mind. Whenever you are talking about every region will not be the same. When you come to
because
Southwest,
typically when a politician, like someone like Rochas, for example, they will say no, he's a Rocha Okura Hausa, you know, because he speaks Hausa. They just automatically dismiss him, not because
no, it's not
evidence
like that.
Doesn't
we know who speak who speak our mind.
Or someone like
Igbo
Kwe, for example, they would think he doesn't have the interest of the Southeast but Igbo Kwe does. Igbo Kwe does. The guy even always say they want. He always advocate for another state in the east. But they believe because Igbo Kwe is a friend of people from other regions, so automatically he's the enemy of their region. That's just the way a lot of them think. You know, they always assume once a guy is a friend of, appear to be a friend of other regions, he doesn't like that.
And the friends of the local people now is the senators. It's not like president that will be neutral.
People, I know people Southeastern will tell me Abaribe hasn't done anything in the East. He hasn't done anything. But most of them will say Abaribe
you can go and check now if he has done. So when you go there, you will check if he has done. If he has not done, we'll not be talking about him. I just thought I tell you that one for fact.
All right, thank you, Kenneth. So thank you, Kenneth. Let's make our way back to Fatai to round off his thoughts on that space. So, but before I come to you, Fatai, I'm trying to put together a session on Ifa. And I'd like to onboard you, Mike, and you, Dewale, for that session. But what I'm trying to do is I'm looking for a Babalawo and sort of like an online Ifa Babalawo type person. I've identified a couple of people. So if I can get them to come and speak to that space and have you, Dewale, and Mike come and pad out that conversation, I want to document that Ifa space as a session. But back to you, Fatai.
Yeah, Mama, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. So one might, I mean, there's an unending argument, right? The region can, especially, even in this election, right? For instance, let's just as an example, Labour Party had a good campaign in the Southeast. So that is the opportunity to produce who you prefer. So it's whoever is produced out of there. So it's not the other region's business that you don't have XYZ as your representative. That is the business of the space. So whoever is on the table is what is going to. So the discussion that concerns the other region is whether should we allocate this space or should we not. So whether the right person is on the table, that's not really any other person's business. It's the region's business. So that's why you have you get in politics so that the right person gets in the office. So it's not really any other. So if you keep going, we don't have the right person there, the argument never ends. If you don't have the right person, try to make sure next time you have the right people there. So the point really that is being argued here is whether should whatever everybody calls it, competence, development, political expedience, or whatever, whether it's the model to go for, or whether I think what Baba Jaligo and I are saying, look, we could call it like a national balance. You could use that, or I mean, you know what we as a loose term means. We should go or that model. And that's really the argument. And all I'm saying is all of these other considerations, competence, this. Okay, they go anyway. If you say you will go for competence, how do you make the argument that the other person is not? You say this person is competent. How do you make the other argument that the other person is not competent? Then that region also will tell you, oh, so you mean that we are not competent, right? And even that also could lead to even more addition to the marginalization story. That you are so you despise us so much, you even call us incompetent. So the only rational argument there is really the number argument. That how many votes did you give us? That makes sense as an argument, right? Okay, because if you don't give votes, I mean, like behaviorism, right? You reward positivity so that it continues, right? But in the space that we are in, right, is not the only factor. If you want to go by that, you shouldn't have in the APC, in the Tinubu government, there should not be a Southeasterner anywhere. But is that a viable argument? That is why the numbers argument doesn't really work that well. Because if you want to go by the number argument, you shouldn't really have that. Because if I don't know, 90%, 97%, whatever, essentially they didn't give you any vote. So that by that logic, you shouldn't have them anywhere. So, but that doesn't work. So other things have to be other things have to be considered. And I think it's a low hanging fruit to just solidify. It's like my friends, calm down. We are not marginalizing you. It's a very easy argument to make. But if the party they decide to go for other ones, well, it's everybody carry their own cross. It's up to them now. They are the one. They know. They have the specific details with them to know which where it is going to swing. I'm just saying. The way I see it, I think it's a low hanging fruit.
All right, let me take you to this next topic, Fatai. And when I saw this topic, you actually inspired me bringing this forward, because when I saw this, I thought to myself immediately that if Fatai, if he has seen this headline wherever he is, he would have probably chuckled to himself. So did this make you chuckle then? Pete, actually, before I bring that to you, let me actually acknowledge. So sorry, let me remove that for 1 microsecond. Let me acknowledge. Let me acknowledge Ayo. So you already know where I'm going, of course. Ayo does as he always does. So there's Ayo right there, clocking in as per ever with the coffee thing, and it's quite a spectacle actually. If you look at the whole of this page, entirely Ayo just he just seems to be the only person that uses that space. So thank you Ayo for that. But let me bring you this headline. As I was saying, Fatai, when I saw this this headline, my immediate thoughts were to you. So yes, my immediate thoughts were to you. So when I said, oh, this would have made Fatai chuckle. It says Peter Obi dragged to court over alleged dual citizenship, faces disqualification. So this is a lawsuit that has been instituted, but I suspect it's a tongue-in-cheek sort of a lawsuit. But let me speed through it, and then you give us your thoughts. Now, presidential candidate of the Labour Party in the 2023 general election, Peter Obi, is facing a fresh disqualification suit at a federal high court in Abuja over his alleged possession of dual citizenship of 2 countries. Obi was dragged before the court by another political party the National Rescue Movement, NRM, which, amongst others, alleged that the presidential candidate is no longer fit, proper, and qualified for the highest plum office in Nigeria on account of his dual citizenship. The plaintiff in the fresh suit, against Obi is praying to the court for an order of this. Let's do that again. The plaintiff in the fresh suit against Obi is praying to the court for an order to disqualify him from the presidential race on the ground of breach of the 1999 Constitution. In the suit marked XYZ, the Labour Party candidate was accused of acquiring citizenship of Dallas in Texas, United States of America, in breach of Section 1 and 137 of the Nigerian Constitution. The party, through its counsel, Mohammed Danjuma, asked for an order of perpetual injunction restraining the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, from recognizing, dealing, or affording Peter Obi any right or privilege to stand for the presidential election. In a 14-paragraph affidavit in support of the suit, Obi was said to have voluntarily acquired Dallas citizenship, and the certificate of citizenship presented to him by the mayor of Dallas, Mr. Eric Johnson. The party produced the picture and video recording of the presentation of the citizenship certificate to establish its case against the defendant. When the matter came up on Monday, Justice Ekpa lambasted the plaintiff for the inability to serve the originating summons on the defendant. Justice Ekpa thereafter fixed February the 10th for mention of the suit. So it looks as though this is a throwback somewhat, but I only really brought that that storyline. It really in line with now this Tinubu is a Guinean space. So it's almost a mirror image of the narrative around Tinubu. But when we were opening and I presented this this narrative to Joel of Nashville, he dismissed it with a cough and a chuckle and said, "Oh, that's nonsensical." But really, is this not an identical of what they are flogging Tinubu over, Fatai?
One man. Let me first make a quick two salutes. I join you, one man, in saluting AY, right? AY, any other AY is a counterfeit. Also I salute you also. Like I love the topic, right? I love it so much. I find it interesting. I think there are a lot of issues, a lot of interesting points this lawsuit raised, right? So first is the issue about the certificate, right? I think the point you would, the obedience will make that the certificate is not the same as the passport, right? Well, that is left for the court to decide, right? And the reason I say I even love it, it continues from yesterday's argument when Rational Mind was telling me, it was lecturing us about allegiance. We have to recognize allegiance. No, the point is allegiance. Whether it's a certificate of citizenship or it's an actual passport, they both also represent some form of allegiance. So if it can go either way, but it's left for the court to decide whether the equation is there to the level is there. So, and that is the point I was making. So all of this, think about right? That's why the point I was making with the obedience, that they don't really know how to fight. This is not a fight to have, right? If you go by this argument, they are going with the passport. All of them will also be, especially when you consider that majority of them they are in abroad, they are in diaspora. Local council chairman, they will not be able to contest it if that thing is codified into law, right? That argument will continue to expand. If you have a dual nationality, how do you hurt yourself, right? Because I don't know whatever cause you are fighting, because you hate Tinubu or because you want Peter Obi to be president, you hurt yourself. You, all of you, even everybody's children, you have dual nationalship, you don't get a step, because when you look at it, really, people can make the argument. So you Jack Barbie, the people that stayed back in Nigeria, now you want to go back and contest. No. Only they will be able to be contested. And this really, I think when you look at this law, but let me just it's a lot of this thing. Let me just bring it home. So you can actually split this thing into two arguments. Like who is bringing this lawsuit? I suppose it's a minor party, right? So the minor parties, they will be interested in this kind of a situation because the big boys they will not be so much into, because many of the guys in this APC PDP, in the top level of them, they have a some form of a dual situation. No? They all have, they don't like this argument, right? It's the minor parties who will be keen to knock out as many of them as possible that will go with the lawsuit. But even if you put
Fatai, the wider question is, what Tinubu stands accused of course, is perjury. Because they are saying in form XYZ or whatever the form is that I filled with INEC, it did not declare this honorary Guinean citizenship that it has. But now, so the same argument then, did Peter Obi declare this honorary Dallas citizenship that he has? And if he did not, does he equally stand accused of perjury?
One man, thank you. One man, just I understand. I'm going a long way. Just give me 1 minute to.
Carry on.
Everything even comes to that, because also it's perjury, right? You should declare it also if it's relevant, right? If it's honorary, if they are making to Tinubu that whether or not it's honorary, that he should have declared it. Okay. Also, Peter Obi also should have declared also this one, right? So that and this is also comes to the point. You are going to hurt everybody with this stupid argument that they brought up. It's a stupid argument. It's a stupid debate they have started. The debate that can hurt a large portion of Nigerians, given the fact that all of them have Japa, can hurt a whole lot of people. If you remember in 2016, one of the I like to give American example, not because of anything, just because I consider it as a good model to always use, right? What Ted Cruz, what was the Democrats, also Trump, they were waiting because the primary went down to Trump and Ted Cruz. They are waiting for Ted Cruz, right? Even Trump was saying that they prepared the lawsuit, they used to knock him out because it was not a natural born or whatever. My point is, this where you are born, this citizenship, this allegiance, it's not a straightforward debate. You can knock out anybody with this debate. Essentially, you are saying only people who is born and raised all his life, lived in one village in Ijebu can contest for presidency. Because if you codify this thing, it will continue to expand to include, even you might not even be able to get a job in the government. So this is a very delicate situation that is not needed to be brought up, especially the way they bring it up. Right? It's not necessarily it will touch it will touch many people, and that's the point I'm making. So to relevant to this situation, and also it could actually even be APC that is with a wink pushing this thing, because now they will actually want to respond, because they will want a court to declare, to have a declaration from the court on this matter. Then they can then come out and respond after the court and make the declaration. It's not a stupid. This thing is not. It sounds like a joke, but it's not really a joke, because the court is there to make declarative declaration on arguments, right, in the space, right. So, and lawyers, if lawyers can find a position that is not so volatile, but at least make the point, push the court to make a declaration. The lawyers, they love it. So it's a very interesting case. Let the court make a declaration, because this is not like the election is over. You are not really like knocking anybody out. It's a very tiny little thing you give to the court to make a declaration on a wider situation. We have a declaration. If the court declares that, either way, if the court says it's a nonsense suit, then it means Tinubu, all the agitation against Tinubu Ebari also is nonsense. If the court says it's a big deal, right? And one man, that's what I'm saying. So you are bringing up this argument. However it goes, it does not hurt Tinubu. Even if you go to court and the court declares that, yeah, you are not allowed to be like this, it will affect people after Tinubu. It's no longer applicable to Tinubu, because the requirement for Tinubu to be president now are in the electoral petition. They are right there in the electoral petition, and this one is not there. So this one is not going to knock Tinubu out. And by the time Tinubu becomes president, he will enjoy immunity. And even before he becomes president, even if you take Tinubu to court, Buhari can decide today to pardon Tinubu of all the crimes, and it will have no effect.
Can I say something?
No, hold on, Ekene. Hold on, Ekene. You know, there's a lawsuit presently instituted for people to it's actually at the appellate court that to stop the inauguration of Tinubu. I think that's actually, I'm not sure if it's coming from the Labour Party or PDP or not, but I know that Ohanaeze Ndigbo have also written to the presidency and the Senate to have Buhari's tenure extended by 30 days. So the aggression and the push.
I don't know one man. I've been hearing a lot about dictatorship, about temporary government, whatever administration. I don't know what everybody is wishing for, right? All of us could chop the breakfast. So now they love Buhari. They want Buhari to become life president now, to extend another 30 days. Why didn't you give Obasanjo also?
I think they are wanting that extension just to see how the legal space plays through. Because of course, once Tinubu has been sworn in, then that's the end of Solomon Grundy.
And so one man, you think that will not take a life of its own? First of all, it's not constitutional. Well, if they want that, they should go and do constitutional amendments for that. So whatever you do, whatever in that region, in that space that you do, is unconstitutional, right? You have essentially brought into the government the disruption of the state. It's not in the constitution. So you have brought in dictatorship. It will take a life of its own. We had the experience of Shoneko. So you think you want to give somebody power and you expect it to give it back to you in 3 days. Oh, let's just for the temporary moment for the court to play out. You think that's how reality works. You give me power now, you think I want to give it back to you in 3 days. Of course, it will take a lot. It's another monster that you will build, and everybody go chop the breakfast. I don't even know the nonsense. I mean, this cycle is really the headache it brings is so amazing. So you want a temporary government from a Buhari that you don't like. So you want Buhari to continue. You want Buhari to continue to be president. I thought you were tired of Buhari. You want him to continue, and in this case, in an unconstitutional role. So you should continue for 30 days. And after that, everything will just slide back into normal order. So you want the disruption. You think it's like a switch, turn on the light, turn off the light. You just turn it on and turn it off. Oh my goodness. We had Shoneko already now. We already had Shoneko now. So you want to have a stopgap so that you can turn it on, turn it off. Let's have a little stopgap for 2 hours, and then we continue back. We go back to where we were as if this never happened.
All right. It can make the interjection as brief as you can. I want to take Fatai to one more topic and then go from him to Mike. But you wanted to say?
Okay. What I wanted to say just to add up, because somebody like me, there are arguments I don't make. When I was listening yesterday about this dual citizen, it's not an argument to me, because just like this one came up now, most of them might have such dual citizenship, just that. So I don't know why they are making it an argument. And somebody like me, I don't argue such argument, because in this country, you're supposed to know. I know my limit. I know what I can do as a citizen. I know what I can achieve. Because
By the way, thank you, my brother, for saying that. Thank you. Continue.
The authority.
No, I just say thank you for saying that point. Continue, brother.
The authority that are in the country is too high. Even this court case, my expectation is not high. I'm just hoping. We are just looking. Let's see how it will work out. So this all this argument, bringing up this and that, I think the point has been made in court. Everybody has presented their case. We're expecting the day the tribunal will kick off, voting will start to. So, and in short, we have not had the leadership to transform this country. That's a fact, and that is the totality of everything. So that is why I said what I'm expecting the government to come in, Tinubu, is very much. So if he can do those things he promised to, then why will everybody be fighting each other? The issue is that they are not truthful to themselves. They're not truthful to themselves. The judicial system, you cannot get anything there. Whatever, you cannot get anything there. And I know once this money is sworn in, how are you going to get your judgment? Just leave the whole thing. So, but if Obi maybe think he can, I don't stop him. I cannot stop him. If he gets a judgment, it's even better for the country. That is my take. If he can get a judgment, it's better. It will still strengthen our political system. But if he cannot get it, then everybody will move on. So the issue of dual citizenship, somebody that live abroad all his life, I don't think he will not have a dual citizenship. So those are unnecessary arguments. I don't like such arguments. So that's what I want to add. Thank you.
All right, brother.
Thank you, my brother.
All right, always well put by Kenny, of course. You know, Kenny is a real champion voice, you know, although you came here under false pretenses. I remember your first time on this. You remember, you know what? Okay, just tell him what I wanted to say, but
No, actually, no, even what was making
Let
me
me
laugh
say
is
it, one
when
man, I remember. He said it's not an obedience.
He said it was not an obedience. Even though we can hear it.
I didn't say I'm not an obedient. I said I will not. I said I will not. I will not say whether I'm obedient. I didn't review my stand then, so I didn't say I'm not obedient. But the issue is that somebody like me, I will not see something that I know that this is what I know will certainly happen, and I will begin to turn it around to suit the narrative. I know what will really happen. This is the country we live in now. I know what will happen. So there is no need of me trying to be stressing myself just to make an argument. I don't do such argument. So the only thing that happens in the such spaces, maybe people say, let the will of God be done. Let us be hoping. Maybe that will of God will be done. If it doesn't happen, we will not kill ourselves. That is my life. And that is how I put my conversation. I don't like to stress things. So that is why I've been hearing about this dual citizenship. I've not taken my time to look into it. Even when you people are discussing it yesterday, I was listening to the whole thing. I just took it. What are these people talking? What are they even discussing?
One man, which side of state of grief are we now? Are we in the third or the fourth?
No, we are in the final stage of grief. We are in acceptance now. We're in acceptance. You know, because there's no choice. There's nowhere to run anymore. There's nowhere to run anymore. So it's a case of...
No, there is nothing like... See, one man, all these things doesn't mean that I'm not in opposition. And I always make the fact. I always make my point. You understand? There is nothing... I will not go and fight Tinubu not to be president now. My thoughts still remain that I will still make my point when he doesn't, when he did not do the right thing. And I still tell you that when he does the right thing, I will still come here and tell you that this man, I'm in the country now. You people are abroad now. The thing is affecting us.
You keep saying that. One day I will knock on your door and you have to buy me pepper soup.
That is it now. When you are here with me now, then if you are saying anything there, then I'll be enjoying it more. So maybe we are the people to tell you what is happening. So when the thing affects me now, I begin to feel happy inside me. I know what makes me happy as a citizen. When the thing begins to make me happy, I will just come into this platform. I'll tell you, one man, I'm happy. Tinubu did something that made me happy. Is he not a citizen? He's the president now. His duty is to make the people happy. That is my point, and that it will remain my point. So there is no other.
All right. The reason I was even trying to laugh was the day Dupsy pounced on Kenneth. He said, we know you are coming and say, I don't mind Tinubu. I don't mind Tinubu. You know you are obedient. You are I was laughing so hard. I was laughing so hard. Anyway, just to not to even expand it so much, my even larger point here is that in life, they say, be careful what you wish for. So you think you are trying to hurt somebody, the thing doesn't even hurt, will not even hurt them at all. The people you will hurt is the Guinean government and yourselves. So you can go on with it, but be careful what you wish for, because tomorrow, and just remember that if it comes back to hurt everybody, everybody that's pushing for it should remember, you planted it.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Let me bring you to this space. Hopefully you can speak a bit more on Fethard on this, because of course, no dog in this fight, except of course, something that concerns all of us. Japa, World Bank says migration good for prosperity development. So the number one ambition of the average Nigerian youth, at least, I would let me not say all of them, because a Kennedy exception, but a good portion of the Nigerian youth, their number one ambition is actually how to make their way out of the borders of that country. A hellhole is what they're describing the experience as. But this Japa thing, which is a source of concern and debate within the Nigerian space, the international community led by the World Bank is actually telling us that ultimately it might well be a good thing. And the argument around this, of course, is one, the easy go-to of the opportunity to earn more, and by extension, through remittance, impact financially on their immediate family and their country, to one. And then the skills acquisition, which is a form of technological transfer to their country too. So this narrative then and we know that the Canadians, for a period, they were harvesting very heavily the Nigerian space. A lot of Nigerians were just giving you just stroll to your average Canadian embassy and you're on the next plane the next day. So now this harvesting of African youths who are willing subjects, by the way, the international community telling us ultimately not a bad idea, that Japa is good for prosperity and development. Do you concur with those thoughts?
Well, the countries that don't like me, the World Bank, essentially, the big structure at the World Bank is controlled by the West. The West always love migration, right? It's our own brain drain that is the problem, right? They love it. They have infrastructures. They need people to be there, right? And we are the one without infrastructure, and we're hemorrhaging, right? So Japa is good for them, right? Any countries in the West that is anti-immigrant, it's actually essentially the problem really basically is assimilation. As long as there can be enough, can be good assimilation, it's always good for the West. Our people can go and work in their farms and in their factories and do their low-level jobs and everything like that. They only then benefit. That skill transfer, there's no skill transfer. How many people are going back? How many people are going back to, except if, let's say if you left for education and you have all the degrees and you think you can go and you can go and oppress, spread the space back up. Nobody's going back. Everybody's taking other people's citizenship. It's never good for us, for our brain drain. The only thing that is good for us is to develop the space so that people can feel comfortable, at least enough number of people can feel comfortable to go to a Nigerian universities and have a degree that is presentable, to have a job that even when you calculate the standard of living, right, you don't really see the difference of traveling abroad, right? But even if you don't earn any money that can buy you something in Nigeria, then it makes sense to travel abroad. Because really, when you see to believe is not anything particularly spectacular living abroad, because when you remove all the money you pay for rent, for bills, for everything, how much money? The only thing that makes it make sense is the exchange rate. So if the exchange rate is very terrible back home, then you can send $10 and it looks like 1 million. Other than that, how much do you save, right? You have better chance when you live in Nigeria, right? If on the average, the economy serves everybody well, because you can live in your village and where you don't pay rent, right? Where you don't even care to pay rent, and whatever money you have is yours. But in the West, where you have to pay all the rent and everything like that, right? Even your income, really. I mean, for a stand, you don't really get rich living in the West, right? But it's when you now transfer the money back home, when the exchange rate has made you a millionaire or whatever, or a multi-millionaire. That's when it's really it works. It works for you. That's when it can be beneficial to you. But that really happened in only a fraction of the time. For the most of the time, they never made their way back. So it's only good for only one space, for the Western space, and that's what the World Bank is speaking to. So it's not speaking to us. If I don't know who that is targeted at. If that is targeted at us, it's that because it's skill acquisition for us. It's very disingenuous. But as a general statement, pitching towards the West to maybe some immigration, some countries who are hard on immigration, okay, maybe preaching to them to see the sense of immigration. But it's disingenuous to say it's like categorical. It's good for us. That's not categorical. We have more harm than good for us. But for them, it's more good than harm. So I suppose that's what
Fatai. Just was something you said. It would be interesting to actually establish what the statistical data is. The people who are migrated abroad, how many of them actually make their way back home, or how many of them just, or how many of them just just what the statistics are? Because, like you said, everybody that travels to that, I can't say everybody because there's no such thing as everybody, but a good abundance of the people that travel abroad, they travel with that intention of live in that space for XYZ period, do ABC, and then make my way back home. But how many of those plans actually come to fruition? It'd be interesting to establish that data. But in terms of technological advancement transfer and money transfer, I think there's a narrative to suggest that because even if you don't relocate, you can relocate your skills still, both from your learning, because we're not, when you are saying technological transfer, it's not necessarily you are coming here to become a medical doctor and then go and set up some futuristic hospital in Ghana, etc. A world view is also an advancement which you can impact. That so there's just so many pathways to take the learnings of the international space and use it to update the African space. So that's development in some form, and the prosperity, of course.
Yeah, but you're not going back. But you're not going back.
Yeah, but your ideas are.
How you are pumping it in the air? The only situation where the idea is making impact is the obedience space in the social media. Sorry, obedience. Sorry, I'm coming. Sorry, I'm mentioning you too much. It's the only way is other than that, how everybody is talking, everybody is stayed there, not stuck, but everybody is stayed back there. They are not going back to Nigeria. So how is the skill transferred? That the point I'm speaking to is when I say disingenuous, the transferring of the skill. How is it the transferring of the skill is like a drop in the ocean? It's dropping. It's not like there is transfer that's actually going on. There's no actual transfer going on. Everybody is stay put there. There's no massive people going back to go and enrich the space. Only a few cases they go back when they think that they have a chance to become a counselor. That is only very few spaces that are going, but the skills are not getting transferred, is my point. The skills are not getting transferred. Now, if we have this administration in which, let's say, this administration is able to be successful with building a credit facility system, then we could be talking. Like when people know, because the skills you have acquired in the West of how to run of this credit facility arrangement situation, it will be seamless. So you can actually look forward to going back, and you know, like the calendar to pay back your loans, to do this. Even the banks don't have to do much work on you as they will do on the people who have never traveled at all before. So then you can easily access facilities and be entrepreneurial and do this and do that. If that space is created, the possibility of credits of the credit system, right, which Tinubu says he will do, we hope he does it. Then there is a hope for a transfer of skill. Then, but this present condition, there is no transfer of skill. There is only hemorrhaging. We are only hemorrhaging. There is no transfer of skill at all. Nobody is going back. Everybody is staying put. Hopefully,
the maternities are not. If you go to those maternities in the village, to even see a doctor self, even nurse self is wahala.
Yeah,
those
everybody.
Most of our communities have good maternities, as in some nice infrastructures, but as in to see a doctor, to see a nurse that will even attend to you is a very difficult thing.
My brother, Simba is a doctor. Yeah. He had a heart to go and help in the village, but he's still staying put in Saudi Arabia.
That is supposed to come back. That the people we are talking to. Why is he staying there and be campaigning? We need his skills. Let him come back and develop, even if it's some local government.
One man, will you allow me to say something about this?
A brief comment, and then we'll move on to the next person. Yeah.
Okay. I don't want us to discard what the man said totally, because let me tell you, it depends on if you are talking about the present situation. But in the past, you discover that people who go to school in the West, they will, after finishing their education, most of them will come back. Some of them will work for a while and bring the skill back. But presently, I think hello?
Yeah, go on, brother. I just do put Agasa in the past. In the past, yes.
Now we discover that most people that are actually leaving the country, they are not actually the so-called skill worker. Even those who have skill at home, they don't go there to acquire more skill. What they just go there to do is to get money and to be living. You discover somebody who's a lawyer will get to UK and become a factory worker. So he's get a nurse that will become a healthcare attendant. So those are the issues that we have.
But those are still skills.
I know.
Those are still skills. Right?
Because let me tell you,
specialized skills, right? Skills you can acquire soft skills, right? You can acquire soft skills, how to navigate, finance spaces, how to like this we talk about now. Let's say we have a credit system, right? I mean, because you are used to how it runs in the West. If you go back to Nigeria, you will easily fit in. The bank don't have to do too much work pursuing you around. You are familiar with how these things work. So it's a relief.
But Fatai, how many of our bankers in Nigeria that have Japa are working in a bank in the diaspora?
They're driving Uber Eats.
I know. Yes. I know somebody that just Japa last month. The thing just I don't know whether to be angry or to be happy. A well-qualified doctor, just as in young boy to just finish he just working. He didn't work on only a year. Very qualified. The guy just left as in there. The thing is too much. Who are going to work in our hospitals now? Who are the people that are going to work in our hospital?
Sorry, hold on. I just want to, just for the benefit of what Ekene said there. So Ekene, there's a bill going through the Nigerian Parliament at the moment. It's in its second reading. They are passing a bill that a newly qualified Nigerian doctor cannot leave the country to go and work for 5 years. So he has to serve the country for 5 years before he's allowed to go abroad. So they are not going to, of course, arrest you, but you will not be able to take your certificates to work anywhere else. So is this something you would approve of, to have that bill passed through? And they are narrowing it to the medical field, because that seems to be where it is impacting on the country the most. That anybody that qualifies on the anybody that qualifies from the highly subsidized Nigerian educational system, especially with a medical degree, must serve the country for 5 years before they're able to japa. So just a very, very brief thought on that. You round off your talking points, Fatai, and then I'll go on to Mike. Ekene.
Okay.
Okay. That bill, I saw them debating that bill. That bill is a good bill, but the people that are debating it are not reliable. Those things are supposed to come with package. Those things are supposed to come with some form of relief to those people you are saying that they will stay back. Because it's not easy to study a doctor. I'm not a doctor, but I know the profession is not an easy one. So you don't expect. I know a few people that have gone through that field. They are not in this country anymore, and most of them are my friends. So when I see those things, there are even some doctors that work here in Nigeria. They have hospitals. They still work abroad. They need, so most of the time you go to their hospital, you will not see them. They have traveled abroad. So those things is because the environment is not conducive. Their payment and everything. So those bills are very nice, but they must come with a very good package that will entice those doctors. You give them something that will entice them to stay, because nobody would just like to leave this country. This country, I don't think everybody will just leave the country, forget your family, stay many years abroad, this and that. It's not easy. So, but it's the situation we find ourselves. I like the bill, but the bill is not getting much attention because it doesn't have some packages that will entice those doctors to stay back. Just like this, my brother now. If he can come back now and see some, maybe take one local government and decide to develop it and make it a good hospital, employ nurses and all that, would they make those things available for him? The monies, everything that he needs to do those things. So those things are what they need. So the system is too bad for that bill. That is it.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Kenneth. So round off your thoughts, Fatai, and then we'll move on. Fatai, back to you.
Yeah, one man. Let me just, because I mean the whole thing is gone all over the place. I've even lost my thought. But let me just round it up with this doctor bill you presented. One man, I think that however one feels about it, whether you think it's a good bill or not a good bill, I think in the end it's not going to work. It's going to fail, because I think there is somewhere in the constitution or whatever that you are not allowed to target a particular entity, like negatively target. Like you can't devise policy or bill or laws that will negatively design to take let me just use margin. I don't remember the term, a particular other group of people, or everybody has to get equal fame. If they want to make it a law for everybody, like you graduate from Nigeria, 5 years, you're not going to leave, okay, but to target just the doctors, I think it will probably run against somewhere in the constitution. That's the number. They need to build the economy.
No. So sorry, I want to move on now.
I'm not. I just want to buttress what Fatai say. You remember?
No. So sorry. Let Fatai land, and then I must move on. It's just the time. We're 6 hours plus, so I want to now push it a bit.
Yeah. So the government needs to build for us a good economy. Integrate this credit facility system, so the people that want to japa, if they know they can have access to money, they can be entrepreneurial or whatever. Like a doctor now, with a very good we have a very good chance to get a credit from the bank because of the nature of his job. Even if it is small salary, you can get money that you can spread the paying back of it over a long period of time. And then so when you balance this with like going abroad with all the houses and with all the standard of living differentiation, how much bills you have to pay and everything and the differences, in the end you might just decide it doesn't. So in the end you will have more people staying back than leaving. So it's better to take care of they are just passing things anyway. But this is one of the anywhere belly face kind of situation. Fix the economy, things will take a life of their own. They don't want to fix whether they don't know how to fix it or whatever, and it's an anywhere belly face stuff for me.
All right, brilliant. All right, thank you. I was going to Mike, but I think he dropped. So let me go on then to Ajanle Koko, who hopefully, well, he has not dropped, but hopefully still with us. Ajanle Koko, are you there?
What's up?
Oh, all right, brilliant. Thank you, Ajanle Koko. So thank you, Ajanle Koko. So Ajanle Koko, to it then, let me take you to that space actually that Fatai just left, the Japa culture and the World Bank inviting. They were not speaking specifically about Nigeria. They were speaking to it from a global space. They are saying essentially it's a net gain both for the countries that people are jackpying to and the countries that they're jackpying from. So do you buy into that narrative then from the World Bank, Ajanle Koko?
Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. I don't buy into it. I think they just making this statement so that we won't find solution to our problem. And most of the problem that we are facing in our continent today, with regard to poor management of our economy and the financial problem that we are going through as a country, are created by them in the first place, because they recommended a lot of economic measures, like social government program to Nigeria, that since we adopted such a problem, that is when our economy started going down. The value of our money started going down. Industry, closing down, and a lot of stringent measure that they recommended. They recommended even that government should not invest more. They should invest less on education. They should invest less on infrastructure. They should invest less on so many things, all in an effort to save money and to do that, put more taxes on some certain things. All of that, they're doing that so that their loan, they can get their money back in so many ways. They can keep you down, keep your economy down, and you keep on to rely on them. You borrow, for example, you borrow like $10 million from them, and when you pay back, you will pay 100 million. So what they are recommending, or what they are saying, that is actually not a bad situation for us. I think they are not sincere, because we are losing our young ones that would have been very useful for our economic development. We are losing them to go and, help them to develop their own economy. Because when you have young, energetic people, they are at productive stage of life. They can work hard. They can contribute immensely to the economic growth of the society. And, they will pay taxes from, their income. That is where government will generate revenue as well, that they can use to, run the economy well. So, but we are losing our young ones to them. What are we getting back from them in replacement? Nothing. We are losing our brains. And at the end of the day, those of our people that we lost, that move to their own place, we marry over there, we have children, and at the end of the day, majority won't be able to come back. We have a situation, particularly in our own generation now, that that's scattered around the world. $80 to 90% will lose our generation. I mean, coming generation after us to them. Majority of our own children and grandchildren will not go back to Africa. So it's a plus to their own economy, because their own population now is not growing at a faster rate the way it used to. We are supplementing their population rate at the detriment of ours. So there are so many ways that we are losing, and they're gaining a lot from us. So we are going to lose human beings to their population, to the advantage of their population. We are going to lose brain to their own development of their country, brains that will have used to develop Africa. And we have a lot to lose. And what is going to become the future of Africa when we are losing our best of the best brain to the Western world? You know, so we develop our people, we give them education, and instead of using that that capacity they have garnered through education given to them by our society, they will take it from us to develop their society, and we won't have anything to help our own society to develop as expected. So it's just an act of hypocrisy. I don't subscribe to that argument that it's not a bad thing. However, on the other side, we can say, oh, when we are here, we remit money home. At a point in time, you will stop remitting money home when you get old. So, but you will contribute immensely while you are here to their social security, because as you work here, they are taking social security from you to, you know, as a form of saving for you for future. But how many people will get to the age of 70 to benefit from there? But you will contribute, and their old people are the one that will enjoy your contribution to the social security force. So they gain more. They gain more from us, and we lose more. So that is just the way I see it. So it's just hypocritical statement that doesn't make sense. So, but what are we going to do, Omar? We have leaders that are not visionary. They don't see the future. They don't have plan for they don't love their country in the first place. And that's why they cannot put in place basic amenities to work. Just basic. Let there be electricity. Let there be good education, infrastructure. Let there be a healthcare facility that work for people well. Let there be good roads. I mean, every other thing will fall in line. But all they do is to lose. And these are the people saying that, oh, we don't have much to lose. They will accuse us of being corrupt. I mean, they will accuse Africa as a corrupt. I mean, they call us corrupt continent, but yet they allow the leaders to steal so much wealth of Africa, so much from the commonwealth of our people to bring to their own country easily. But then they will said we cannot manage anything. So they allow the aiding and abetting of bad managers of our resources, but yet they will said we are not good in the management, and they want to come in the management of resources, and they want to come with all sort of stringent measure when it comes to giving us loan and all this thing and all this nonsense. So it's just an hypocritical statement, and I don't.
And the interest of that loan itself is not even enticing. Very bad interest.
Yeah, that's my.
All right, Ajaleko, let me take you to the space then. Peter Obi dragged to court over alleged dual citizenship, faces disqualification. So this is coming off the back of the Tinubu narrative and his Guinean passport that seems to have been agitating the space for over a week now. So now, are you waiting in anticipation that the same level of energy that they used, that they expended on Tinubu and is alleged now not being a Nigerian anymore, are you expecting them to deport Peter Obi from Onitsha, Anambra to Dallas, where his new country is now? Peter Obi, a citizen of Dallas. What says you, Ajale Koko? You are in Dallas too, are you not?
No, I'm not in Dallas. So let me tell you this. It doesn't make sense. I know the politics that is playing out here. It's a tit for tat politics. The Peter Obi people are carried out this Tinubu's another country's citizenship, and they are playing back at them in the same way, so that supporters from both sides can see it that, yeah, what you are accused of, you are also doing what you are accusing of doing. So it's an effort to discredit Peter Obi, to rubbish his character and personality as well, because that is the same thing they are doing to Tinubu too. So from both sides, I think both sides are not just serious. I don't think Tinubu can be citizen of another country and not clearly describe it in his nomination form. I haven't know that it's against the law, and I haven't know the importance of the position, the legal, the legal problem that could come out of it if he didn't do that. So, but we look at that passport of Tinubu citizenship they were talking about. Zita came here and said he would like to see the back cover of the passport. Why is the back cover of the passport not available? Why the biodata page? Biometrics page. So a lot of questions should be asked and that is just one of them. Let us see the back cover of that passport. That can tell us better of what kind of passport it is. And the former president has make a statement that it was an honorary citizenship, which means that he's not a naturalized citizen of that country. So the one for Obi as well is an honorary. So, but political opponents in Nigeria have a way of destroying each other. I think that is what is playing out here. So, but if they have filed a lawsuit in respect of this, we wait for the court to come out with the better legal interpretation of, this mess that that is playing out. That's my take. One man.
One man, don't go sleep. Oh.
One man.
No, I muted myself now, and I was saying, "Oh, brilliant, Ajale Koko." Let me take. I was going on and on, but yeah. But let me take you to this space then. So we're going to the who becomes the Senate president next. President-elect Tinubu, Betara hold closed door meeting. So this is now somebody jostling a man from Borno, curiously enough, jostling to be the next Speaker of the House of Representatives. So now it opens up that space again on how the balance can be struck on who gets what position within the administration incoming. So the argument then, because it looks as though the permutation may well skim the Southeast out of relevance unless they foist them onto that space. But what are you then making then on this debate now on who becomes the Senate and the House of Reps Speaker?
So the guy that went to meet Tinubu, is he going for Senate or House of Reps?
The House. It wants the House.
Okay. I don't see it happening. I believe that Tinubu, what I can guess that Tinubu has invited him for is to tell him to step down and get out of the race. Because how could it be from the same state, from the vice president? Though it happened in this administration, Oshibajo is a Yoruba man from Southwest and the speaker from Southwest. So APC has their own way of doing things. But considering the present situation in Nigeria, as we clearly seen it, that we are more divided, I think Tinubu leadership should be able to bring unity and balancing in the sharing of position. So it's not going to look good this time, because even within their party, I think they are divided as well. They're just trying to manage it in such a way that they won't lose election. And what I believe Tinubu have invited him for is to tell him, step down, let the Northwest have it. Because there's no way that we can have number 1 and 4 position, and Northwest will not have any position between the 1st and 4th. particularly when it's on record that in the past election, I think Northwest gave him the highest vote, if I'm not making a mistake. So Northwest should be able to have the position of that Speaker of the National Assembly. So that's what I can get. So the one for the Senate, the Igbo people have to get it right. If they fail to have it this time, I don't know when they can have it, when that opportunity will come. And if Ekene and others, as they are saying, they're looking for competence, when will they see somebody that is competent for that position? I think Fatai stated it very clearly, that how can you define who is competent and who is not competent? As far as Orji Kalu is concerned, he's a leader in the Senate. I think is the chief whip, or what is his name? What is the position? I think he has a principal position there.
Yeah, I think he's the chief whip, like you just said here.
Yeah, he's the chief whip.
Yeah, majority will chief whip.
Huh?
It's the majority party chief whip.
Chief whip. Okay, it's the majority party chief. So whether we like it or not, he is familiar with the way the politics is played in the Senate, because he currently among the leadership of that Senate. It's not just ordinary Senate member that sits on the chair to just talk, blah, blah, and go. He managed one of the principal positions in the Senate. So that already places him as a formidable and a person that, a potential president of the Senate. I don't think these guys know.
Chief Ajali Koko, can I ask you a question? Just one question, then you continue.
Yeah.
Do you think if Tinubu comes in and do some things that you need to do, maybe the dollar making it a single digit, as in the dollar to come down, maybe the way it's supposed to be, not this extravagant dollar price, things begin to come down, which that is an interest of an Igbo man in terms of ease of doing business, and maybe as in making things easy for business to thrive. Do you think Igbo man will really care about what happened in the Senate and what don't happen, or who becomes the Senate president?
Okay, let me tell you this. There's nothing that Tinubu can do that will not pass through the Senate. And the Senate president particularly have a very big role to play in ensuring that he runs a successful administration. And the Senate president that is sitting in that position is so important that the president sometimes will beg him to get his program sailed through.
But you know that most of the time, president position might not be really people's position. Then it now requires that the Senate president has to wake up to his responsibility at that particular point in time. And the reason why we say that, we know that people like Orji Kalu might not have that capacity to do such things.
Sometimes what do you mean that? What are you guys talking about? What do you mean that he doesn't have capacity? Somebody that was governor, hold on. Somebody that was governor for 8 years. Somebody that's been senator for several years, and a leader, one of the leaders
in that Senate,
Then what?
not just ordinary
What
floor
has?
member.
But he has not done anything in that in terms of that
This
capacity. He
is
has
the
been in the.
time. Hold
He has
on.
been in the. He has been
This
in the
is the
Senate for
time.
years. Remember, he has been in the Senate for years.
You cannot say
And
you cannot hold on. You are not from a state. He's representing a district, a senatorial district.
nothing stops me
Hold
from
on.
entering Niger
Hold
State.
on.
Anambra and Niger is almost the same.
Hold on.
Sorry, Ajane Koko. Let me just take this window to let me ease myself out and hand over to Thomas for reasons of sleep. Thank you to the super chats and coffee Ayo. So Thomas, over to you. Sorry, carry on, Ajane Koko.
Oh, thank you, Mama. Thank you, Daddy. Thanks, Daddy.
Oh, all right, let Ajane Koko carry on with his thoughts. Ajane Koko, back to you.
Yeah, you can't say he has not done anything. It's the people of his district that you go and ask whether he has done anything for them or not. It's not you from Anambra we say he has not done anything, because he did not represent you. He represents the people.
We know him very well. We know Abia State very well.
Hold on. He represents his people from maybe not Abia or where it is. And that is why these people continue to vote for him. If he have not done anything good for them, they won't be returning him at every election time. Even in this past election, as toxic as it is, they voted for him. I thought he would lose the election.
But when it comes to that position, when it comes to that position, you need general acceptance. It's not that position is now. It's not just now.
Who are those people you say general? Are you the one that we approve him?
You are talking about Southeast now. You are no more talking about his zone now. You are talking about Southeast.
Who said the people of Southeast does not support him? Who told you that the leadership, political leadership in the Southeast are not behind him? Who told you that?
They are political leadership now, but we are talking about as in just like now, just like I'm talking to you now.
This is above you. You don't have any role to play for him to be Senate president.
I know I don't have any role to play. I know I don't have any role to play, but I know I still even know that I still even know even in that position self, he doesn't even have a chance. I know that.
Well,
so whatever game they are playing, because I watch a lot of their interview and many things. Even in that, he don't even have a chance. Even if we don't oppose him, he don't have a chance.
Hold on. Those of you that doesn't want him to be Senate president, all of you are just deceiving yourself. And why I say you are deceiving yourself is that you have no role to play to sail him through or to block his way. Because people that matter to sail him through are the political leaders in the East. And I want to tell you confidently that 95%, if not 100%, are backing him because they have seen the political terrain in Nigeria, and they know that if they don't back one of their own, they will lose out completely. Look, let me tell you, the position of the Senate president is so powerful that he can influence many things from the
one we have had before. What has it influenced? We have had it before. We have it many times.
Forget about the person that
we have it many times. What did he influence?
Forget about the one that passed. We are talking about new order, new thing that is coming in. So
those one cannot believe is not just Okala that can believe.
Ajane Gogo, can I please digest for just few? You see what Ekene is saying is that it depends on the person occupying the post. It was on this platform that we had and discussed that Obasanjo was, if not Senate president, was even the president of Nigeria, and his government did not benefit the Southwest. Good Luck was president of Nigeria. South, I can't say anything they benefited from him. So it depends on who is there.
You understand? So this guy is telling you that they don't have people that have their interests at heart. And obviously you will agree with him, because look at the way the region looks like. They've had governors, they've had Senate presidents, even under PDP, where they had a lot of influence. You understand? When they were Senate president under PDP, they had a lot of influence. They brought nothing. They have had SGF.
We have finance minister. We have a central bank governor.
So all those things, they brought nothing. So it depends on the person. They believe Obi could do that. They just wanted to try him out too. I'm sure if they didn't do the same, they will still tell him. That's one thing I like about them. They will come to you and give it to you. They will still have told Obi, look, you disappointed us. But it's telling you we don't have that. The only person whose record has shown that he has their interest was Abaribe. And you'll agree, the way Abaribe argues on the floor of the house, Orji Kalu is virtually absent on the floor now. Even Okorocha argues, present position argues better than him.
I never see Abaribe stand up in the house for one day to make
Orji
any
Kalu,
comment about Southeast.
That's
what are you telling me? Am I not following their politics?
He's not a good senator, not talk of being a good Senate president.
He just sits down there waiting for his allowance. Even Dino Melai is better than him. Dino Melai is even more.
Dino has more bills. Dino has more bills passed than Orji Kalu. So don't push for them.
Look,
they know what they are,
not just because we want to be relevant in politics and begin to impose somebody. It's better, and that is why I say it's better you give it to another that can be there and bring out the good politics. It's not political naive. You cannot. This is how this is. It's not political naive. It's all about nation building.
Now, the Yorubas didn't want Obasanjo now, but Obasanjo was enforced on them. I'm sure if they had given us Falaye, Southwest would have benefited better under Falaye than Obasanjo. The Yorubas didn't want Obasanjo now, but they presented it, they enforced him on them. And at the end of the day, 2003, they bought him, but he did nothing. Look at what he did to Lagos State. A Southwest president doing that to a Southwestern state. So his interest, I'm sure if Tinubu was the one that time, he wouldn't do that to Lagos State. Or if Falaye was the one, he would not have done that to Lagos State. They say that this guy cannot represent their interest. They are right. And Orji Kalu is a disaster, actually, if you look at him. He didn't do anything in that state now. He brought someone, his brother is senator, you know, those kind of nonsense. His brother is, as a senator, he's the House of Assembly or rep, I can't know now. He brought somebody, you know, the way they are, or Theodore Orji, whose son is the speaker, he's in, you know, all those kind of things.
You bring a Senate president because you want to be relevant, and the region still remain what it is after 4 years or 8 years. It's not the wrong. It's not a good choice now. Just because you want to be a Senate president, you want your region to become a Senate president. And you just throw out somebody there. After 8 years, everything still remains the same. So I don't. Somebody like me, I don't play such politics. We know people that can represent our interests. It's not just to bring us somebody.
When they talk of Nigeria, they say Yoruba has presented president. Which president Yoruba has presented? Obasanjo is not really a good president for Yoruba. But the fact is that they are taking the spot.
You know, Patosky is saying that, yes, it's not representing their interests. Is the executive going to manufacture somebody in the Senate to represent the interests of the Southeast? Who cares about the interests of Southeast? Executive wants somebody who will do their bidding in the Senate.
Who will do the rubber?
And we are talking about the interests of Southeast. Who
that
cares?
Is the thing, and the status quo remain. So let's see.
No. See, in modern democracy, even in America, Biden will do anything to make sure that Democrat has the majority in the Senate so that they can help him push his agenda. But when you now have somebody, if the executive let the legislative become independent fully, it won't all go well for that executive, because you need somebody who will buy into their agenda and help them push it. Now, executive always
even
wants
if the agenda is even if the agenda is whether good or bad.
But this is the agenda of the executive, whether you like it or not. This is what they are bringing it to the
country will not
presidency.
move forward now. The Senate president need to. need to oppose some things
you
that
know,
are not good to
the
the society.
democracy says in the independence of legislature, isn't it, and judiciary. But you see,
Mhm.
if you look at the modern democracy now, that is no longer obtainable. The same platform elected these individuals, these people. APC has majority in the Senate and House of Assembly. House of Representative, right? So these people share the same ideology. They belong to the same party. This same party sponsored their election, fielded them for them to even win the election. So if they are now becoming independent and they are going against the ideology of the party or the agenda of the party, guess what is going to happen? It's going to be a disaster for the party. So you now have APC that has majority. You won't expect them to go and manufacture somebody or pick somebody that will not do their bidding in the Senate. So till tomorrow, Tinubu will prefer somebody who will help him to push this agenda, to help to actualize his agenda in the National Assembly, not just somebody to represent the interests of a region, whether southeast, northwest or southeast. It won't matter. It's somebody that will help
That
him.
is what I said before. That is what I said before, that unfortunately the people who do the job will not get it. For the people from the south will not get it. That is what I said. It still remains the same. So David Umahi would have been a better option, but being a first timer, it's not possible. This is his first time to come into the Senate. Even the Akpabio yourself might even favor the southeast. I
Ekene,
think in
can you
that
hear me?
direction. Yes.
I call you. I said, please. Thank
Yes,
you.
I'm hearing you. Yeah.
Adewale, we do you often hear that there are leaders in the South, they are useless leaders? We often hear that on platform, even here. So I think Peter Obi and Aparebe is the only good leader in the Southeast. Don't you think that?
Well, most of the leaders we have in the Southeast, many people believe that the problem of the Southeast. That's the fact. Even most of the governors, former governors, many of them believe that the problem of the Southeast. Many of us, including me, it's a fact. But I cannot use
Ekene.
the word. I cannot use the word useless. You
Sorry,
understand?
I thought I was
But it's
speaking
just that they have
to. I
not
think
lived
my
up to
mic was
their.
on.
It's not up to their. They have not lived up to their expectations. That is the fact.
Ekene, the problem is this. When you have a region that put all their eggs in one basket, this is what happened. Mainstream politics, national politics, requires consistency, being shown out, being present. But when you now have scanty numbers of representatives from a region in the incumbent in the party that is in the government, this is what you have. Now, I don't see reason why Southeast cannot grab this thing, but it seems it's going to be slipping out of their hand now because South delivered for the presidency. And to be honest with you, Tinubu needed somebody, a yes man, rubber stamp man, that can help him get vote, not just from his own party, but from opposition as well. So they needed somebody who will occupy that leadership position, who will not stir the pot, but trying to. You can imagine a government who is trying to pass a bill to, spending bill, a lot of bill that will help to actualize the all this agenda, all these what listed in his manifesto. But when you now have opposition ganged up against, and you've chosen the wrong person that will have the ears of the opposition, that will become a political suicide for the whoever is occupying the executive position. So you needed somebody, but we now have Southeast that have, I won't call them unreliable or representative, but majority of the people from that areas belongs to opposition. So you now have this kind of scenario being played out. That is the reason why Northwest can say, you know what, and I can bet you after Tinubu, Northwest will rise up to vie for presidency. And I mean, right
It's not.
now they don't really.
It's not. It's not even an issue that Northwest. I will know. I know certainly that will happen, and that is why I said before. The reason why I don't talk much about APC is that I know that Southeast are not giving APC anything. It's just some political bigwigs in the Southeast trying to make some inroad in the APC as a ruling party. But I know that the Southeast have not given APC anything. And at the same time, you cannot question them because they already have their party since from 1999, which is PDP. So the party to be blaming all these things, I still blame PDP for everything that is happening in the Southeast today. You understand? Because I know that APC started to build their party starting from Southwest to the Northwest to the Northeast.
You're
So
right.
they have to satisfy those regions first. They have to,
You're right.
it's a simple logic. They have to
Honestly,
satisfy
if
those
the
regions.
APC doesn't give
So
anything to Southeast, I think they deserve it and it's understandable. But I don't think they would do that.
no, that
I
is
don't,
why you
I,
don't see anybody fighting for it in the Southeast. I'm not fighting for it. I know it's a position that is, if
no, it's
Tinubu maybe close his eyes tomorrow to say, let this thing go to the Southeast, he has made a very big decision that he
But
might even.
Adewale,
yes.
why are we even bothered? The people from even from the region, they are even condemning their own. So why Nigerians are bothered? Let him go to
That
anywhere. He can even come
that
back to
is
the
the thing.
southwest. We will
That
not be
is
No,
the
it
scared
thing.
doesn't.
again.
Anywhere.
It doesn't work out that way. You see, we look at politics as an immediate gratification, but a good politician will look at the long term benefit. Remember, politics is about building bridges. Now, even if this region does not even support you, even the region is kind of like completely against you, and you know, you still have to put something on ground that will help you or make more or less like a stepping stone that will help you to build that bridge, maybe not now, maybe but in the nearest future. Yes, it is possible that the region doesn't have, enough representative or, from that region. But you
Umahi,
cannot,
Umahi would have been fair. Honestly speaking, he would have been fair, but
but
it's still that politics. It's still that
umai
politics.
to, umai
It's
to
still that
Tinubu's,
politics.
umai to Tinubu's agenda, not just the Southeast agenda now. You see, when it comes to this kind of position, it's not about what the region wants. It's what the executive or the
The
party, the
executive.
control party wants. So, and if they can't find it in the crops of the representative from that region now, they will look somewhere else. So now you, Ekene, and anybody from Southeast will want somebody who will represent their interests, who will want the president or for government to do something more tangible in the
That is
Southeast, at
it.
least something
Eh,
significant. But
That
the
is it.
executive not looking at it that way because executive cannot govern by executive order only. Anybody can challenge the executive, you know, by because of executive order, and most of the time, executive always use executive orders scantily because you want something entrenched in the law so that you'll be able to at least go a long way before it can be changed or anything. So in this scenario, executive will want somebody who will help them in that situation to help them put this and code it in a law so that it will be able to go a long time. Now every person that being mentioned now, do they have good hairs? Do they have the hairs of the new crops of represent elected senate right now? Do they have that leadership quality to governance and to get vote? Because it's about voting. Unfortunately, voting is about chorus and say yes and nay but you need the majority. People that will be able to count, you can count on when it comes to, every stages of the bill being passed and readings and all that. So if tomorrow Northwest grab this position, I could understand the reason behind it because the executive need enough backing they could get from the National Assembly. So as it stand now, it looks like it might be slipping off the southeast. But we should also understand that this position, I mean, you know what? While this discussion was going on, Thomas, in my head, I was thinking
Adewale, do
something.
they even deserve it in the first place?
No, we
They don't
can't.
vote for him.
But you can't use that when it comes to national politics. You can't use that.
Character. What do
Okay.
they call this nonsense character they are doing?
Yeah,
You
you
don't
have
vote
to,
for
you
me, you
see.
don't get anything.
Yes,
That is
because
my
you
own
don't vote
life.
for me doesn't mean that what belongs to you must not come to you. And all these things are not in constitution. We are just doing that to build unity in the country. If tomorrow comes, this Betara guy of a guy is from Borno State. I don't even see reason why he should be jostling for this position in the first place. But for the unity of this country, but we are so myopic when it comes to what politics is all about. Now we are thinking of, oh, we need a Christian, we need a Muslim, we need somebody from my village, we need somebody. But these people, what will be their impact in my life?
That is the
Majority of
thing.
people will be having and not even having impact in our life, whether you are a Christian, whether you are a Muslim, and all that. But we want somebody who look like us. All those ephemeral, those mundane things that doesn't really have no reason, no value. Those are the things that we see. And the high time we start changing. And I know in the nearest future we'll be talking about some good quality that we want in our leadership. So now it doesn't even matter if the electricity is in Borno today and the Yoruba man bring the electricity there or Igbo man bring it there. Do you think they will be asking all these questions? No. All these
Nobody will
things
be
won't even
asking.
matter. I mean, if you look at America, Texas has been producing president. We have two presidents from Texas, right? Then Georgia produced one, two. We've had numerous. I mean, I'm talking about two. Johnson is from Texas as well. So, I mean, if you look at it, some states did not even produce any president, and even they didn't care because
Adewale, when that country will move forward until we forget about this is my brother, this is my uncle. Adewale, to be candid to you, if a northerner will rule Nigeria very well forever, they can be there. If I know, if I have that, what did they call that crystal zone? I'll be something, not this magic thing. If they can, if the Southeast can rule, if Peter Obi can rule Nigeria today, and it will be better than Tinubu, I will even pray they should kick
you know,
out Tinubu. We
you know
need
what, Thomas?
competent person.
You
Yes,
know
let's.
what, Tessa? You know what, Thomas? It is not them. It is us. It is we, the problem. You know why? These same people that will elect people are the one that will be demanding accountability from you, which is not bad. But then they want you knowing fully well. I've never seen where a legislature is the one building hospital or building road. That is not their job function. More or less like an oversight function. That's what their job is all about. But we want them to do something that is beyond their scope. Building road, building schools, building hospital.
Adewale,
And
that
and that is why
that
I asked Angelico at the first
that
place.
is
Do you
what
think that
that
if the business environment, the dollar, everything is okay, that an Igbo man will be talking about Senate president?
you
Somebody
will
like me, I will not
you
care.
will that is you. That is you.
No,
Look,
no.
the
Like the major things I mentioned, those things, if those things are there, many people will not care. I'm telling you that for a fact. What do we need in a
That is
country?
possible.
What do you need? What do you
That
need
is
as
possible,
a citizen?
actually.
You have 24 hours electricity. The roads are there. Everything. The economy is there. The security is there. What do you need? The president can come from anywhere. What else do
You
you
are
need?
right. You are absolutely right. But the funniest thing is
So
that because we're an
I
African,
don't even
we,
understand.
we are very
It's
how
just
do
that
I
we are
put
still in
this?
the middle of. You see, we are still in the middle
We
of
will
with
still
this
have
this
something
person for the.
against it. We will
We see
still have something against the
will this
status
person
quo.
will this person do it right? Will somebody from Southeast do it right? Will somebody from Southwest do it right? We are still in that middle. We have not getting it right at all, and we are still very far from that.
Sorry, Baba
I
Jale
think
Koko, I must
so.
have cut
It is bad.
your thought process off. I was just trying to.
Ajali Goko coming. I think Ajali Goko wants to come in. Yeah, that's good.
Baba is gone now.
I think it's not here.
Baba,
Ajali Goko is gone. Oh, that's yeah. Yes, go on. Yeah, Adewale.
yeah. So, as things stands now, I can understand the reason why presidency or the president elect and his group are trying to make sure that there's no internal coup taking place, just like what happens during the Saraki's time and Dogara. Because if you look at it, by the time you add oppositions, look, if there's any good politicians among them that can rally around and get all the politicians to support this cause, and get at least maybe one or two from the APC, I can bet you they can stage this coup and they can do it successfully. But I don't think any one of them have what it takes to spring this kind of coup. But nevertheless, you will still have some cantankerous members among them that will go the other way. But what I foresee happening is that the incoming administration will try to appease some region, such as maybe not northwest, to at least give them maybe secretary of to the federal government position. But if that
Do you know? Do you know? Can
if
I
the
ask? Do you
senate
know
I
that?
was yeah.
Okay. Do you know that if for Tinubu to succeed in this government, he need he before he might have succeed, he would have maybe, let me say, provoke most of his allies in the politics.
No.
He would have because for him
Y-
to
y-
succeed, he needs to oppose some many, as in many narrative in most of his
no.
camp for him to
Ekene,
survive.
Ekene, politics is not like that. Politics is about give and take. Deal. See, for every single member of National Assembly that you see, they have people that are sponsoring them, that are sponsoring that cause. And these are the people that have interest. And this interest is when it usually brings uh, commotion, problems. Because when you have interests that are diverse, that is where you now see people, not necessarily the constituency they are represented, but the people that support them financially or what have you. So you now, how do you bring this interest together, these stakeholders together, and bridge their interests, and then able to, because sometimes you have to appease. Okay, you have to appease this interest. For give you an example, now president wants to carry out certain policy. I know that if doing this policy will affect some establishment, or financially or other view, and you has to find a means or a way to make sure that, even though to cushion that effect of that policies on those people, and at the end of the day we'll bargain with them, or perhaps maybe give them a stake in that, whatever the outcome of that policy. That is how things are done. But you can't completely say you want to step on toes and say, I would do whatever I like, just like Trump.
See,
Look,
okay, just look at what I mean.
it
What I mean
doesn't
is
work.
maybe
It doesn't work in democracy, because
I know, but
in
let's
as much
see what I mean. See what I mean. I mean, if Tinubu decided he's going to give the country electricity today,
Mhm.
24 hours electricity, do you know he's going to affect many people, many
Yes,
business,
eh,
and
but in
and he needs the political will
but
to do
it
that.
can,
He needs strength.
it's even simple. Look, if I know I'm going to make sure that there's electricity in our country today, of course, the people importing generators, they are stakeholders, right? I mean, I have even sixth sense. I mean, my sixth sense says that these people might be the one behind the darkness Nigeria found itself, you know, throughout all this while. But to do that, you need to bring these people to the table. They
That's the
cannot
thing.
be into business for loss, so they have to make profit one way or the other. There's a way you can do it as a politician. If you are going to make sure that you declare emergency in the energy sector, right? What you can do is that these people that are, a stakeholder in this sector, you can bring them to the table to make sure that they establish maybe, a company, form a company that will also be part of what this current
What they are
administration
doing.
put in place, and then invest their money, invest their fund in this new emerging markets, by making sure that they're more maybe into retailing, maybe they're into generating, all this thing. And at the end of the day, they will make more money, even though they have imported generator that, at the end of the day, they will sell it in Banjo, but they will still make money maybe after investing in retailing or in generation of the electricity and all that. So, but you have to carry them along so that they would not feel left behind. But if you
That
don't
is still
carry
the
them
good
around
governance we
and you
are looking
decided
for
to
now.
just push out policies, at the end of the day, they felt threatened because they know that they're going to lose a lot of money. Guess what? They will be the ones to form this campaign of calumny against you and start
Yes.
propagating, info warfare on the television or social media, and begins to spread across. But when you're able to identify them from the beginning, bring them to the table, make them part of that policy, and to participate and to strengthen it, it will work. It will be effective. But when you decide to neglect them, but mind you, there are a lot of stakeholders, there are a lot of different factions or different people, stakeholders with different views and all that. But a good politician, knows a way to cut deal. It's about deal. It's about making promises and keeping some promises
And keeping
and
it.
find a
Yes.
way. If you can't do that, there's no straight. You see, I marvel when I hear Nigeria talking about this thing has to be done right. See, there are a lot of corruption going on in government that is for the good of the country, because sometimes you have to negotiate your way out of things. You can't just be bulldozing your way. It doesn't work. Even the modern democracy that we look at and we try to benchmark us against, they also have their own internal way of doing things. So at the end of the day, when we say, "Oh, it has to be this way," you have to, no government is straightforward. No government is open. No government ever told their book open for scrutiny and all that. They find a way to communicate what is right and what is just to the public. But at the
And that
end
is
of the
what we
day,
are lacking in the system. That's
but
what we are lacking.
our own is even is worse because we don't practice democracy the way it's supposed to be practiced. Our politicians takes citizens for granted. They believe that nobody has the gut, to question them or to query how things been done. Even in the modern, in like America, yes, the
But
media has question.
Adewale, I
Yes,
often hear that, why can't we hold our politician accountable? How can we do that? Do we have the
you know
power? I don't think
the
so.
a representative coming from a constituency from a state voted by maybe two, three local government. After being voted in, this same constituency will be the one going to this individual's door every day to beg for harms, knowing fully well that what they elected him for is to legislate and to represent them, to make law on their behalf. But they are going to his house demanding for school fees, demanding for medical
Keep on
bills,
money.
demanded
Food.
for every food. So how is this individual going to be able to satisfy and give them money, knowing fully well that if he doesn't do it, he's going to lose the next election. Re-election is shaky. So he will become forced, or don't let me use compel, but forced to steal and to destroy. You see how this thing affect one another is a domino effect. So the actions of the
And Adewale, even to call back a senator, it's very difficult to
that is
call back a
impossible.
senator. It's impossible. And the
That's
provision to call them back is there. But it is possible. It is impossible. It's impossible to call back a senator, to call back anybody. They try it
The
with
reason
Dino,
they
they
know that they
fail.
will still get back to power. They know that whether they get it right or wrong, you will still vote them. So that is that.
an
So
average Nigeria doesn't believe that it has rights.
mm,
Um, Even when you tell them you have right to this, they'll say, please, they were so skeptic about it because they never knew that those things could work in their favor. They said if you want to keep a secret, put it in the black and white. A black man won't know what their right has or what could benefit them, which is true. Um, we can blame our politicians from now to tomorrow. If the citizens, the people they are representing, are not having a awakening moment, they were just going to, continue to remain in that perpetual wretchedness and their ignorance. And we have the kind of politics we play in Africa. And I was thinking something the other day. I was thinking aloud. I said, look, you cannot develop in isolation. People are talking about Nigeria. Do you know that what we do in Nigeria has effect in Ghana and all that? So a country like Nigeria cannot grow in isolation. So you have to do things in such a way that, even our neighboring country will also know that some changes are going on in this region, right? So, but in such a way that will have effect on our neighboring countries, and they will be able to learn from us. So if Nigeria is prospering today, guess what? Ghanaians will flock into Nigerians and all that. Anyway, I digress. But nevertheless, still on politics, the way things are right now, Tinubu will do whatever is possible to make sure that he has is whoever the leadership of the National Assembly are his ally, because if not, it will become what do they call this Russian game? I forgot what they call it. Something related.
Adewale, even though rubber stamp.
That is what modern democracy has become. You need a rubber stamp in the National Assembly. Look, for
Oh
real.
my
You
but
look,
God.
see, that
look.
rubber stamp.
We are
You
not
see,
ready. Adewale, we are not ready. We
No,
are
no,
let me
no,
not
tell you,
no,
let me
ready.
no,
tell
no, no,
let
no.
me say
It's not
something.
about
Let
not
me say
us not
something.
ready.
Let me say something. If it is that rubber stamp, then I don't know how this. I pray that this country succeed in my time. I'm still young to see. I want to experience a good country, and that is my own
No,
position. You
see,
see.
okay, they
So,
say
but if
it's
things will
50,
continue
it's
this way,
50-50. It's 50-50. If you have a good policy, but opposition knows that if you put this policy in place, it is possible that it will make this party to shine and will affect their chances in the next election. They wouldn't want it to scale through, right?
now wow.
So now you now have opposition that will want to see that shine away
Do you
from
think
you.
that somebody like Yaradua, who wanted to make a good electoral reform, that after all those things, all those good policy that he was able to put up during those few days in office, that after doing those things, that people will not vote him for second time?
You see, that's the campaign of calumny didn't start from one day. You have people
Because
that
I believe when the man was doing good, everybody was affected positively. Nobody complained.
you hear what
People from
Kashim
Southeast,
Shetima said,
people
my
from
brother.
Southeast or everywhere was very happy with the man until the
Ekene,
man died.
Ekene. You hear what Kashim Shetima said? He said, no good man is into politics. Good man sell what?
That is his
Popcorn.
opinion.
They
Now they
sell
sell
ice
they
No,
sell
cream.
no,
ice
They sell
cream.
ice
it is,
cream.
it
They
is,
sell ice
it is
cream.
the, it is the fact.
God,
It is the fact.
this country.
It is the fact. Good men sell popcorn and ice cream. No good
Ice
man
God,
cream.
goes
God.
into politics. You must lie. You must lie through your teeth, whether you like it or not. When somebody
But
tells you, I'm a malam, I'm an imam,
Yaradua was
I'm
a
a
good man.
pastor,
Yaradua
eh?
was a good man. Everybody
It's
can
because
confirm to
of
that.
what is being projected. See, I can,
He was a good man. Nobody
you
can
see,
nobody can doubt that.
look,
If
look,
anybody has said
look,
anything bad about that man, he's lying
it,
to himself. It's just that the man he was not healthy to
Ekene,
lead the country too far.
Ekene,
Yeah.
Ekene, politics is a
So
science.
I don't support that Kachin Shetima idea. I don't support it at
Look,
all.
hold on,
Whatever, no
hold
matter
on,
how you
hold
want
on.
to put it,
Hold on now,
I don't
Ekene, hold
support
on.
it.
So politics is a science. You must be able to read the mood. You must be able to read the temperature and the mood of the country or the people you are representing. Look, this game is called lying to me and I will lie to you. It's as simple as that. You must be able to be on top of your lying games. Yaradua is a
Continue to
good
lie.
man. But you see, there's no way in the world that government is completely open to its people. There are a lot of things that you and I must never know. Never, 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 that will never see the daylight. There's some truth that must never see the daylight. Maybe after a decade or 20 years, then it now disclassified that you and I would now be able to be privy to it. If not, it would destabilize the country. And some of these people that we glorify, that we praise as a good leader, some of them are not even supposed to be
See,
walking on our
when
street.
Yaradua came up to say that this election that brought me into power was a fraud, did the country divide? Did anybody fight him?
That kind
And
of statement.
he went ahead to promise that he will make a
No, no,
reform,
no. Ekene,
which
he
he
didn't
started.
said fraud. Ekene, he didn't said fraud. He didn't say fraud. He used another
What did
term.
he
I
say?
forgot the term. He didn't
But
set
what
It
it
for.
was
means
They
that
were
flawed.
but what it
Flawed.
means that what it means that I know that this election was not proper. This
like
election
irregularity, like something
that it was
irregularity.
irregularity, and he accepted it, and
Ekene.
he went ahead to make an amendment before he died.
Ek-
So what are you telling me
Ekene.
that good men are not into politics, that people will continue to lie?
Ekene.
The man made a good
Ekene.
suggestion, and everybody see that this man was very sincere to himself, and everybody accepted him. It's not a big deal. I don't believe that we'll continue to live in all this lying for a country to succeed. If this man had continued and maybe succeeded in making that electoral reform, I don't think that this country will still remain the same today. Instead of during those days, instead of petrol to be going up, petrol was coming down. I never saw that happen in any regime. For petrol to be going, every regime they must add 20 naira, but his own was coming down. We
Ekene.
saw it. So what
Ekene.
are we saying? Good men can be in politics. Good
Ekene.
men
I'm
can
not
be in
saying
politics,
good
and the
man.
politics is
See.
all about the people.
Oh,
So the man
see.
is a good man. The man said the
See.
truth, and
Okay.
it's just that the man was not healthy to fulfill his dream for the country.
So,
So let's
so
forget about it.
if it's know that it's
Even as
not
a
healthy,
governor,
why
even as
lie
a
to
governor, even as a governor, he did well.
Ekene when
Even
he
as a
knew that
governor, he did well.
Ekene when he knew that it wasn't healthy enough? Why not telling the people the truth that say, hey, look, I'm sick, man. I'm not healthy enough. Why continue to be in government? Is that truthfulness? Is that the kind of person that you call a very straightforward person?
But
Even
we
though that
cannot
he knew
deny it.
that no, he
Uh,
knew that it was having acute renal failure, right? It was sick, seriously sick. But yet he decided, you know what, I'm gonna call even while he was on sick bed, Obasanjo was campaigning for him, right? You remember Umaru, they said you are dead, right? But when
Umaru.
so he knew that he was sick. Why not being open to the people? I said, look, man, I'm sick, man. I'm right here on the sick bed. Why continue to do
maybe
it? That is
maybe
kind of
he
person
think
you call a
he
very
thought
good.
he would have finished.
See,
Nobody knew him when he would die.
a truthful person, Ekene, will be open
Mm.
to the people and say, look, oh, I'm sick. But you know what? He's a politician. He won't do that. He won't say that. That will be a political suicide. That means he has signed up to lose the election. See, good people, all right, you can't find them in politics because this game involves lies. You see blue, you call it black. Okay, you don't say it's blue, you say it's black,
But
and
that's
you
for that
have to.
aspect. I thought maybe I may think Obasanjo pushed that man so much.
Okay, why did
I
he
don't
allow
think.
himself to be used, to be pushed when he knew that he wasn't feeling too good? Look, I'm not feeling too good. This is what I would tell Nigerians. Nigerians, Obasanjo is lying on my behalf. I'm sick. Oh, all right. Why not do that? If you think good people being staying in the politics. No. Look, that is why lawyers are always make a very good politician because they know how to, the right word to say to people. It's about reading the body language, reading the people that they support, I mean that support them. And you must be able to see, Fashola said Tinubu used to poll within the cabinet if a particular policy is going to be implemented, and they will poll and people will oppose, and he used that to gauge, and sometimes they even do that publicly and randomly call people up and say, well, if government do this, what do you think it will be? Now he's trying to read the mood, right, to see, okay, what can I do because I need to stay in the good mood of the people that I'm representing. However, you have your own personal agenda that you are pursuing, that you want to implement. All right. Every politician has ego. They are all ego driven, egocentric. But at the end of the day, while they were doing that, they want to make sure that they remain continuously in the good mood of people that they represent because of the election sake. The moment they're out of office, except if they think, you know what, let me pack up, I'm retired, I'm no longer interested in policy. But if not, they will continue to find a way to suit the people where it hurts them the most
Maybe
and trying to be in their good book.
the politics is very attractive now. That's the only place you will go today and make money today. So that is why
Because no,
they
it's the
stick and
kind
stay
of politics we practice in Nigeria. It's the kind of policy we practice in Nigeria. But if it to be the way it's been done in the advanced country, you will make money, but you're not going to be an ostentatious kind of money that people see and flaunt it like a Dino Melai. Dino Melai I don't know what that man does before he got into politics. I've never heard him
He
say
never
he
did
did
anything. It's
nine
just
to five
politics.
job. So
I just fear people that want to make him governor. The only argument I may have in his becoming a governor, maybe he may be a strong contender to Bello candidate or
but
something like that. But for
does he
performance,
have
I'm
does he
not
has the
I don't see
money?
the capacity.
Does he has the money? Does he have the money to spend?
Maybe we'll continue use that his drama, his body language, his vocality, and all those things. So maybe
The
that is
guy is a
where
joke.
he's hoping.
I heard it on this platform. Some people said they wanted him to win the election. It's a joke. Okay, so those
That
are the
guy,
people
that
that
guy,
are
that guy,
suitable for
that guy,
election
that guy.
because they could
I
lie.
don't know the reason. They look all the whole Kogi state, the whole Kogi state is the no Milayo they see. So
If
and how do
if
they want
good
that? How do they
people,
want that? How do they want that Kogi state to move forward? Somebody that all the cars that he have will build hospital in every local government. If he sell all of
okay,
them, maybe remaining one or two will build hospital in all the local government in Kogi state. He just use it and park cars in his compound, and people are wanting that person to become. He's
okay,
just a
then
But
senator. He's just a senator.
Ekene, he made his money before becoming a senator. Do you know that?
What did he do? I don't know what he did though.
He made
I don't know.
his money before becoming a senator.
I don't know. Maybe if you explain to me, I will
I said
understand. But
I'm
I
what
telling
don't know.
you now, he made his money
what
before
did he
becoming a
do?
senator.
What kind of
What
job
did
was
he
he
do?
doing?
Just tell me what.
I don't know.
My brother,
I don't know, but he
If you
made
tell
his
we
me what,
money
don't.
if you
before a
cannot tell me
senator.
what he do, if you cannot tell me what he did to make the money, then I still remember that money was made when he became a senator. But if you can tell me that this is
Ekene,
the what he did,
the position he hold, you can't see that kind of money to build that kind of thing. He's
Uh,
just a senator. What are you
Thomas,
saying?
Thomas,
Adewale, let me finish. What did the Senate get? They get projects for constituency. That is it. What else? Where can you steal from the Senate?
Ek- Thomas, this man, we
you
don't
said
know
he
what
made
he.
his money to become a senator. What did he do? What business is he
What
into?
was he
Adewale,
Is he
doing
was he
before
was he was
before
he
he,
was he a lawyer? Was he
Adewale,
practicing law just like Festus Kayama? Was
Adewale,
he
I'm asking
practicing
both
law?
of you. Adewale,
that,
Ikene,
yes,
how
yes.
can you steal as just a senator? Just tell me.
Oh, you
Just tell me.
can. You
Ah,
can.
they
How? Just tell me how.
Okay. You see, once you are appointed to a very juicy oversight committee, the agency involved, they are at your beck and call because the director, even up to the director, the permanent secretary, even the civil service in that agency, they are at your beck and call. So when you have the minister in charge of that agency, they will do your bidding. So they must make sure that they take care of you. Look, from 1999, this has become the norm. So, and if you also your party is the one in the center, and then your party is the one controlling the National Assembly, and you also happens to be close to the corridor of that power National Assembly, guess what? You will get put into the juicy committee,
mm-hmm.
and at the
Where
end
they
of the day,
share
guess
money.
what? All you need to do is just to say, look, man, I need this million of dollars or naira. It's done.
And he can
Done
steal
deal.
that kind of money. And he can steal that kind
Which
of
kind of
money.
money?
Are
These
you
people,
sure?
do you know how much these people spend on election? Do you know how much
Ah,
these people cornered get? Thomas, these people
yes.
rob Nigeria dry. What are we talking about? Okay, if you wouldn't believe me, listen to Aruma Ote's uh, testimony when she was invited for oversight public hearing, and right there she was accusing the committee chairman of being corrupt, demanding for money because she has had it. Okay, I mean I know a lot of policies play into it, but that is how things work. All this tackled money, they have to give them.
They still give them contract in that
So
maybe they still
what
receive
what
contract.
was Dino Melaye doing before he joined politics?
That is a fact.
We
What is he
want to
doing? He didn't
know.
have any business.
No, when he was asked, he said he was trading. He was trading in
So what is the name of the business?
forex and all that. But look, we all knew this guy finished high school. He was just like a political jobbers. You know, all these what do they call them? These people that follow politicians, and then they got some money and they decided to sponsor them, and they got into National Assembly. I think he got into House of Assembly first, then he moved up to Senate. That's how he got this money, Thomas. But nobody from his constituency has the guts to challenge him on
Nobody was. He
all
was
these
just doing
things.
what he liked.
I mean,
Are you sure Adewale? Are you sure
I am
Adewale?
very
Are
sure.
you
Please ask
sure?
This
any
is
other
very clear.
person tomorrow on this platform. I'm very sure. We don't know what he does for a living. This guy just came from. I told you, this guy is just like a political jobber. He's like a thug following all these politicians.
You don't
Because
use
he
how he
already,
was
I
following
think he was
Atiku.
already
If Atiku
introduced
has won
to
this election,
politics in college.
you
So,
would have seen Dino Melaye in the next 4 years. Yeah, the car would have doubled more than. It's just that they lost the election. Why was he putting all that effort just for Atiku to win? So those
yeah,
are he's fighting for his interest,
oh, of
but the
course.
interest did not matter. So he now moved to governor. Maybe the
Why
thing
did
will
they
mature in
join
the governor.
the gubernatorial election? Because they know they've lost presidency, so money won't come there. So they need money to prosecute the next election. So the best thing is to field is Atiku's ally and all that. If not, there won't be any amount for any money for PDP to prosecute the election. So that's why he's vying for that position. Nothing more, nothing else. He has nothing to offer the people of Kogi. It's as if even from the Kogi West that he came
And
from,
you
he
see,
has nothing to offer them.
why they win all this election is because maybe a governor, a president might not be doing well, but he has the hope that he has more governors than his opponent. Because once the election time comes, the governors will support him. They will bring out the money from the state,
Oh
and he
yeah.
win the next election.
You see, the reason
That is
why
the thing.
Atiku picked Okowa, number one, he needed money, state
Money.
money. So there's no way we'll have picked Obi. When he picked Obi, the machinery of PDP was still where oil then. So at the end of the day, he has no choice than to pick a state governor because he needed their money. He needed their support as well, their political support. So he went
Which
that route.
Okowa
No,
provided now, and the Delta people begin
exactly.
to accuse him.
I mean, the 30% derivative for whatever the Wiki was talking about. How did he spend it in a Delta state? Please tell me. It was asked, and they were doing some mumbo jumbo. You know, they couldn't account to the money. I mean, for the money. So tell me, it's all about game. That's why good people do look. I tell you this: good people do not go into politics, especially
But
in this crime that we are.
when are we going to get it right? Are we going to continue like this?
Till
That is
Jesus
what I'm
come
saying.
back, brother.
Till Jesus come back. Okay.
Look,
So
it is the reality. Because if you look at it, tell me which country fare better in in the West Africa, even in the entire country.
I thought like country like China, at a point came they decided to get it
No,
right. Country like India, a time came they decided to get it right, and they got it right. Why our own still? When are we? That is why I said, when are we going to get it right? It's not
you
that all those
know,
countries were not bad before; they were very bad before, but the time came, they made a decision and they got it right. So when are we going to? Maybe is still going to be the person, or are we still going to
No,
wait for another person?
Tinubu will get it right. Tinubu will get it right.
Tinubu will get
Let's
it
hope.
right. That is my
Hopefully,
prayer for him. I
that
will
is
not
my
pray for
prayer,
him
my
to not
brother.
to get it right.
No,
I'm not
no.
praying for him to not to get it right.
Adewale,
yes.
Adewale, we must not fail this time. Tinubu must not fail. If
He must
Tinubu
not fail. That
fails,
is my point.
oh
What we
my
need is to push
God.
him to get it right. Let him get it right. If he gets it right, what are we fighting for? The country will be good for everybody. I was talking with one of my brother, that a Yoruba brother. He said, I told him, Tinubu is from Lagos State. If he got it right, I think I will benefit more because I'm staying in Lagos. So I don't think he will do anything to hurt Lagos State. So it is even to my benefit if he got it right. I will benefit Lagos State. So what are we fighting for? The only thing is for him to get it right. But if they go there and begin to play all these nonsense politics, I will criticize. Oh, that is my own.
Not just
I'll criticize.
criticize. We go cause themselves tire.
So
We go
that is
put
my take.
Otumoko, we go take put for Johnson. Look, this is what I think. For any president who been elected in Nigeria, you must have the support of at least one of the uh, uh, Western countries, with with a lot of resources and power behind you. If not, you will be. That's not where you will be elected in the first place anyway. But the way things are in Nigeria, Tinubu will do his bit, but he will set the country on that pedestal of recovery and growth and all that. But what I see happening, because there's no way he will be able to play the entire country like the way he did in Lagos State, where he was in total control completely. So, having said that, there's chances that even though he set the agenda and the ball rolling, any administration coming after him and decided to deviate from it, and that might take us back into that, um, where we were before. Now, the only thing that I think is going to be a danger now is if Tinubu decided, maybe go insane and now started setting the agenda that are completely inimical to the growth of the country. But, and if they don't hijack his government as the way they did to Buhari, but in the kind of politics, what is his name?
Adewale, I
Tinubu,
don't think so. I don't think so.
it
Is
is
the kind of
possible.
is the
It
kind
is
of
possible,
no, is the type
Thomas.
of stubborn man. No,
Ah,
I don't
Let,
think so.
these days that you hear team sheep, team sheep in government. Well, government should, governance shouldn't be, be completely authoritarian in nature. It should be a collective effort where you listen to your advisors and all that as well. But the buck stop as at your table as the leader, right? But it is possible because we're talking about human involvement. Human are very dynamic. You can actually predict human being what they could do. Human beings are capable of a lot of things. So human being can greet you good morning and wake up in the morning with the tomato in their hand. So it is possible that his administration could be hijacked. Even he himself going haywire. I'm talking about Tinubu himself. Power intoxicate, absolute power corrupt. Okay, so and that office has a way of isolating the leader and make them live in the bubble and
let
probably
me let
not
me ask you,
feeling.
let me ask you a different question because our Sungo is the day has already break here. So this new fine relationship he had with Wike now. What do you see playing out in that their new relationship? Because there is a very big relationship now going between him and the Wike.
What
Very
I've
big one.
seen, what I've
Because
s-
he's
how
coming to commission. He's coming to commission about 2 projects
who
in River State.
Tinubu?
Tinubu now.
Oh, really? After
Yeah, it's
May
a fact.
29 or before? Okay,
No, before May 29. It's next
oh,
month.
okay.
He's coming to
Yeah, but
commission 2 big projects in River State. So this new
oh,
relationship now is finding with Wike now. What are you thinking that Wike will soon dump APC or because I'm still looking. I'm still watching them
you mean
to
Dumpy
see what they
PDP?
say. Yes. And I
You,
know
you
that I know
know,
that I know that position there is a position reserved for Wike in that in this government.
you think
A
so?
very big one. I think so. A
You
very big
know,
position.
sometimes, uh, one thing that I think Tinubu has that we don't, ordinary people like you and I do not have, is that this guy could calculate what will happen in politics, perhaps in the short distance, and he uses this uh, to his advantage because over the time he's able to build up bridges and then support people that are not even in his political party. So he capitalized on that to help him to navigate and to help him to achieve some of the things that he has said to achieve. So Wiki is like a tool, and I don't think Wiki also would want to, be of benevolent to him for a long time. They are doing this to help each other. Sure, you understand?
Not necessarily that he needs to be in his cabinet or he needs to be, part of his cabinet or whatsoever. There's a chance Wike is just 57, 58, right? If I'm not mistaken, maybe 53, I'm not sure, but I know he's still in the 50s. He has years ahead of him
53
because
years.
sorry?
53.
Okay, just 53. So you can imagine in the next 16 years, when power has gone to the north and comes back to the south, PK will still be in his 60 and he'll still be in his prime. So there's likelihood that because I kind of like see the similarity of what Wike is trying to do in the River State, trying to make sure that whoever stay there in the government house is his boy. And I want to use that to his advantage to maybe he has political ambition in the future.
No, he
So
has. He has.
so
There is no
so
two ways
with
about that.
that, you need your closeness to the power that be. And I can assure you, if Tinubu is not dead, he will still be politically active. So they do all these things with the hope that,
Adewale, before I forget, what's wrong with Biden? He wants to go for second time. Are you guys okay in the US?
look, man, don't talk about Biden like that when it comes to me. This is where I bite. Okay? Tinubu,
Forget
you
it.
can
That
call.
man that is falling out of the plane, that is have dementia, wants to go for
It
second time. Come
is
on.
what they show to you guys that you see. Okay, it's what's being shown to you guys that you make of. This guy has a sound mind, though he is older.
Come on,
Is
Adewale.
look,
This guy that normally miss his way, they will be directing him, he will be redirect. Come on. We
you
saw the
see,
videos now.
it come. Please. You see all those videos that you are seeing, Thomas. Those are propaganda videos. Okay,
Come
America
on.
did not. No, no, no. With all seriousness, America did
So
not
it's
elect a
doctored.
more.
The videos are doctored.
See, there's a
Come
way
on.
to propagate video or some, this kind of a thing online that people will now be watching and think, okay, this man is just out of loops. No, it's not true. Biden is of sound mind, though he's a little bit older, but it's
Adewale.
not what I'm telling you.
Adewale, come.
I'm telling you, not because he's a Democrat or I'm a Democrat. I'm telling you, this. I mean, there's no way somebody that you just the kind of picture you painted now, the Democrats would have allowed to go for second time if it's what you said he is. No, the entire party, because they're probably going to give it to him. I mean, the convention coming up is going to be the nominee, and it's going to be Trump hands down. Though it's going to be a huge challenge, but I can assure you,
And you
Biden
know,
is
some
not
people
what
are regretting. Some people, Americans are regretting voting for Biden now.
for what reason?
Come on, Adewale.
For
I just,
for
I
what
just cited
reason?
an example now. The guy he looked dementia to me.
No, doesn't have dementia. He's
Ah,
older. He's getting older. He's 80 now, probably going to 81. So you
yes.
don't
So what?
expect him.
Come on, Adewale. So there's no young Democrats that can
Let
take
me
his
t-
place.
let me tell you, it's not about age. America does not discriminate when it comes to age. But one thing is this. One thing I know for a fact, because I've been staying in this country now going to almost 2 decades. There's stability. You don't wake up tomorrow and say, what kind of trouble our head of state is going to foment today? No. And there's consistency, there's continuity. That alone, you know, makes American democracy's future very, very bright. Unlike when we had that the orange man that you are not even sure if democracy is going to be in America tomorrow. I can understand the left are fighting him left and right. But I'm talking about Trump now. But the fact still remains that when Biden took over, it stabilized. I mean, what happens in the United States of America, if it happens to Nigeria, Nigeria will be, I don't know if they'll be able to survive it economically. And we are still having that effect of what happens in the United States, even in the entire Africa. Because for 2 years, the entire world stands still, right? And Biden came over and everything now becoming more, easy and things are being done. This man injected money into the economy. I understand it caused inflation one way or the other, but we needed it because there were a lot of businesses folding. As at the time Trump was president, he only gave out um, what do you call it? Money one time, to stimulate the economy because people are not going to work, and they said that was it. But Biden came and said, I felt like, look, a lot of people going through some hardship. And I was thinking aloud in my car today, how come when everything gone to hit the fan, Democrat has always been the one to come to rescue, and they never get to reap what effort they've put in. It happens during the Jimmy Carter. It happens during the Clinton because the senior Clinton went to war, destabilized the country. The junior Bush, not Clinton this time around, came. When Clinton left, he left the country in a surplus. The American was not in deficit when Clinton left. That's to tell you how he governed. Obama too left with minimal debt because he. But now look at it. The conservatives said they are a party of spending less, but guess what? But Trump put too much debt. Even it causes the Republican embarrassment that this is the party that pride itself to be very conservative when it comes to spending. But here we are looking at the debt ceiling. So at the end of it all, you realize that there's a pattern. Republicans make a mess, Democrats clean it up, but they never get the credit. When are they going to get the credit? It happens during the Obama. Obama inherited a recession to the point that even his counterpart, his contestant then, had nothing to do because the party was, they're trying to dissociate himself from the incumbent. But as soon as Democrats took over, it stimulated the economy. In fact, the House almost didn't want to pass the bill to pay to pump money into some of these collapsed banks and all that. But at the end of the day, they stimulated the economy, they stabilized, and country regaining, and everything went back to normal. But as soon as it left, we had the orange man.
Adewale, do you know why America is working?
Yeah.
It's structured to work. It doesn't really matter your
You
president
think
or not.
so?
Am I right?
No,
That is
there are
it.
sound policy based on the fact, based on numbers. It's not just about look. It's not just about yes, there are institutions, but it's still run by human beings. People still look when the economy went down. It was a very chaotic period in America. But guess what? The Democrats came. They you know, God bless this country. Democrat has always come to rescue. They've always been doing that. Come to think of it, Biden came to clean up the after effect of COVID.
COVID,
You know,
yes. Which he did
so
well. He did well.
and economy was going down there because look, man, you needed to. One day, I went to one of my restaurants. I almost cried. The place was locked up till today. They never opened up. They never bounced back. In my head, I was imagining as an economist, I was thinking, look, the people that work here now, they won't have a job anymore. Their source of livelihood is gone. The owner or the proprietor of this company is going to be filing for bankruptcy because there's no way we'll be able to pay back loans and all that. So, but here we are. America is still struggling, but they're getting it gradually. All right. So that's why by they might look frail and look old, but I can tell you this. Forget about the liberal agendas like LGBTQ, those alphabet people and all that. Those are just Jara, those are side what do you call it? You know, those things are not really, you know, not really matters per se. But when you have economy that is stable, at least to some extent, and people have job. Biden recorded
Yeah,
huge number of
you're
jobs.
right. Economy is stable. Yes, you're right. I
You
have a
know,
sister. I have a whole family in the US. My immediate sister is in the New York. I have I have family there. So I know American politics very well.
you know, some of our allies there, some of those people that American has have good relationship with for a very, very long time. This man came and started saying no, no, no to them. I mean, the Ukraine of today, if Trump were to be in power, Russia would have take over Ukraine for a very long time.
Have they not took over? What's left?
No,
Come on, Adewale.
they
Come
are
on,
fighting back.
Adewale.
No, they are fighting back.
But what's left? What
They are, they are,
Adewale?
they, look,
Omba ento lágbára jù ẹ́ lọ jà. And
no.
you
See,
win. You are fighting somebody
no.
that
See,
is powerful than you.
do you know how much American has pumped into that country? If America gave that kind of money they've given and the equipment that they've given to Ukraine, if they've given it to Nigeria, look, Nigeria would be overstimulated. I'm telling you.
Even Australia.
They will. In fact, people
We
will be
gave so
saving the
much
money.
to Ukraine as well. We
If not
gave
the
so much to
support,
Ukraine.
if not the support of the
The
NATO
Western
countries,
world, yeah.
the
Yeah,
Russia
NATO
would
country.
have taken over Ukraine.
Hey, but what's
This
left? Rajwale, ask
they are
me,
still
tell me what's left.
look. Their sovereignty
The
is still
country is
left.
in
They are still the
shambles.
country. No. The country is still is stabilized. I mean, it's still stable. The country is still in existence. Russia
Come on.
hasn't taken over.
It's just in an existence in paper.
No, see, a country where America's president is still flying into Ukraine. You can't tell me that they are no longer having their sovereignty. They still do.
I didn't say that. But I'm just talking of the level of destruction.
Of
That's what I'm
course,
saying.
that is bound to happen during war. This is war, actually. It's not just about taking over territory. This is war. But it's bound to happen. There will be casualty. There will be, collateral damages and all that, which is fine. I mean, they reclaim some part
But
of the
why
country.
can't Zelensky just give up?
There's no
Let
way he
him
would
give
give
up.
up because he has the
Let
backing
him give
of
up.
the NATO country. No. It's look. Can you give up your father's house to your enemy? Somebody's trying
If
to
you
sell
can't
your
fight,
father.
if you can't win your enemy,
Give me a give me a break. Your dad is buried there, or your sorry to say, but your grandfather was buried there.
no. We are just having conversation. No, yeah, that's all
Yeah,
right.
but your grandfather, your great grandfather, your generations past are buried there. You're going to sell the land? You're going to give it up to the enemy in that way? No, you want to give all whatever you got. That is what is
Uh,
happening in Ukraine. And look, no,
I
this
understand
time
you,
around,
but
America. I mean,
there's nothing left.
Ukraine has no say in this because the West has invested the Americans and the NATO's they've invested in them, so they can't back out because they box themselves into the corner. They keep pumping money into them. If not those money, they would have been taken over by now. But it's still working. So I believe with time, even Russia knows
But
that
but
they are
but but
losing
but,
out.
but Russia, Adewale, don't let us deceive ourselves. If Russia wants to take Ukraine today, they will take it. They are not ready. Do
The
you agree
funniest
with
thing,
me?
they won't do that.
No,
What
did
they are
you
trying
agree
to
with
do,
me?
no, look, they won't do that as a sweep. They won't do that.
I'm telling you, if Russia wants to take Ukraine overnight today, they can do it.
You know what is going to happen is this: for any country to have declared war and to take over that territory, it's it's more than that. You can do that, but you will be invited to the IC. As a matter of fact, I think he has been declared wanted. Actually, I'm talking about Putin now also be declared wanted by the International Court of Justice for what do they call it?
Genocide, what do you call it?
Something similar to that. Now, what they are trying to do is to encroach into their territory and take over the country in the short
Short term.
period of time. So, but they are doing it in such a systematic way that we look as if we are taking over the entire country. So, and the likes of America, Canada, and all that, they know this is what is going to happen. But they needed an ally from that region. So that's why they keep pumping money. But before I digress to that, what happens in America with the quid pro quo between Trump and the President Zelensky of Ukraine? All right, those people needed a javelin. They needed equipment, and here you are. You are saying, "Look, I need my opponent to be investigated." Now they've been asking for this even way before Russia declared war on them, but Trump never did. So that makes me believe that if Trump were to be in power by now, Russia will be, they will have a representative in Ukraine. Ukraine would no longer be a country anymore.
Of course, of
So
course.
what
But,
Trump
but
did,
can you blame? Can you blame Russia for protecting their territory? The First World War, you know the story. They came through Ukraine.
you know, um,
Maybe Second or First World. I couldn't remember. It's just they are protecting their territory,
Putin is
which
fighting a
everybody does.
Putin is fighting a war that he knew that he himself would not win. But I believe they will find a truth. They will find a way to end the war and call it a deuce, because the NATO countries did not want to be physically present as if they are fighting on behalf
Of
of
course,
Ukraine.
if NATO government present, that is Third World War.
Yeah, but that
That is
means,
Third World War.
yeah, but at the end of the day, of whose interest. But what even led to this question is that Trump was poo-pooing, let me put it that way, on the allies of America. Even before he got elected, it was completely against NATO. He was saying that NATO is just a bunch of thieves. They never contributed, but they want America to be, pumping more money into the organization that they never benefit from. So he already against them, even before before he became president. And he was amplifying that when he was the president. So, but the bottom line is that he was going against the ally of the United States of America, doing things out of norms. So it's not that kind of person you would expect to be in position of power. Do you know what this guy did? American has the way of showing to the world that look, their democracy is strong, their union is intact. But what he did was to stage a coup, against the government of the day. His own is so against American democracy. Okay, and he almost succeeded. He almost, and the biggest thing American export to the world is democracy, because they pride themselves as one of the propagator of democracy, or should I say, the
Of,
supporter of democracy.
of course, yeah.
So when you now have an individual who is, saying something contradicting to what Americans stood for, now it becomes a problem, because I mean, the biggest thing, or should I say, the Secretary of State is like a president on his own, because constantly going around the globe, telling allies or the enemies, that democracy is the best thing that could happen to them, destabilizing countries, and at the end of the day, just give me this and I give you that,
It's
right?
give and take.
Oh yeah, that's what diplomacy is all about, because America will give anything and say, look, democracy is the best way for you. However, give me this, your resources, then we will become a friend. We become friend, we become ally. So
Hmm.
without even going too much, Trump is not fit to be the president of the United States of America. No,
You
it's the
say
most
that. That's your
it's not.
subjective view.
It's not, it
That
did
is your own
something.
subjective view.
No, it's well, to some extent, yes, you are right, but I
Yeah,
tell
that
you,
is
a
your
lot of it's
yes.
not because I'm a
I'm Trump.
Democrat,
I'm a
but
Trump fan. I just
please.
like him. Yes,
No,
because he said he will build the wall, and he built it.
no, he didn't build
I
nothing.
like people that set things and
He
they
did
do
not.
it.
Oh, Thomas, please tell me you are not one of those people that gullibly believe what this 419 of a man said. He didn't build nothing. He didn't build crap. As a matter of fact, he said that Mexico will pay for the war, right? As a matter of
Yeah.
fact, the little miles of wall that he built, he was asking this department to fund it. I forgot what defense, Department of Defense to fund it. That is how hypocritical this man was.
But you
So
started it. You started it.
no,
You make
he
a move.
asked. Look, you know what he did? He asked that National Assembly House put it include it in the budget. You know, so that it will be included in the budget. Then they will pay, and they think that their trade bilateral agreement with
That
Mexico,
trade ally.
yeah,
Yeah.
we now
Fund
help,
it.
yeah, which is a lie, which is a 41901.0. Okay, he did not the little one that he built. He was trying to take money from Paul to pay. How did they say it? I forgot now. Paul to pay Peter. You know, and
Adewale, do you like how the Mexicans are flooding into South America, bringing drugs in?
don't believe in all those rhetoric. All those things are political rhetoric.
Adewale,
They say, look,
come on
man,
now.
look.
I'm
Even
not in
during the
America. I know American politics very well.
no, you know what, my brother? Let me tell you something. In 1985, I believe, 86 or 84, Reagan was the president there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that was when he was introduced a policy, zero policy when it comes to drug, right? Guess what? And he said if there was a slogan then among the high schools, and if they offer somebody offer you drug, say no. The word there was no, right? His wife, Nancy, was very, very, always on the camera saying, tell them no and all that. Only to find out that his own son was a drug addict. But he'll never tell you that. See that, and that was when there's this Tinubu issue happens then because of the zero policy when it comes to he said five, not even five strike. It was a five strike was Clinton era. So what they did then is that they said they were going after the property of the drug lord. So anything traceable to you will become confiscated. Anything, any
Mm.
property traceable to you. So when the issue of Tinubu drug thing happens, it happens during that time when what is it called in 1986 when Reagan was the president, and
The
that policy
president.
carried over. So at the end of the day, when it comes to property of drug barons. Anything connected to it, they will bulldoze their way. So you now have the opportunity to challenge it in the court to retrieve, those property back. But you will fight tooth and nail to get those things back. So drug has always been flying. I won't tell you much what I do for a living, Thomas, but I happens to know some of these things happening, even during Trump era. All right, during Trump era, I happens to know someone who flies to Mexico, pick up his dad helicopter, fly at a lower altitude, and drop drugs at the border of American and Mexico border, and have people on ground to retrieve it. But however, we have agents on ground that are monitoring and all that. This individual is in the prison now. Okay, so for for a very long time, whether Republican time or Democrat time, drug has always finding its way to United States of America. All right. So, having said that, they that the government there are still also corrupt government officials too that help these people to facilitate, smuggling of these narcotics.
Yes, yes,
So,
yes, yes,
oh yeah,
yes,
oh
yes.
yeah. So, and at the end of the day, you realize that what Trump said was more or less like, pin these people in the back color. American too commit heinous crime every day, whether white, black, or green. So, but to say the Mexico are sending bad people and all that, there are a lot of Aryan Brotherhood gang as well. Okay, there are a lot of gangs among white, among black. So how can you tell me that Mexican are the only ones sending pedophiles, sending people, and it has what do you call it now? Race coloration and all those bigotry rhetorics and all that. He said those things for him to get the people that they captured his audience because he knew among these Republicans there's some redneck, there's some misinformed among them that will buy into these lies. Okay, and at the end of it all, you know, uh, he succeeded to convince these people to vote for him. But that is no longer allowed now. People already moved past that. They already educated more than that. So what is he going to bring this time around that is going to be new to what he did when he was a president? It was a disaster. His presidency was a disaster. But to the entire world, they believe that. Look, do you know that this man supported LGBTQ? Thomas, are you
Yes.
there?
Why not?
He
Why not?
supported
Yeah.
them.
Why not?
But guess what? He is not supporting them anymore. One hand he will support them when he needed their money, and needed their support when in the other hand he would say, no, these are not the people. He openly,
He's a politician now. You have to
he
play like a
openly
politician.
no. See, this is unstable people. This is unstable people that has no place in government. It's things that are supposed to be classified. This man will one day, when you say you jabo on national television, something that is classified. But I beg. Uh, well, to the Republican listening to me, you might say that no, this guy is saying nonsense. But I tell you what, the democracy of this country has gone beyond what we practice in Nigeria. People now understand what government is, even though they know their politician lies to them, but they will still rather pitch their tent with somebody that they know that is stable, that they can trust, that somebody who is unpredictable. And in government, you don't need that kind of uh, bipolar kind of mood people. You need somebody who is predictable because you never. I mean, this guy woke up one day and said, "No, what people from these certain countries must not enter this country." Who does that, Rob Thomas? And he shut down the border. He threw the entire country into a panic mode. Come on, man. Who does that? As big as he almost destabilized America on that day. Thank God for YMC. I mean, sorry, what do you call these people? NH double AP. I mean, double AC, or what do they call them? This civil rights movement. They filed a petition. I mean, they filed a lawsuit and challenged that executive order because he knew that would not pass through legislation. I mean, legislation. So at the end of the day, they challenged and they won. People were thrown into panic. People coming from those countries were stranded at the airport. They took their children, they took their kids and locked them up in one place. Who does that? There's no real human being that would do that and doesn't care. His wife traveled to Texas to visit her kids, and she was going to Texas, and he has the audacity to wear a jacket
That
that
guy
says,
is nasty.
"I, I do not care." These are
I don't.
narcissistic kind of human being. You don't need them in government. No. Even though we have people like that, some of them are like that, but you need somebody that will at least pretend to care, not somebody like him.
Adewale,
I'm with you.
Adewale, it's not about his policy. Adewale,
Hmm.
it's not about his policy.
His policy. One thing I know he succeeded about is to
Adewale,
break the. Yes, I'm here.
it's not about his policy. It-
We said, what about his policy, or it's not about policy? It's cracking. I can't hear you.
I just like him. I can't even tell you why. So if
Can you repeat
everything
the
you say
question
could be
again? It
right, it
wasn't.
could be
Can
right.
you repeat
So
the question
it's not
again,
about his
Thomas?
policy, it's no. But I just like him. I don't know. I just like
You
him.
like him. You
He's
like.
a very
You like
pushy
him.
man. Very. I can't even say. I don't know how. But I just like him.
You
That is
know,
it. That is me.
it's what American call a showboat. I'm gonna wing it, even if I don't know it. I'll wing it. During the COVID, because they were giving press statement every day, try to address the nation and to, carry the nation across. And then he was making a speech, through his rambling and incoherent rambling and all that. He said he doesn't know why there can't be a scientific method of, bleaching this thing out of the of the system. So what was he insinuating? That people should start drinking bleach and drinking all those, you know, uh, 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 chemicals and all that.
Yeah, the guy is
So
nasty. He's nasty, but I don't
no,
just know.
that is
I
not
just
nasty. That is not nasty. That is someone that is insane. Who look? Who tell other people to drink bleach, to drink chemicals, to bleach out COVID? A virus. Even the one of the medical
But
team that were yes.
Adewale, he didn't tell them to drink bleach
eh?
now.
Patrick, you are there?
Yeah,
Really?
yeah, he
He
didn't tell
said
them to drink
he
bleach
said
now.
he wished there's a
He
way
said, wish
that
there's a way, yeah, they can bleach this.
so
He
please
didn't
tell
tell
me
them to
what kind
drink
of a
bleach.
sane human being will
My
suggest that
brother,
in the first
what you
place?
are doing to Trump is what obedience is doing to Tinubu. When he says something, you twist it because he just says same gibberish. He's saying this thing.
No,
It's your
no, see,
mindset.
no, see, no. I
No,
tell
no,
you
no,
this.
no.
I
It's
just said
another
something
person that
now.
can access you now.
I said something
Because
now. I said
you don't see yourself.
Patoski,
Mm.
Patoski, my brother. Look, see. This is one thing I learned this thing during that election that you don't invest your emotion when it comes to politics. You leave it as it is. If you win, you win. You lose, you lose.
Yeah.
But after spending years in this country, I've come to appreciate what this country stands for. If there's one thing they've done over the year, they've successfully managed or stage managed this democracy that they think they have. But this disruptor of a man came in, showed up from nowhere, and without warning, it looks that democracy was at the brink of completely out of control in America. Things that America would do, even though they know they lose election, guess what? They find a way to show the world that look, we are still solidly standing firm, one nation, one country under God. But this man was so bitter that even after losing the election, he was still carrying these rumors. And people are paying that price up to now. Even his beloved Fox News, they pay the price of the lies of this man. So that kind of person, sometimes we analyze issue logically, but there's some things that happens that even you yourself you'll be like, wait a minute, this is stupid. This is just not normal. I mean, in the history of this country, there's no president that's ever been like Trump. None. Even the most hated one, George Bush, was so much more hated. But America, in fact, he even look like an angel now. George Bush Jr. He looked like an angel. Even he himself attests to that when during uh, his father's funeral, like he now became the beloved American beloved. That is unbelievable because this man showed up not just being incompetent. He has know how things work. Yes, I mean he reduced the level of bureaucracy in government. That I give him credit to that. But this was exactly what makes American economy collapse in 2007, 2008. Because people were, you know, there was no challenge, there was no oversight. People were doing things without no restraint. Are you there with me, Thomas? Hello, Thomas. Hello, Thomas.
I'm here. I'm listening to you. I'm
Oh,
listening
okay.
to you, Adewale.
Oh, okay. So what did Obama administration did? They begins to put policy in place that put all these bottlenecks so that nobody will want to ask for money that was not there. Nobody will do this and all that. At the end of those bureaucracy were being put in place, those regulations were being put in place. But no society wants regulation. America doesn't want regulation. They want easy access. And this easy access could lead to disaster. And that was what Democrats did. And some people didn't like it. And Trump came, guess what he did? He dismantled all this bottleneck. But economists will tell you it's just a matter of time. When you see a wolf money, easy access money, the man came, introduced policy, and National Assembly also voted, and they passed the bill, tax cut for the rich. So the bureaucracy things, he did it. I give him credits to that. But the way he governed, his style of governance was kind of out of norms. And you don't need that, don't need those crazy stuff in democracy. No. American has built institution stable enough to even run the country on autopilot. But not a disruptor like Trump coming in and start injecting his stupid ideas that could not even fly in a third world country. I mean, which country wake up and say, you know what, forget about this. This country, because majority of them are Muslim, and decided to say, you know what, don't come into our country. Well, decided to block Saudi Arabia. The first country he traveled to was Saudi Arabia. Despite that they said Muslim hated America. This man knew that he was going to become president. Guess what he did? He bought a night post office in Washington, turned it into an hotel very close to White House. Because of his corrupt practices, he wanted to benefit from presidency. So even Atiku Abubakar himself stayed in his hotel when he went to Washington
Dubai,
during the election.
Washington, yeah.
He stayed there. You want me to grant you audience? You must you must spend money into my business. So no government official or government representative will come in without going over there to spend the money first. That is corruption in American standard, not in Nigerian standard though.
Not
Because
in Nigerian standard.
no, that is allowed. That is allowed. That is permissible in Nigeria. You know, those things doesn't constitute corruption. But in America, that is a no-no. So him perpetrating all this, despite that he said he has divested himself, or should I say, handing over to his children, but he's still calling the shots. It's just was never reported. He was still calling the shots. Okay, so I mean, Republican can argue and I said it's the best thing that ever happens to America, but I beg to differ because you see,
but you are Democrat now. You beg to
but
differ.
despite that, despite that I'm Democrat doesn't mean that I shouldn't know what I'm. Look, we've had president in this country that belongs to other parties, and Democrats love them. Democrats love Reagan, despite that he was a racist. They love Reagan because during the administration, American recorded sources, a lot of losses. I mean, significant one, but they love him. I mean, the state that he was even a governor before was more or less like a Democrat state, but they voted for him. California voted for Republican. They voted for Schwarzenegger as well because they love him. They love what he was doing. But when you have a bipolar human being, someone who comes in, disrupts
Adewale,
everything.
come on now.
I mean,
Bipolar.
hey, look, this man is an extremist. Is people that are very hard to please. People that
Adewale, you are talking about your next president in next year.
you know what? Let me tell you something. If Biden need to crawl or be on a wheelchair, we will carry him across that finish line. Trump will not taste that White House anymore. No. If Biden need to crawl or be on a wheelchair, we will carry him across that finish line.
You are not different from obedient now.
Look, what you believe, you see, what I believe in it with passion. But one thing I won't do is to be disrespectful. Okay, I disagreed on a fundamental issue, not on a personal issue. Um, but Trump, as it is, I mean, uh, individual, in some level, he has done things out of norms that could make me challenge him on a personal level. But I will still not disrespect him, in a way to obedient disrespect anybody with opposing view to them. I mean, there are some things I can say here that Trump did well. But nevertheless, his 4 years was just a disastrous 4 years for America.
And that is to you.
That is to me. But I tell you what, as you are right now, if somebody tells you because you are an Australian/American, I mean Nigerian, you can't come to America, how would you feel?
I will feel bad. I'll feel
That
bad.
is exactly what I'm trying to say. You're trying to make everybody feel as if they are not part of the system. No, you are part of America. You are now, because this country was built at the back of immigrants. His own great grandfather was a shoemaker in Germany, according to the history. He was banished from Germany. He came to America through New York. His great grandfather wasn't a rich man, but even his own father's business success was built at the back of people of color. Even he himself capitalized on the expertise of the people from foreign nationals. His own wife is from what is it called? Two wives, former wife and the current one. They were not. They are not American. They are from what is this ladies from? They found a Mexican working in his club undocumented. Thomas. That is the highest level of hypocrisy. Yes. In New Jersey.
New Jersey, yeah, New Jersey.
Yes. So that is the highest level of hypocrisy. And you are building success at the back of these immigrants. And here you are saying that Mexicans are sending the bad eggs among them. Rapists. American doesn't rape.
Give me a break.
I can go on about the guy.
I just have to shut it down. Just shut it down now.
Thank you very much, my brother.
Thank you, Adewale.
It's been a pleasure talking to you.
I think our after hour is very nobody to interject you. Nobody to interject us. We really have our time.
Thomas, I hate it when people are just like going at each other like, man, I can't stand it. I just maybe
occasionally. If you notice me as well, I don't like it. Do you notice me?
You're right. You're right.
I don't like it. So you can see if I'm moderating yourself, please, let's talk on each other. Yeah. So yeah. So
I think one man needs to do it. Yeah. Thank you too. Appreciate it. Thank you so much, my brother.
Tomorrow, yeah. Thank you so much.
All right. Yeah, man.
God bless you. God bless you.
And you too. Good night.
Yeah.
And you too. Thanks.
Yes, thank you. We have come to the end of this section again. At least we deviated to American politics. Already it's very interesting. Thank you, everyone. Carry the conversation in the comment section. We will see you tomorrow. I said peace. You know where we are going. Yeah. Thank you.
Hello. I'm going to be president of this country, whether you like it or not, and I will preside over the affairs of this country, including presiding over you. I think you must start adjusting to that reality. The sooner you do that, the less chest pains you'll have when that reality comes.